live on the horizontal, and we should be live here
Got
in
the
a second.
horse.
Should be live on the vertical, and then let me go back and double check this, both of these two. One says upcoming. We'll give it a second to refresh. Oh, we're good to go. Both of those are live. Let me grab our TikTok. TikTok is live. Okay. We should be ready to rock and roll.
Nice.
And then I've got AXP later today, but AXP doesn't start as early as any of the other shows. So if we go a pinch
Should
over our time limit, it's kind of a soft limit. Also, that reminds me, you should be getting a contact from Jimmy Snow soon.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, he was apparently he couldn't find your contact information, so he texted me over
on my website.
Thursday or Friday.
It's on my website.
I know. But he's managing like 20 people, so he's
sure
a little overextended and whatnot. Okay, I think everything's ready to go. I'm gonna get my notepad open too, being that Ian's not here yet to handle the philosophy types. And
hey. Well, I guess you can display stuff. I can't really display stuff, so
yeah, I can display stuff. Actually, the notes was kind of a game changer. I had been using Notepad for a long time to keep track of these nonsense arguments because that's what I saw Matt doing years ago. And then when Ian started putting them on screen, I was like, oh, that's a no-brainer. How come I didn't think about that? Yeah, it helps everybody.
It's super good. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't just help me; it helps the audience.
And I mean, like it has extra rhetorical bite too, because it's kind of that same feature that happens with Trump. Like if you listen to Trump, he just sounds like he's talking, and he sounds like he's rambling a bit, but he just sounds like he's talking. But the moment you transcribe it and then try to read it, it makes no sense.
Yeah, it's messy.
Like it's just so disjointed. And so when you do that to somebody who's trying to make an argument that doesn't make any sense, and then you put it on a page that people can read, it's so rhetorically effective.
I'm gonna request up on TikTok before I forget.
Oh, I should do that too.
Do the same.
That would be wise.
And in loving memory of last week's stream, I think I have to ask you another question about time.
Do it.
Space time, specifically. Yeah. I was taught that gravity is a warping of space time, and I think that begs the question: if space time is completely immaterial, what's warping?
I mean, the thing is it's hard to say if it's completely immaterial.
Right.
So here's another. I don't have an answer for that, but what I can say is we think of the electromagnetic field in very much the same way. It is charges warp the electromagnetic field. Well, what is the electromagnetic field? It's like a thing that can have different shapes. And it's everywhere. So as long as you're not uncomfortable with the electromagnetic field having different shapes, even though it's not like made out of stuff, you should take the same approach to space-time. Space-time, in some sense, you can just think of as the gravitational field.
Would space-time negate nominalism?
Not necessarily. Space-time could be a stuff. It's just not necessarily like it doesn't have to be abstract. It doesn't have to be abstract. It just to not be made out of something smaller.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's kind of like the theory of the ether, where we thought, well, maybe there's a substance. We don't, we have to come up with a test to detect it. You're saying that maybe space-time does have some kind of substance or properties that will one day we'll be able to.
Space-time does have properties. We can measure them.
Sure.
So the question is it made out of something?
Physical properties.
No, but it might be. Well, it has physical properties, right?
Okay.
If it's made out of something, then that just means it's not fundamental. But if it's fundamental, it's not going to be made out of anything, just like the electromagnetic field.
Yeah, I went round and round with the physics mode on ChatGPT
Mm.
about because when I was in school, it was like the electromagnetic field. When you ask, like, well, what is the electromagnetic field? It becomes circular. It's like, well, the
Yep.
electromagnetic field, and then it's like, and then you're getting to electrons, and they're like, well, what are electrons? Where they come from? Well, they're dependent on the electromagnetic field, and it's like, wait a minute, hold now we're in a kind of a circular situation.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, the way that I think about it is I think about it as the universe has properties, and those properties can be linked together in certain ways. So
mhm,
you can think of the electromagnetic field as one of the properties, but that's linked to the location property. So
sure.
the electromagnetic field will have a different value at different locations.
Hmm.
Um, and so in that way, all we're saying is that the connectivity between those properties, the way that they kind of link up and connect to each other, is different across different locations, if you will. What it
Sure.
means for something to be curved is merely that the connectivity at spacetime, or what it means for a surface to be curved anyway, is that the connectivity of that surface is not what you would expect if the surface was flat, meaning that the
Sure.
points perhaps are further apart or closer together than you would expect for a given set of coordinates. And the same way could be said about the electromagnetic field. It has a certain shape because of its connectivity to itself, like in different places. And so I just think of the universe as just being like a box that has all of these properties. It has the properties of spatial connectivity, temporal connectivity, electromagnetic connectivity, separating these otherwise distinct things. We might call them points,
Right.
whatever they are. And those are the things that are being affected. It's
Hmm.
those kind of connectivity properties.
Would we be able to
Wait,
describe the properties as having existence, or just that property is how we describe the behavior?
So lately I'm leaning more towards bundle theory as far as like what things are. Um, Bundle theory is just this idea that a thing is the set of all of its properties.
Sure.
And so the properties are the physical thing. There is
Right.
no underlying thing that has those properties,
Right.
at
Okay.
least in this view. And so then spacetime is just a collection of kind of interlinked properties. Those properties being about points, even though the points themselves are just things with properties. Then there's nothing else to there's nothing really deeper to go. There's nowhere really deeper to go. There just are these properties. Those properties react in certain ways to other properties.
Sure.
that's not true. There's one place deeper to go. God.
That's not true either. There's one place even deeper to go. Your mom.
Somebody had to say it.
Devastating. My mom in shambles right now.
I'm sure she's a
Um,
lovely woman.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
yeah.
You got a
Um,
great personality.
I don't know. Well, I think that there's like I think the modern view of like metaphysics provides like a good understanding of like the dispute between like substantialism and oh wait, there's like an echo. Is that
There
me?
is an
I
echo.
gotcha. It was your TikTok.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sure. I was like, yeah. Um, well, so in modern metaphysics, there's like this common phrase which is like existence is cheap. Like a lot of things exist, but the question is like how close to like the fundamental thing are they, or like what grounds what? So for example, you might want to say that like a song exists, but it exists in some sort of like I don't know, like mind dependent way, like some sort of like abstract, like maybe like fictionalist way, or maybe you do
Hmm.
want to say like God exists, but he exists as like a fictional character. Like that's probably the type of statement that I wouldn't disagree with. Um, but then, so for like substantivalism and like, relationalism, the question is not like everybody agrees that space exists, everyone agrees that time exists, but it's a question of okay, like does it reduce to something deeper? Does it just reduce to the relations between objects? Does it reduce to not that at all? Like does it just not reduce? In fact, is it the reverse? Do the objects reduce to like properties in space-time? That to me seems to be like the main dispute. Is like what reduces to what?
Yeah. Fair. Okay. Well, friends, we've got the whole crew here. We've got a couple super chats. We should be getting I think we have one guest loaded up perhaps. Um we'll start the same way we always do. If you want to join and you're not on TikTok, use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/you a guest. If you're on TikTok, hit the guest request button. Keep in mind we don't take friendlies on this show. We love you. We're glad you're here. But these shows are strictly debate shows, and we don't even do devil's advocate. We understand that it might be fun, might even be good learning, but we don't do devil's advocate here. So if you are opposition, you're welcome to join. If you are not opposition, we love you, but we request that you don't, unless you're like having some sort of deep emotional crisis and like you need immediate help of some nature of that. But that's usually not, you're not going to come here for that. Bootman Jones, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says a Christian told me dogs and cats don't go to heaven instantly enough to disavow the religion, regardless of its veracity. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, ILL, and Rip Jeb. You guys know what ILL is? That's a new one for me.
Illuminated by the
Lava
lava
lamp?
lamp?
Yeah. And Rip Jeb. Is that Jeebus?
No. Jeb is Jebediah Kerman. He is a Kerbonaut who has died now 3 times under my watch.
Brave.
Damn.
Very brave.
He keeps on but he rose on the next restart.
He did. Yeah, it takes he rises after about 2 hours.
Yeah. My girlfriend was watching you play Kerbal Space Program.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Yesterday was the most insufferably boring live stream I've done because it was just me iterating on trying to build a submarine in Kerbal Space Program for 2 hours.
Yeah. She thought it was funny how you have to build a rocket ship to get the submarine over to the water that's like right by the launch pad.
The alternative was driving there, and every time I tried to get off the runway, it would just explode.
That's funny. Do you know if you're able to?
If you're able to drive it off the runway, you can, but you have to go very, very slowly, and I was impatient.
I see.
Yeah.
Async Network, also aka Gretchen, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says I just nodded off for the last hour of my 10-hour stream. Well, congrats, it's a long one. 0 chance I make it through this stream, so here's money now. Love you all. Gretchen, well, thank you, Gretchen. Appreciate that, friend. And
Nice.
we have, I think, 1 or 2 guests already waiting, so we'll get back to the super chats after we take our guests. I'm gonna grab Noxy, Proxy, Roddy Poo, and then we'll grab after that user 355-133-5336-103.
You don't have to read all the numbers.
I know, it's fun though. All right. Welcome in,
guys.
Noxy Proxy.
Hi. I'm 35. I'm Jewish, but
Sure.
I'm thinking of converting to Christianity.
Oh no, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Well, let me tell you why. So I never. Oh, sorry, my dog. I never really understood the New Testament until I learned about this thing called transubstantiation,
No.
and it explains a lot. It explains why Jesus said all those weird things because he was drunk on his wine book, the whole time. So that's why he was
I
saying
see what you're doing there.
It's
the
a
weird
troll.
stuff.
Yeah,
And
it's a
also,
troll.
it perfectly explains Mary Magdalene's yeast infection.
Oh boy.
Okay, but seriously though, I have a question for Ian.
Yeah, what's up?
Wait, you are Jewish though, right?
Yeah, I'm Jewish.
Oh, have we talked before?
No, this is the first time I'm called in.
Oh, interesting. I thought I've seen a name similar to yours. Okay, so I'll just double checking. Yeah, what's your question?
So I think I have a contradiction in Ian's moral framework.
Mm-hmm. Which
It's
one?
it's
can
sort of
run
a
two.
syllogism. What?
I run 2, so which one?
Moral realism.
Well, yeah, but I run like 2 versions of moral realism, depending on the person.
Oh, I'm not really sure then which one it would apply to.
Against like dumb people who aren't going to understand like nuance, I typically run like the Gewerth argument for everybody having a right to freedom and well-being. I think that one's pretty robust, but I do think that there are like some problems with it. And then the one that I think is probably true, if any of them are true, is virtue ethics. I think virtue ethics is probably true. Also, you
think it would
might
apply to
argue that
either.
the Gewerth stuff eventually leads to virtue ethics when fully understood.
Yeah, I think it would apply to either.
Okay,
So,
what's the contradiction?
So the first premise, the logical solution to the blue-red button problem is red.
I think
I'm going to
that's
jump off a
hotly-
cliff.
I think it's hotly debated.
I thought you said it was red in an earlier stream.
I I think that you have reasons to do either. I think that it's like a tragic moral dilemma would be the term
Okay, then
that, for
then yeah.
example, like Rosalind Hursthouse would use, is when you're in like an unfortunate set of circumstances where kind of all the choices are bad. So for example, in like the trolley problem, you have reasons to pull the lever, you have reasons to not pull the lever. The overall considerations might favor either like pulling the lever or not pulling the lever. But it's like an unfortunate set of circumstances. I don't think virtue ethics or like the Goworth stuff is committed to either view. I think you can
Yeah.
make an argument for either of them.
Okay, so then I think we agree. My idea of the red blue problem is that the only reason to choose blue is in the unlikely event that there's a tie between every other person choosing red between choosing red and blue. So your vote is the deciding vote, and if you vote for red in that case, then you're killing half the population, and if you vote for blue, you're saving everyone.
Mm,
So you have to weigh that against the possibility that you might be killing yourself by choosing blue in the situation where everybody else prefers red.
yeah, I do
But
think that moral
yeah,
deliberation becomes harder when there's like if you don't know what people are going to choose, I think the deliberation becomes much harder.
yeah. Okay, so then I'm nothing.
Okay.
Okay. Well, good to hear from you.
Good to hear you guys too. Thanks.
I'm fairly sure I've seen messages from Noxie. Maybe on my stream. Maybe that's why I recognize the name. But
I'm
I've seen,
unconvinced that that person actually believes in God.
I'm unconvinced as
Yeah.
well. Yeah. It seems like it was a trolley vibe. But hey, Ambi,
Trolley
thank you.
vibe, perhaps.
Oh, hello.
Mods,
NB,
crucify this man.
Ian is on time, therefore God. That's a pretty solid argument.
Yeah.
And Ian was mostly on time. Vexy says Ian backs ableist Constantine. Super sus as fuck, bro.
I don't know what we mean by backs there.
I think, yeah. I think
Like I don't know, like
Ian,
I've talked to him before and we've
yeah,
had like some
tolerates him.
productive dialogues. I also don't know the ways in which that he's ableist. I don't know if you want to provide me some evidence of him
To be
supporting
clear,
like
just using tag arguments doesn't make you ableist.
common misconception.
I think, I think he uses the R slur, and I think he used it. Well, one of the Constantines, there's two of them on TikTok, used one in my live stream recently. And I think there's a
Oh.
video of it on his channel using the R word too. But there's
Yeah,
two
well,
Constantines.
yeah, I mean I disavow that sort of usage, yeah.
Yeah. And Reverend Nate says, pick a side, Istanbul or Constantinople, and why? In the Empire split?
In the song.
Oh, I don't know the song.
Ugh, you hate fun so much.
Sorry, I'm allergic to it. I'm allergic to fun like God is allergic to yeast. It's just one of those situations. Maddie Meister, hey, thank you
Crazy.
for the super chat. Friend says, hey guys, if you had a kid and they asked if God were real, would it be more virtuous to tell them why he doesn't exist or remain agnostic and implore them to pursue their own answers? Thanks. My personal
Option
opinion.
number 3.
Yeah.
I think that you should tell them that God does exist and that he's gonna torture you forever if you ever masturbate.
Yep, that seems like the right option.
Even a single time, and it's torture forever.
I was going to say all of the above. I think you can tell them your opinion and also tell them that, hey, you need to study this for yourself and come to your own conclusions. I don't want you to believe things just because I told you. So I think it could be both. Anyways, let's
be.
grab our next. Well, we had user was in the queue. User dropped. So it looks like next in line is Exasperated and then Janet and then Samuel. Welcome in, Exasperated. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
22 and to some degree, yes. Although
Okay.
that's my biggest contention. So, well,
Your biggest
two
contention
things.
is 23? Me too.
Believe me, age is something where we should be able to actually, value. Look, when we look at like God, and then when we look at the terminology such as real, these are the two biggest contentions I think we're going to have. When you cash out God, for me, under some form of like semantic reduction, I think of some higher order being external of reality. And then when we posit real, I think real in some sense, like for me, is something which is observable within that reality. Or
By the way,
like you
Justin,
could
you still
have
have the
like
super chat pulled up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank
Sorry.
you.
You're good.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be, I think there are like problems with probably both of those. Um, I don't know. So your definition specifically has what I would consider to be like a pretty big mistake, although maybe it's just not, maybe it's fine on your semantics, but um, it seems like you would kind of like trivially concede the prompt then if you're defining God out of reality. It seems like it would trivially follow that God isn't real. You probably don't want to define it that way. A really common definition in the literature from people like, I don't know, Ryan Mullins, Schellenberg, they define God typically as minimally an ultimate foundation who is personal.
So, whereas I more take on the view of Berkeley through idealism, if you're familiar with that, Ian.
I am familiar with that, although I don't really. Are you saying that that like necessitates God, or that that just like is God? Like,
Well, let's kind of get into that. Necessitates under what the scope of logical necessity, or are we just saying
probably
that God
metaphysical
can?
necessity.
Okay, so God could be exemplified through these properties, such as consciousness, which can be fundamental, for example.
Okay, and by God you mean like some higher order being that's beyond reality? Is that your
Well,
definition?
well, no, for me, I think like under my semantics, where this is what I'm saying the contention will be, I think like God can be characterized as some external factor of reality, meaning he's not internal, he's not of a primary causality, um, where everything would be secondary. So I'm more just asking, what do you mean by God?
I told you, like an ultimate personal foundation.
Okay, now what do you mean by personal?
It just takes sort of intentional actions and has mental states that are at least analogous to human mental states, things like knowledge and will, things of that sort.
Okay, so would you say that the semantic use of your God, that God would necessarily have will?
Yeah, or something analogous to it.
Okay, now when you're using God in this sense, would it be through logical possibility or would it be metaphysical in the sense of,
What's
for
the thing that
example,
I'm
like
saying possible? Give me the
what
specific
you're saying?
proposition with the word possible in it, and I'll tell you the
Okay,
modality.
so you're stating that your usage of God would be metaphysical in the sense of the abstractional nature of God. Now
That just didn't
you're
answer the
negating.
question. In fact, that,
How
that
does
felt a
that?
whole lot like you're doing word salad.
How is that word salad? So you're using God
Because
in
I
the sense
asked
of the
you
nature.
for the proposition, because you were asking me to clarify the modal scope of possibility. So I asked you, what proposition did I say that contained the word possibility? And then you said a bunch of like words that didn't include the word possibility and also wasn't a quote from me.
Yeah, so you're basically saying, so hold on, let me clear my throat. Okay, you're saying it's not possible for a God consistent of this nature to coincide within reality. But then
But that would
when
be
we
like
break
trivially true on
down,
your definition.
well, no, not necessarily.
You said he's external
So
to reality.
yeah, so look, when we look at accounts of idealistic monism, right? You're not positing God to be interactive of reality. God could still necessarily be true, but when I'm using the word, the terminology such as external, I'm saying like he could necessarily exist within this reality. He's just not interactive, as in there's no causality chain pertaining to his existence. So in
Mhm.
this case, under like Gödel or Plantinga, for example, they say like God, the existence is going to be a predicate.
I don't know how you think that responds to any of what I just said.
Don't see how it does not if you're able to break it down.
What's your, I guess, like, what's your understanding of what I just said?
That's a burden shift, Ian. So what part does
Okay,
not make sense?
I think this guy's trolling, frankly.
Well, no, if it does not make
I think so
sense,
too.
right? If it doesn't make sense,
Justin, I
and
moved to
if
the
there's
next one.
Yeah, we can do that.
wait, so you don't
Al-
want to give me
Also,
what
Justin,
point
we
of
need
reasoning?
the Morton Salt Girl and the Lava Lamp and Doug and Sharon.
Yeah, I didn't put the logos up because there's no way to switch our order on this on the
You
Video
can move the
Ninja
logos, right?
tiers. Yeah, I could move the logos though. Yeah,
Alternatively, I could refresh and then Ian could refresh, and that would fix it, I think.
yeah,
Okay.
it would. Hmm.
I have to refresh first, though.
And then Ian's got to refresh the browser. Perfect. Boom. Now we just got to do your resolution. Boom. Now we're in the right order. All right. Actually,
Giant.
I'm just gonna keep the close up. Who wants to keep close
Oh,
up
please
blitz?
don't. Oh God, please no.
It's kind of dope.
Wasn't there that character in one of the Ant-Man movies? Oh no, you don't like fun.
So
Ian,
I'm
you know what
allergic to
referring
it.
to, right? The guy that's just a head, and it's a really big head.
No.
Its name is like Mordock or something.
Hmm.
Yeah, Modoc. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Just
no,
Google
Modoc.
Modoc, and that's how I feel when you leave me as just a giant close-in.
You should have mentioned the Beholder. I would have gotten the Beholder reference.
It's not the same.
Well,
They did some like
friends,
horrible CGI for Modoc in Ant-Man, and it's rough.
we've got people waiting to get in, so I'm not gonna delay it. Vintage Gaming says Jesus loves Gabe owners in lieu saying this. Do you guys know what that means?
Maybe slave owners?
No, Jesus loves gay boners in loose anus.
Oh.
That was something. But
Hmm.
you said it like it's. We shouldn't use those ideas disparagingly, friends. Just to be clear.
No. Oh. Well, wait. Oh, sure. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That
now.
makes sense.
Mm.
Yeah. Based Ashura says, do you think God is allergic to yeast because he's prone to infections? That's been my theory all along. I think he's got really fragile skin, which is why he can't touch iron chariots. Maybe the carbon is a problem for him. It's hard to say. And then, I mean, certainly yeast is a huge issue. That's why he has to
But only
overcook all of his
in the
food.
spring, right?
Sure. Yeah. We don't know
Maybe
much.
it's an allergy thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We don't know much about Yahweh's allergies because he didn't really request any flowers or anything with pollen as offering, mostly just grain. So it seems like maybe the allergy route is the best explanation. Mhm. Well, user 355 came back, so let's grab user and then we'll get Janet and we'll keep everything rolling here.
User 355, how's it going?
Great. How are you, Mr. Blitz?
That's Dr. Blitz. I'm doing all right.
Oh, Dr. Blitz. Sorry, I apologize for that.
You're
Mr.
good.
Dr.
Since you
Blitz.
like the Mr. Dr. Blitz, yes.
I'm just fucking around now.
There you
Don't
go.
worry.
For the,
No,
yeah.
Mr. Dr. Blitz is
So,
correct.
yeah, okay, no problem. So, Mr. Dr. Blitz, because you like very much the Ant-Man, I'll give you an analogy. What do you think is the order of magnitude of brain power of an ant versus a human right now?
I don't know. 5.
Would you say 5? So you think the difference between a human brain and an ant is 5 times the brain power? That's what you think?
I was just giving you a small number that was very, very obviously not the right answer because I thought it was funny. I don't think that this is like a well quantifiable phenomenon.
Okay, fine. I mean, you can admit though that your discussion reminds me of an ant walking on a table manufactured by a human, and asking other ants, "Do you think there is a creation of this table I mean, that's how much
Is this an
brain power
argument?
you have. That's how much brain power you have versus the
But
humans that will be in life 10,000 years from now.
is this supposed to
I
be an
don't think the
argument for
And
humans
not?
actually,
10,000 years from now will be significantly anatomically different than humans that are alive right now, unless,
sure,
of course,
sure,
there's like
sure, sure. There will be,
technological cybernetics
there
and
will be,
stuff.
sure, sure. They will have cybernetics. They will have extra memory. They will, but the brain power of what we call humans at that point in time, 10,000 years from now, it will be millions of times more difference than what it is between the ant
User,
and a human right now.
you do know that this argument works for the Tooth Fairy as well, right? And Santa Claus.
Sure, yeah, but I want to ask because Dr. Blitz is also a physicist. Dr. Blitz, you think you know all, and you using, for
No,
example,
I definitely don't think that.
No, he does think that. He
all
says it
right,
often.
all right. So
You got me.
yeah. So there are smarter scientists than you, Maxwell,
Yep.
for example,
No, this
or
fucking aren't.
or actually
Maxwell's dead, so
Heisenberg.
he's not smarter, by the way.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, he had way more contributions that you ever in your life. Okay,
Well,
and
hey,
Newton.
I'm only
That actually,
32. I have plenty of time, okay?
yeah,
Yeah, Dr.
sure,
Blitz is a
sure,
baby
sure,
still. What are you talking about?
sure,
Also,
sure.
the argument that you gave in the beginning of this would require that you don't know who's smarter, Blitz or Maxwell, because your intelligence is lower than them and you can't determine the intelligence or existence of things that are more intelligent, apparently. Blitz is just a phony.
It's true. I'm a phony. In 30 years, we're going to call people phonies who spend all of their time on their phone. And we're going
Oh,
to forget
yeah,
that
true.
phony used to mean fake.
Mm-hmm. Where do you go,
He's
user?
teacupped.
How long do we want to
Ripped his
entertain
router out
this?
of the wall.
I
Total
don't
user
suspect he
death.
actually
Hello,
has an argument.
are you there, Dr. Blitz? Are you there?
We've been here
Yes,
the
I'm
whole
here.
time. Where do you go?
Yeah. So I will ask you, Dr. Blitz, what do you think? Do you think Max Planck is less intelligent than you, or I mean,
Max
how
Planck
do
is
you
dead, so he is zero
Sure.
intelligence because
He had to.
dead bodies don't think.
He had a teacup to check his like ChatGPT results
Sure,
about
Like,
sure,
the
sure.
who are other
Christian.
famous
So,
smart physicists?
so your contributions to physics, Dr. Blitz, you think they are more than Max Planck's contributions that he believed in
No, but
God?
I'm also 32. And Max Planck is dead.
Well, user, let me make sure that I'm like steel manning the argument. So your argument is essentially premise one, Maxwell and Planck are smarter than Dr. Blitz. Premise two, if Maxwell and Planck are smarter than Dr. Blitz, then all of their metaphysical beliefs are correct. Premise
No, I didn't
three,
say
their
that.
metaphysical beliefs involve a belief in God. Therefore, the belief in God is correct. Is that essentially the argument?
No, that's not the argument.
That's the most
The
charitable
argument.
depiction of his argument I could have possibly imagined.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
sure,
that, I mean, it
sure,
sounds
whatever.
silly when you actually formalize it, right? Why the hell would somebody being smarter, assuming that they are smarter, why would that mean that their metaphysics are correct?
Do you know, Dr. Blitz, why when they look at the physics, because you're a physicist, they look at physics and they look at the laws, the physics laws, and they look at the fine tuning. A lot of scientists came to the conclusion, because of this fine tuning, there must be a creator. And do you know the way out of that? What was the way out of that? What
Wait, a lot of
was the argument
physicists?
against?
A lot of physicists said
Sorry?
that? Name two?
Dr. Blitz
Brutal.
knows that
I've never heard a
better
physicist say
than
that.
the fine tuning argument.
Yeah, it seems like maybe there's not a lot of them.
Yeah, I'd love you to name some physicists who use the fine-tuning argument to justify their belief in God. And he's teacupped. Back to ChatGPT. So, by the way, the argument that you're
Fucking
providing,
goat.
we can parody it with Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking is smarter than you. If Stephen Hawking is smarter than you, then Stephen Hawking's metaphysics are
Stephen
correct.
Hawking is
Stephen Hawking's
dead.
metaphysics
Stephen
do
Haw-
not include a God. Therefore, Stephen
Stephen Hawking is dead.
therefore Stephen Hawking's metaphysics that there is not a God is correct.
Stephen Hawking is dead, and he was a pervert going to, he went to the island, to the Epstein Island, That's
Stephen
what Stephen
Hawking?
Hawking
Yeah,
was,
and Schrodinger dated teenagers. Like, okay.
Yeah. So sure.
Einstein married
So
his
that
cousin. I'm sure he could go
sure.
find horrible
Yeah.
things about Max Planck.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's fine.
They
But I'm
say
not gonna
they
take.
say that Max Planck's dick was a Planck length.
Oh shit.
Micropenis. No, nanopenis even.
Mm. Putting the micro in micro.
Yeah. So I believe there is a creator. Definitely, there is a creator. I believe that with all of my heart. I believe that my brain is very, very tiny with respect to what will be the humans, 1,000 years from now or 10,000
I
years from
grant
now.
that.
Sure, thank you. I believe your brain is the same level or same magnitude, by the way,
I don't
and I
grant
grant
that.
that too. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you think you're so smart. Yeah, you don't even know how to do basic stuff, but you think your brain is so much smart.
I
You
think
know
I
how
know
I'm
how to.
smarter than Maxwell?
I mean, I have some respect
I
for.
think I know quite a bit of
Sorry,
basic stuff.
You know,
really?
I am smarter than Maxwell in at
You
least
know
one way
differential
because I
equations?
recognize that
The
evolution is real. And Maxwell was like,
the
Charles Darwin is dumb.
My brain is so goddamn wrinkly. You wouldn't believe how many wrinkles are on that thing.
Yeah. In any case, the more you look into the mathematics, the law of physics, the more you see an order,
Something I
the
famously
more you
haven't done
see.
very much.
Yeah, sure, you've done that very much, but you also believe that you got the final answer with quantum mechanics when even
Oh,
what's his name?
I definitely do. That's me. Definitely the guy
Yeah.
who says he has the final answer with quantum mechanics. Definitely not somebody who regularly gets loses rhetorical points for being epistemically humble.
Yeah. Because, among the three of us, Dr. Blitz is the least epistemically humble.
Definitely true.
He's a real deal concluder.
I love me some conclusions.
Well. If you agree that we have not even scratched the surface of what is behind, all of
I can
this
be even more humble
physical
than
work.
that. I don't even know how deep we've scratched the surface.
Okay, good.
Get
Good.
humbled.
That's great. So how can you say if there is a creator or there is not a creator? How do you know that?
We can still come to conclusions with the finite amount of knowledge that we have.
Yeah. All you need to know is two
And
things. One, contradictory objects don't exist, and two, that God would be a contradictory object.
why is a contradictory object? Can you enlighten
Yeah.
me? Why is a
So
contradictory object?
yeah. So either God was eternally creating or he was not eternally creating. If God is eternally creating, then creation just eternally exists and he never created a contradiction. But then the alternative is that God's not eternally creating, which means that he goes from not creating to creating. And in that instance, he changes. And a being that changes can't be the ultimate foundation, insofar as the ultimate foundation wouldn't have parts, so there can't be anything that changes. It would also place him in time, which means that he can't create time.
Right. You're using concepts that they are human concepts.
Yeah, human
Time,
logic, of course.
logic,
I'll use my whale logic
It's like
next
the ant on a table using its own logic to decide
Wait.
if the humans created the table
So
or not.
is God
It's unbelievable.
illogical? Is God illogical then?
God is beyond logic,
So he's illogical.
of
even
course, yeah.
even
Yeah, give me
God's
another
Dr.
illogical.
proposition
Blitz,
for God's relation
even
to logic.
Dr.
Is
Blitz,
God above logic? Is God...
if God is above logic,
Maybe
Does
he
God-
transcends logic.
Yeah, there you go. I think
No,
there's
no,
52
look,
prepositions, and
look,
roughly
you can
half
use-
of them
Before,
indicate above or superior to.
Before God
you can-
created anything, when it was just God floating in non-space, was it true, if God can do things that are illogical, was it true that he could also not exist at that same time?
first of all, do you understand there is quantum logic? There is even
Oh, so you're
things
not going
beyond
to answer
logic.
the question then.
Do you understand
I
that
thought
the
it was a
logic
very
is
easy
It's very.
question.
It's
When
a,
it was
it's a
just God
very,
floating around by himself, would it be possible for him to exist and not exist at the same time?
Listen, my friend, my brain is too small.
So you're not
to
going to
really
answer the
understand.
question.
I'm
So
just
you're not
giving
gonna
you an
engage
analogy.
honestly.
I'm just
How long
giving you
should
an
we keep
analogy.
this clown up if he's not going to actually engage?
The ant's brain is so small to actually compare with a human. Your brain
Well, it's
is so
interesting 'cause
small. It's
ants
so
are better
small to
at-
compare with humans. 10,000.
Ants are better at problem solving than you. So I'm going to say that you're below the ants.
True,
How long do we
slime
want
molds
to?
are better at problem solving than you.
True. How long do we want to do? Is this entertainment for anyone to see? Kind of boring. To
If
be
we have
fair.
more guests, we should move on
We
to the
do.
next
We've got
one.
more guests. Yeah, we
By
got.
the way, I
more.
found a list of prepositions. I think that God might be above logic. He might be against logic, alongside logic, anti-logic, apropos of logic,
Logic adjacent.
atop logic, before logic. I love
Justin,
using prepositions.
You don't have to do this, but take it into account. The person named Weedish Smoke. This person, I told him that I'd bring him up on my stream.
Sure.
So, although it's not my stream, so I don't have I don't know if I have like the authority to put this guy at the front of the
All in
line.
favor, say aye.
We can
Aye.
we can send them.
Okay.
I would, before we do that, let me do one other thing. So, friends, there has been a new account, a new copycat account, pretending to be Mr. Dr. Blitz.
What?
And somebody just sent me a screenshot of the account on TikTok. So if you're watching on TikTok, if you could do us all a favor, go find this account on TikTok, Andrew Code Smith SX.
Why would they keep their username the same?
Because they're dumb. And just go report this account into the ground, friends. This is absolute nonsense. This is a
There
common
are a
occurrence.
lot of copycat accounts, by the way.
Yeah. So let's just nip this one in the bud while it's still young. It's only got 5 followers. We'll just take care of this. All right, y'all. All right, fantastic. Let's go to Weed. I'm sorry, Janet. We have one person we're going to bring up, and then we'll bring up Janet. Thanks for being patient. I appreciate it. Janet's so sweet.
Bro, that's Instagram. That's not TikTok.
You can still report it on Instagram.
Either way.
Listen, for
Oh,
my
that is
argument to
Instagram,
work,
isn't it? Yeah, fair.
yeah,
It's Instagram.
that's Instagram.
Good
For my
call,
argument
actually.
to work, I
Okay.
need live access so I can turn my camera on. And because I don't have enough followers, I can't.
That seems sus.
But listen, I have another account with live access. That
You
I
have
might come
live
on.
access. To be clear, if you didn't have live access, you couldn't be on the live.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
you just don't have
understand that, but it
camera
won't.
access.
It won't. Yeah, I don't know why I don't have camera access. I
Why
need
do you
like
need
at least
camera
50
access?
followers. Because I have a mathematical argument which debunks deep time. I have a mathematical argument
Well, why
which
don't
is
you just
based
tell us
off
it? I'm
of.
pretty good at parsing mathematics verbally, so why don't you just read it out?
Okay. Well, I feel like the audience. You're way smarter than the audience, right? So
We'll put it on a notepad
We'll write
and
it
show it
down.
to
We'll
the
all write it
audience.
down, and then we'll put it on the camera. Put it on the screen.
To
it's
be
a
fair,
lot. It's
I
a
stopped
lot.
doing
It's a lot,
complicated
guys.
math 20 years ago, so these two below me will be
Can
up
I
to
just
snuff.
comment on my alt, please?
Why would
no-
you need to? You're
no
already
one's
here.
stopping
on
you.
this
Like,
one. Why wouldn't you just
I'll
join
change
on
my
this one in the
alts.
Why wouldn't you just join on the alt in the first place? Also, you
Well,
can
I
just tell
thought-
it to us.
I
You
thought I
can
had
tell it to
camera.
us, and we'll write it down. We're worried. We're worried that you might
Dude,
show.
dude.
You might turn on your camera and show not okay things. So maybe you could just tell it to us.
Bro, you really think I do that?
Maybe
It's
I don't
happened
know
No,
you.
more
I
than
came
once.
Here's my premise of my argument, right? I'm debunking the idea that humans are like hundreds of thousands of years old. Because if you do the replacement rate, in order for your deep time theory to work, we would have to be reproduced. The replacement rate would have to be as close to 0 as possible for like 290,000 years. So what I'm doing is I'm showing
Yeah,
that
okay, I
it
know
makes
the
more
argument. I can
logical
address
sense.
it. I'm familiar with it.
It makes more logical sense on young Earth creationism.
So you recognize? Do you know what the carrying capacity of an environment is for a species?
Yes, the amount of like resources that people can have that allows them to survive.
Kind of, sort of. But the point is that for a given environment, there are a finite amount of resources in that environment. So even if the animals, whatever creatures we're talking about, are reproducing a lot, the survival rate will be sufficiently low because there's only so many resources that the population can never grow beyond a certain level. And so for most of humans' existence, because we were not technologically capable of, harnessing agriculture, harnessing husbandry, and all of these things, the carrying capacity for the environment that humans lived in was very, very small. sufficiently small, in fact, that the
Yeah.
population growth rate was effectively zero for most of human history. It's only after we came across and figured out agriculture and husbandry and we settled down to live in cities did the carrying capacity basically go away, because
Yeah.
your carrying
But the
capacity
thing
is
is-
essentially limited just by the amount of
the
land that
thing
you have
is-
access to grow food on.
The thing is that the carrying capacity argument collapses because even catastrophic population crashes every 500 years cannot stop the compound growth across
We're not talking
12,000
about-
generations.
We're not talking
The
about
reality is,
catastrophic crashes. Carrying capacity is not about reproduction rate, it's about failure to survive rate. So if you only have enough food to feed one child or to feed, say, 2 children, even if you have 6 children, 4 of them will inevitably die if you don't have enough food to feed all 6.
yes, we understand
So
that,
this has
but
nothing to do with catastrophic population reduction. This is just a natural phenomenon when you have a limited number of resources.
so you believe in 12,000 generations, right? 12,000 generations.
That
Going back
seems
to-
like
they're-
a
going back
a
three-
reasonably sized number, sure.
Going back 300k years, a generation.
Yeah,
I'm defining it
for
as
modern anatomic humans, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm defining a generation as 25 years. What you have to believe is that
Okay, but then that
Everywhere.
would be 280. Wouldn't that be 200 and... Oh no, I'm sorry, that'd be 300,000 years, you're right.
yeah, you have to say that everywhere in the world, humans couldn't find the carrying capacity was limiting them to around as closest to
Yeah.
0 children as possible for
Carrying
290,000.
capacity doesn't limit you to... No, carrying capacity... The phenomenon of a carrying capacity basically ensures, once you're at carrying capacity, that the amount of offspring produced by a, if we're talking like a if we're talking like a pair that, I can't think of the word, when you mate for life. What's the
A
word?
mating pair?
There's a word,
Monogamous?
monogamous, thank you. If we're talking about a monogamous mating pair, all carrying capacity does is ensure that the reproduction rate is exactly equal to the amount of organisms necessary to reproduce. So in this case, if you have a monogamous pair, then that means that the carrying capacity would be exactly enforce that each pair has, on average, 2 children. That's what it would be to be at the carrying capacity. It's not 0 children, it's 2 children
Yeah.
that survive to
Okay.
adulthood and are able to reproduce.
But do you have the intellectual honesty to just admit that on a young Earth timeline, if every family's having around 2.25 children, you can get to 8 billion in just 4,500 years?
Having
that
how many
doesn't follow.
kids?
4,000. You forgot about Noah.
Two
Wait, are you-
So we
and
want
two.
2.25 kids. Hold
Wait,
on, we're
yes.
actually gonna open up.
Is this
the
person a
calculator really quick.
Christian? Because
Yes,
you
I'm
got
a
to remember.
Christians, right?
Well, Noah's.
I'm a Christian.
You got to go back to Noah's flood, not back to Adam and Eve, right?
True.
Of course,
So-
yeah, it gets reset.
Yeah,
If-
yeah.
If there was no
Right, so-
resetting,
so
it would
we
be.
start off with 6. We start off with 6 people,
Yeah,
right?
I'll help you. I'll help you.
And then for
Yeah,
every
starting
2
off with 6 people.
for every 2 people, every 25 years, we have 2.25 people. Is that what's happening?
Well, it'd gonna be easier if I could just show you my camera,
Did
but
you-
it says
Did you?
it's hold on.
I'm
it
just
says
had a quick
180.
question about your equation.
Okay,
I'm
what?
not.
What's up? What's up?
I'm not running an argument.
Here's my equation, right? I'll
I just-
explain it.
I
8
just-
billion.
By the
Well,
way,
I
I just
just-
I
computed
promise
the.
I just want to ask a quick question though. Does your equation take into account that people die?
Yes, of
checking.
course. It takes into account, of course, because that was always the most common complaint that you guys would give me.
Yeah. of
But
course.
here's
obvious.
the actual equation, right? Starting with 6
So
people,
what? It's
Noah,
P
his
of
wife, his 3 sons,
4,500.
and their wife, 4,500 years ago. What the equation
Yeah,
is
so,
8
so
billion.
that actually gets you to 9.7 billion, not 8 billion.
But I think you just did it wrong. But
No,
can
I
I,
did it
can I
right.
please just
So you
can
start
I
off-
please
you
just
start
give
off
me
with
the
6 people.
equation?
You start off with 6 people, and then you increase by 12.5% every 25 years. That's 8
Listen,
billion, or that's
just let me-
9.67 billion.
Can I just give you the equation that it's on my screen? So I have
Okay,
8 billion. 8 billion equals 6 for the 6 people. Noah, his wife, 3 sons, and their wives. 8 billion equals 6 times parentheses 1 plus r to the power of 180 for 180 generations. Which is of course 180 generations of 25 years, each over 4,500 years ago.
So what's your R value here?
If you divide,
12.5%?
I think the r value is the replacement rate.
Yeah.
if
it
you
should be
divide
12.5%.
Right, if you divide both sides by 6, you get 1 billion 333.
Wait a minute. So it should be 12.5%, right, for 2.25 kids?
I'll see if I can find. Yeah, 12.4% growth per generation.
Oh, okay. So it's not 2.25 kids. It's 2.4. It's 2.24 kids. Got it.
Yeah. So
Well, if you
okay,
do
that's still
2.24 kids,
that's Blitz.
if you do
Blitz,
2.24
that's still
kids, then that means that you're going to have a population of 4.34 billion after 4,500 years.
Blitz. That still makes way more sense than having it as close to zero as possible for
So you can
290
solve for the
years.
exact replacement rate so that you get exactly 8 billion. That's fine. That's called algebra. It doesn't imply that the replacement rate is constant. We know that it hasn't been constant.
Of course, it's not
It
constant. But
it also is just assuming that the replacement rate, yeah, it assumes that the replacement rate is constant. It assumes that that's the correct replacement rate that has been historical, which isn't, by the way. We know what we know what the population growth rate has been. We can estimate it
the population
over the last
growth
10,000
rate.
years, and it's
It also
very,
doesn't
very
take into
irregular.
account mass extinction events. Like we
Listen,
have
yeah,
in
I mean,
recorded
like,
history.
It's just all sorts of
a
messed up.
brief
Like, it's just
example
not a correct
is
Start
piece
Blitz.
of
in the
Sir
calculation.
late
Blitz.
Bronze Age, the Hittite Empire was literally cut in half by a bubonic plague, and that plague also existed in Egypt.
Okay.
So, like, large mass
Do-
extinction events is
you
obviously
guys-
going to affect these numbers.
Do you guys take into account wars as well?
Mr.
Yeah.
Blitz, would you be willing to consider the fact that actually, when you set the equation up, there's going to be some solution to it? Doesn't that
Who
prove?
No.
would have thunk?
Ian-
In fact, actually,
Ian, you're straw
in fact,
manning
we
my
can do this for
argument.
300,000 years. It turns out.
Wait, sorry. What's the justification for choosing the exact replacement rate that you chose?
That's what it's like always been. Like humans have been usually having
Oh,
like
it's
at
just
least.
always been
It's
that.
just always been.
No,
Yeah, what's
no,
the
no.
source
Listen,
that says
listen,
that
listen.
it's always been?
They've understood for a
Go
long
ahead and
time that
provide
if,
the source for that.
they've understood at a long time that if you have the more children you have, the more children they're gonna have, right? So that's
Obviously,
how that's
Do you
how
think
yeah,
that's
but
the
how do you
source? Do you
replace
think
that
it's
number?
like- yeah,
The point I'm
the more
making-
children you have, the
the
more
point I'm
children they're going to
making-
have. Therefore, it must be this exact precise number.
No, the
What?
point I'm making is
How would that follow?
that on deep time you have to assume the most
Not a source.
extreme.
Wait, sorry. Whoa. I know you're going to try to scramble away from this. What's the source that justifies that exact number?
That's how it's always been for like all of human history, dude.
According
What do
to
you
which
mean?
source? Which source says that?
Okay, are the Bible. All right, Adam and Eve had 2 sons. There you go.
Where
that's
in the
almost
Bible does it say
2.25.
what 2.25?
You don't. It doesn't say the math, but you can do the math.
I'm sorry.
How
How
do
many
you arrive at
children
the
did
number?
Math is everywhere.
how many children did Jacob have?
I think 12.
Yeah, that's not very close to 2.25, is it?
Plus Dinah.
Yeah, but actually that would help us, like, cause it's got to be above 2, right? If it's 2.25, it's
How many
gotta
children
be
did
above
Abel
2.
have?
None. He died.
Yeah, he did. That's right.
Right. And you guys said wars, right? Wars, famine. Well, you got a problem.
Okay,
on your
wait.
hands. There's no
I want to flag this for the audience. This guy's using this exact number. He has literally no justification. He's choosing this number because it's
Look.
how you make the equation work.
Look,
Yeah.
someone in the audience did it. They said the 300K year hypothesis would be 0.0003 children per family. That is the extremes you have to
No,
believe.
I
if you believe
actually
in deep time.
worked out the math.
Variable.
It's a growth rate of 0.18% per generation. But the point is
Listen.
that the growth rate was basically 0 for most of human history.
Right.
Because the human population was at carrying capacity, which is a well understood biological and environmental phenomenon.
Yeah,
the,
like,
the host.
think about how many animals right now are endangered and they need human intervention to not go extinct because they're not reproducing enough to offset the
Yeah, think about
predation.
pandas. We have to show
and-
panda porn.
Right. So
Right,
like,
there's obviously a lot of factors, and you
There was-
mentioned war.
there was
as one of
obviously
them,
a point
right?
in time where
War is not-
humans
no,
were
that-
being preyed upon just like
War
other
is not
animals.
the issue.
Right. No, but
Disease is
I
not
know
the
it's
issue.
not.
The
I know
issue
it's
is
not an
environmental
issue.
carrying capacity.
I understand that, but he mentioned wars, and I want to point out there's no evidence of a
You
single
mentioned
war.
wars.
There's no evidence of a single war going back over 6,000 years.
Nobody's talking
Okay. Are you
about
out of
war.
your
You're
mind?
the only one who brought it up.
Name a war that happened over that long
Nobody's
ago.
talking about wars. You're the only one who brought it up.
Well, wars, Well, give me an evidence of a famine that happened. That 10,000 years
Nobody
ago.
brought up
or over
famine
that.
either. Justin brought up
Okay,
disease.
bring up a mass extinction event that happened over
Disease.
10,000 years ago. Which
Disease.
disease?
we don't-
Literally, we know that malaria has killed more people than any one thing in human existence, right? And you can look this up. I think I'll go get the exact number for you. How many people have died from malaria?
It's like a disgusting percentage.
We actually have a lot of geological evidence too that there were mass extinction events from volcanic
So-
activity.
It's so apparently epidemiologists and historians estimate that it's in the tens of billions of people have died from malaria. Total.
Of course, because they believe in deep time. So they multiply the human population by what they think the average kill rate of malaria is. But the problem is you have to actually show the evidence for deep time. And that's what I haven't seen yet.
Oh,
you
the
want
evidence-
the evidence for deep time? Because we
Well,
have plenty, we can share it with you.
yeah, let's go.
Well,
Let's actually do some of the evidence, right? Like, what do you make of, I don't know, for example, all of the fossils that we can radiometrically date back to hundreds of
Right.
thousands of years?
Hundreds of millions of years.
Well, the thing is, you gotta take into account all the other ways an element's half-life can decay.
Tell me,
right.
What are the other ways that a uranium atom could turn into a lead atom?
God wills it to
Weathering.
be so.
Weathering,
Abracadabra.
erosion.
Weathering doesn't affect
Natural
atomic
disasters.
composition.
Nope.
Okay, listen,
Natural
let's if I were to
disasters
pour
doesn't affect atomic
if I were to pour acid on a fossil and then a scientist were to measure its half-life 100 years later, they would determine that it's
we're
way
talking about
older than it
uranium
actually
You're
here.
is.
confusing carbon dating with radiometric dating.
Well, the point I'm saying is that there are other ways an element's half-life can decay
Like how?
than just time.
How can
Than
you-
We're
just
asking
time.
you how.
Yeah, so tell me.
We're not
what
asking
are the
about
other
carbon
ways that you
14.
what are the other ways that a uranium atom could change into a lead atom besides just waiting?
Well, I brought up weathering,
God.
erosion, natural disasters.
Weathering and erosion don't affect a uranium atom's decay
Okay,
into
no,
lead.
how do you know that?
Can,
How do you-
just to get like
Let's-
a haymaker on this dude's ethos, can you provide a source that says that weathering and erosion lead to uranium decaying into lead quicker?
I can certainly look for one after I respond to Blitz, right? Think about it
Of
this way,
course, right.
Blitz.
Guys, I
in-
suspect
you're-
we're never
you're
going to get
try-
a source for this claim.
Blitz, you're trying to analyze the inside of this rock or this fossil, right? The inside of it, the internals of it. Well, in
No,
order
we're
to get
not.
to the
No, that's not
What
how
are
you
you- what are you
radiometrically
trying
date
to-
a fossil.
what are you trying to date? Which
The
part
way that you
of a fossil?
radiometrically date a fossil is you look at nearby surrounding rock matrix and then you look for zircon crystals that would have uranium and lead in it, and then you would date those.
Okay,
I'm trying to date your mom, by the way.
Ayo.
you have to but you have to actually, in order for the element to be exposed to the other forces in the world, there
No,
has
the
to
element's
be
not exposed to the other forces in the world. It's trapped in a zircon crystal.
okay, but stuff seeps into the ground, right? You know, the earth,
Yeah,
all
stuff
these different
doesn't
forces
seep into
are
a
working with
zircon
each other.
crystal
How do you know that?
because they're crystalline structures. There aren't gaps in a crystalline structure. It's a crystal.
All right. Well, how are you determining that this means it's this amount of years old?
Oh,
Do you
now
know
we
that the
put it in.
oldest tree? Do you know the oldest tree in the world is 4,500 years old, Methuselah?
Do you know how
Shouldn't it be
Actually, quite a
older?
bit older than
radiometric
that.
dating works?
Yeah, the oldest tree in the world is actually quite a bit older than that. Anyway,
But
so I take
shouldn't
you're
it be-
dodging
but
away from
shouldn't it
this
be
claim
older?
that- Hold on. So we just smoke. You did say that you would address my question, and then afterwards you would go find a source that Ian asked you for, which was a source for the claim that weathering and erosion can affect the decay rate of uranium. So I'd love to hear about that source.
Okay. Before I get there, do you think that weathering and erosion can affect the decay rate of other elements?
It literally
Be
cannot
honest.
affect the decay rate of radiometric
Of other
any
el-
sort of radiometric decay.
So I think
But
what you're
other than
confusing.
K.
Wait, just hold on. You're confusing a talking point that's popular in apologetic circles, which is that weather and erosion, primarily water, can affect carbon-14 contained in some sort of natural, organic compound. That's not the same thing as what Blitz and Ian are talking about right now.
Okay.
By the
then
way,
elaborate.
just as an important point, how long ago do you think the flood happened?
Well, however the Bible says it happened, I believe it. Like, I'll have to look it
Roughly
up.
4,500 years, I think, right?
Yeah, give or take. And
Give or take
again,
what?
if you have, well, yeah, I mean the math adds up, right? If you get to,
It adds up to around
if you get
4,500 years.
in the Roman Empire at 0 AD, you get built 50 million people. You can easily get from the flood to 50 million people at least by just
So-
having like 2 children each generation.
So if you pay attention to Archbishop Usher's chronology, the traditional year in which the flood happened is 2348 BC, when Noah was 600 years old. Do you believe that or not?
I believe whatever the official biblical timeline is.
2348 BC is when
I've
the
got
flood was supposed
Usher's
to happen.
Usher's
If that's what
Annals
the
of the
Bible
World. If you want
says,
me to
sure.
give you the
Well,
justification.
the Bible
for
doesn't
it.
say anything
But
about
wait,
the Earth being 6,000 years old.
before
either.
you guys straw man me here's what I actually believe
Not
about the
straw
flood. I,
manning
believe,
you. I'm referring to
I don't
Archbishop
I don't
Oscar's
bel-
chronology.
I don't necessarily believe that the flood affected Mount Everest or kangaroos in Australia because I believe humans were only
No, I'm
living in
not
the
asking
Middle East
that.
at that time.
So if the flood happened in 4328, or sorry, 2348 BC, that would be around 4,300 years ago. Now, do you know
Okay.
how old the oldest tree is?
Well, they
The
claim
oldest
Methuselah
known
is 40.
non-clonal organism?
They claim that they claim Methuselah is 4,800 years old, but it's awfully close to 4,500.
It's not. Methuselah is not 4,800. Prometheus was the oldest tree. It was
Okay,
cut down,
well,
but it was the
you
oldest tree.
can't.
It's 4,862 years old at least, and it was cut down in
All right.
1964.
Okay.
So that would be about
Sure.
4,900 years. It would have germinated around 4,000 or 2,900 BC,
Sure.
around 550 years before the flood. So why didn't the flood kill Prometheus?
Sure, that's a good argument,
That's
but
sure is
have
not an
you
answer.
have
Why
you
didn't the
have
flood
you
kill
con- have you
Prometheus?
considered how close 4,900 years is to 4,500 years?
It's 400
I mean, really,
years
that's
difference. That's not
right.
close
But
at
who?
all.
But then that brings up the second question: who's determining that this is actually 400 years older than what it could have actually been?
We're
So you have
counting
to
rings.
who determined that one ring equals what X amount of years?
Dendrochronologists.
And how do we verify if they're correct about their ring calculations? Right?
So
I know you guys.
So the lovely thing about
Imagine
Prometheus
being
and Methuselah is
skeptical
that
about
these are
fucking tree
confirmed
rings and not
ages.
God.
So they've been cross dated. So they are
Listen,
quite certain.
I'm not skeptical that maybe a tree ring indicates something. I'm questioning what X amount of ring equals X amount of years, right?
So cross
it could
dating
be
uses multiple tree growths in the surrounding area, and as a consequence, you can be very certain. And in fact, like this is
Okay.
what dendrochronologists say.
But here's
that
my-
cross dating can date a wood sample to a precision of 1 year.
And
Okay, but here's
coral
my
rings too, by
question.
the way. You know we can count coral rings, right?
is that in the water?
Yeah.
Cool.
Not only do they have yearly rings, they have daily rings.
That's cool. That still doesn't indicate that the Earth is billions of years old.
Actually, it
Now,
does.
here's
you
my
want to hear
question.
how? Want to hear how?
No, well, you actually can't because there's no tree that has billions of rings.
No,
right?
the coral. Coral. You want to hear how?
Sure.
Focus.
This is one of my favorite deep time facts. Okay, so the theory with the moon is that because of the location and speed of the moon orbiting, it causes
Yeah, it was another planet, right?
no, it causes tidal friction. Tidal friction means that our planet is going to be turning slower over time, which means in the past it would have been turning faster. And there's actually calculation. There's easy mathematical calculations based on tidal friction as to like when we go back 1,000,000 years, 200 million years, how fast the Earth should have been moving. So that's just a starting point. Now, the interesting thing is when you compare geological dating, we can find fossilized coral in geological layers that are dated to particular time periods. So they've taken coral that has been discovered in a layer of Earth that's been dated to, say, 200 million years, like the Denovian period, and said, okay, well, it must be true that in this particular time period, the day would have been this long. It would have been a 19-hour day or 20-hour day, a 22-hour day because of tidal friction. And so they've found little coral fossils inside of rock from that time period and then counted the daily rings to see how many, or how much days were in a year. And it checks out. And when you do the calculation, the number of days in a year comes out to exactly what it should have been for the time period based on the mathematical friction calculation. So like we have so many ways of verifying deep time. Like it's not a debatable topic anymore.
You didn't let me answer my other question. What I asked is if
You want
deep time
to
were
answer
true.
your own?
Yes, but I will. But if deep time is true, why are the two oldest trees like? Why do they fit in 6,000 years? Shouldn't there be trees older than like 10,000 years? If
No.
your
Why-
theory were true.
The better question is, how did the trees survive the flood?
Well, maybe you're just doing the dates wrong. Maybe they're actually 4,400 years
Well,
old.
then if they're doing the
Like,
dates wrong, why should they fit into 6,000 years rather than 10,000 years or 50,000 years
Yeah.
or 2,000 years?
And if
Probably
trees
not
can't
2,000 years.
survive a flood, why are we expecting a tree from 20,000 years ago to still exist? They're obviously
Well,
not
again,
that hardy.
I don't necessarily even believe the flood touched every place on Earth. I believe it only
Well, the
wiped out where
Bible says it
humans
did.
lived. Well, Bible also uses hyperbole, right? When it says global, I mean, I think it was global in the sense that it wiped out everyone except for one family. I don't believe it affected Mount Everest or
Wait,
kangaroos
how
in
did it wipe
Australia.
out the people in like the indigenous people of Australia?
They weren't living there at the time. No one lived there yet.
Oh, that's weird.
Here-
Because
here's-
we see like
here's what
there-
happened.
we see stuff that they left behind that's tens of thousands of years old there.
Yeah, well, and again, who's determining it's tens of thousands of years old?
Scientists
here's-
who
here-
are more well trained to evaluate the data than you or I are.
Here's the
Yeah,
thing, right?
This isn't like a complicated thing. The Bible just clearly disagrees with you. It says that all the waters swelled so mightily on the earth that all of the high mountains under the whole heaven were covered, which means it was
And again,
all the mountains under heaven were covered. That's a global flood.
and again, that's not even too far fetched though, because if you just
I
look, if
didn't-
you look at the Earth,
Well, I
If you
didn't
look
say
at
it
the
was
Earth emoji-
far-fetched. Well, first of all, I think it is, but that wasn't my claim. My claim is that your claim obviously isn't true if you believe the Bible. It wasn't a regional flood.
okay, it's a global flood. Doesn't change
Oh, there
anything
you
for
go.
me. If you want to look at the evidence for the global flood, you can just look at the fact that 70% of Earth's surface is covered in water, and
So what?
the other water makes up all life on Earth. Their bodies, right? The other water also
So what?
makes up the trees and vegetation and the water system and the atmosphere.
What's
So
gotta do-
I believe
there's
there's
enough water in the organisms on the Earth to flood the Earth.
Of course there is.
There's not.
Wait, hold on.
That's the
If,
stupidest
if,
thing you've said
hold on,
all
hold on, hold on.
conversation.
what if, okay, let's say there's not enough water to cover the entire Earth completely at once, but what if God just uses the water to cover certain parts of the Earth all at a certain time, and so he doesn't have to cover it all at once. He can move the water around the
Well,
Earth.
then the Bible
to
would be
wipe out
wrong.
everything.
The Bible
it wouldn't.
says that all of the mountains were covered at the same time.
So
Where's it say at the
apparently,
same time?
by the way, the total amount of water contained in all biological organisms on the planet makes up roughly 0.0001% of the total water on Earth.
Okay,
That's a
So it's
crazy
not
code.
enough to cover the continents.
then factor in the atmosphere, and because there's water in the atmosphere, factor in the water
Okay.
cycle, factor in all the trees around, all the clouds around the
It-
world that are absorbing water and precipitation.
So the amount of water in the atmosphere is about 0.001%. So it's about 10 times more than the water in the
Now
organisms.
factor in
It's
all the
still
water
less
in the
than,
vegetation.
less than 1/100%.
Now factor in all the vegetation.
Vegetation are included in the first number I gave you.
Okay.
Bro just made stuff up. Like honestly.
No,
Have you
not
bothered
really.
to look
Like,
into any of this, or are you just like reading bad
Bro.
apologetic websites?
So if
No,
all
like,
of the
I'm-
water
I'm-
vapor in the atmosphere were to instantly cover the surface of the Earth, the sea
Yeah, I
level would
get it. It
rise by
wouldn't be
about
a
1
lot.
inch, by the way.
I get it. I wouldn't be a lot. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the fact that you have a planet like a plane, because I'm a flat earther. I don't believe in planets. I
Fucking
believe in
of course you
planes. If you factor in all the
Yeah.
water on the plane, the fact that you don't think it's miraculous to like this amount of water, and you think it all came from ice comets, right? Ice asteroids, complete
No, not
nonsense.
necessarily.
That's what
Some
I've
of it could have
heard.
formed
That's
with Earth.
really. Oh yeah, because you have a hydrogen. So how much hydrogen and oxygen would you have to have?
Some
Yeah.
fixed amount.
You'd have to have a lot. wouldn't
Somewhere
you?
between 0 and 100% of the water on Earth worth.
But I've heard from people who believe in science that they also believe that ice comets hit the Earth. So they believe
that's-
the amount of
that's
ice
one
comets it would
idea.
take. Right, it's a stupid idea. I hope you agree that it's stupid.
You know what else is a stupid idea? Thinking the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I'm not
the
here
far
making
more
fun of
plausible
you.
explanation here is that God sacrificed himself to himself to save us from himself after the woman made from the rib was coerced by the talking snake to eat from the magic tree. You know, that's a much more sensible idea.
Wait, hold
than
on,
ice
hold on, hold
comets
on. Hold
giving
on, do
rise
parrots
to
talk?
water.
Hold on, do parrots talk? Yeah, they do.
Depends what
don't
you mean
they?
by talk. Like, they certainly make sounds that mimic human sounds.
Right.
Do you think snakes
If you,
have
if you
the
take
vocal
talk to
cords
be
for
something that
speech?
has like intentionality behind it,
I think.
Also, to be
well,
clear,
not.
parrots aren't snakes, dumbass.
Here's the thing. I think snakes used to have legs, but that they don't have them anymore. So maybe they had vocal cords back then. I don't know.
Actually, some of them
Snakes
still
have
have legs.
I mean, you guys don't question. You guys think we're talking apes, and you don't question that. So what's so far fetched?
We're in the classification of apes.
Right,
apes-
I understand you believe that.
Apes could actually talk if they had the brain structure for it. They had the vocal box for it, like other apes.
Right, they're not made in the image.
But
Of course, we know this.
They didn't develop the same brain as we
But
did.
snakes are. That's why snakes could talk.
No, I believe only one snake could talk. The snake that
Just
one
Satan
snake.
possessed.
Just one snake. Why that one
No,
snake?
the snake that's Satan possessed.
It doesn't say that Satan possessed a snake in Genesis.
It's implied. You gotta have a
Actually,
third eye.
Implied.
I actually don't think
You
it's
have-
implied.
Host, you have to have a third eye.
This
You have
is
to have
so
your third
funny.
eye open.
This is obviously
read the-
now a troll. This person's not for real. Talk
I
about
am for
fucking
real.
Third eyes.
Yeah, no, because I believe it's all. I
Hey,
believe in synchronicity.
Just a
I
quick
believe in
question.
synchronicity.
Do you think that if two things are the same shape, that they're the same thing?
No, of course not.
Okay, just checking. I just gotta check. Have you
Who
ever
would
heard of
believe something
Trogdor?
like that? What's that? What's that?
Apparently it's what the snake was like before he was kicked out of the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, it's what
Bro,
they
you
looked
guys
like
are bringing
before.
you guys are bringing up fan fiction, right? I want to have an actual
Ironic.
Dude, if I have my camera on, I could show you that if you had
I'm sure
a
you
normal
could.
replacement rate, if you had a normal replacement rate going back 300,000
so we're-
years.
Wait. So we're doing the
No,
young Earth creationist
you
reset. Got it.
didn't. Hold on. You didn't let me bring up this one point. If you had the normal replacement rate for that long, the amount of humans that would be alive today in the year
Why would the
2026 would be
replacement
more.
rate be constant?
would-
That's stupid.
Of course, that's stupid. But even if it's not constant,
It's crazy.
even if it's not
in
constant,
modern
the amount
like,
of people.
civilian life with like hospitals and the best technology in the world, why would we think that people a long time ago had a better replacement rate? We're
Well,
living
actually,
way longer.
Actually, people who believe in
Or
deep
have
time.
more children
they-
survive to adulthood.
People who believe in deep time believe that they were having like 6 children, but only 2 survived, or 1 survived. Yes, they
that
do.
To be
is-
clear,
that's a provable
That
fact.
happened like 300 years ago.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
so the point is, what's happening today is not what happened 1,000 years ago. What happened 1,000 years ago is not what
Right.
happened a million years
point-
ago.
the point I'm
These
making is that if
replacement
you-
rates vary greatly over time.
The point I'm making is if you have a normal replacement rate going back that long, the population today would be more atoms in the observable universe. There'd be more humans and
That's
observable
not
atoms. in the
true.
Yeah.
universe.
So
It is
so
true.
there's- so
And if you
there's-
let me, it is true, host. And if you let me come on my,
That's not true because the atoms that make up humans don't come into existence from nothing. They're already here on the Earth. Go ahead, Blitz.
So one of two things
Oh
must
my
be
gosh.
false. Either there's no such thing as deep time, or your replacement rate assumption is incorrect. And we know for a fact that the replacement rate assumption is incorrect. So why would we assume that deep time is also incorrect?
well, you also believe it was close to 0 for hundreds of thousands of years.
Wait, are we saying replacement rate or growth
is
rate?
fantasy.
Because my understanding is that if the growth rate is like
Close to
small but
zero.
positive, then the replacement rate is going to be like a bit over 2.
Yeah.
So
He just
we think
doesn't
that the
understand the
growth rate
difference.
was close to 0, but the replacement rate would be slightly above 2.
No. They believe
yeah.
I kind of
that.
suspect weed is confusing the growth rate with the replacement rate.
Yep.
The growth rate is
Oh my
0.7
gosh,
if
you
it's
guys are so
2.7 replacement rate.
No, 2 points. 2
No, it'd be
point, would be
0.35.
2.7.
Oh, right,
Right.
yeah.
No, that's modern. That's modern reproduction rate. I'm talking
No.
about ancient
No,
deep.
he was giving
time.
you an example of how the math works.
The math doesn't work. You have to.
Oh
You
my
have to
gosh.
assume. You have to assume the most
It's like-
extreme
Have
possibility.
you guys seen the movie Idiocracy?
Yeah, we're in it right now.
Yeah. You're so
it's-
much smarter, Blitz, but yet
Yeah.
you believe in an obvious fantasy.
Ironic.
Indeed.
The irony is lost.
What's
on me.
ironic? Is it ironic that like most
you
of
believe
the
in
ancient
literal
world?
magic, by the way. I don't know if you're aware of that. You
okay,
think
cool.
In the first day,
Cool.
God said abracadabra, and then the heavens and the earth appeared, and then he waited a couple of days, and he said alakazam, and then humans appeared. That's like unironically what you believe.
Okay, cool. Okay, then why does the rest of the ancient world agree with me? Why
Because
does
they
the
believe in
ancient
magic
world?
too.
They don't.
Why does hold on? But why does the ancient world have myths that parallel the Bible?
I find it so funny
They
that
don't.
young Earth creationists, flat earthers, and so on, they're like, Yeah, but what about these ancient people? They were right about things, and then at the same time, they're like, the ancient people couldn't have built pyramids. They needed to have space giants.
Yeah.
Well,
What do you think these
I
steps
don't.
are, Blitz? Perfect for a giant.
What about this obvious
They're not
hoax
terraces. I'll tell you
photograph?
that. They're not terraces.
He knows what I'm talking about. Crazy.
So who built the pyramids?
The Nephilim.
Okay,
No
so
fucking way.
so then why so if the Egyptians couldn't even build stacks of rocks, why should we put any faith in what they believed?
Well, because number one, they were alive when Genesis was happening. So you
Funny
like
you bring
the
that up.
the
So
Bible
when-
mentions
It
Egypt.
turns out we actually have written records throughout the entire history, from stretching from the Old Kingdom of ancient Egypt all the way through the Greek period. And there's no break during which a flood happens, which is funny because Egypt is right next to, you know,
How
what
old do
would
you
have
think
been
it
called
was?
the land of Israel, if you will.
Yeah, how old do you
So-
think Egypt is?
At around 5,000 years old is when the
Cool. So
Old Kingdom
it's
formed, if I remember correctly.
Well, we have written records from that long ago, but we don't really know exactly
Bro.
when people started settling there. We know that they settled there pretty early.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm talking about the continuous written records that we have.
Right.
So we have continuous written records spanning the entire period during which a flood would have happened. So how were they writing things if they were drowning? Did they have waterproof pens?
you obviously know I don't believe that. You obviously know I believe that the dates are the calendar, whatever you want to call it. It's just mixed up,
Oh, okay.
right?
So you're telling me that the Old Kingdom, which, again, we have written records from them. This is far better than what we have for any of your claims. We have written records. We have lengths of
Bro,
reigns. So like
you're
XYZ Pharaoh reigned for XYZ years. We have
You're acting like
dates that we can correlate with those reigns. We have
You're acting
all
like
of this
their
very
records-
explicit written information, and you're like, no, that's
you,
made up.
you're, but the way you're framing it, Blitz, you're trying to tell the audience that they on their records that they wrote down they had a calendar, they had years, they had a date.
They did have a calendar, yeah.
Yeah,
And they would often,
but
and
the
in their
calendar
writings,
is not
they
the
would often
same.
write things like in the 12th year of the reign of Djoser, for example. And so you can just going back from when we do have calendar dates from the Greek period in ancient Egypt, you can just track back the dynasties because
You
we know how
can't-
long we know how long each pharaoh reigned, for example.
Right.
You can just go backwards
But-
like that very, very easily.
But you're looking at it from a Gregorian perspective, which you have to get
I
rid
have
of.
no idea
when-
what that means. We're just looking at it from the
Gregorian
length of a
calendar.
year. The Gregorian
You know the
calendar is
Gregorian calendar?
it doesn't matter what calendar you use.
It does, because if you're trying to
It
assume
really
things
doesn't.
with a modern calendar, you're going to come to absurd conclusions.
They didn't use modern numbers to reference the date. They used the reign of a given pharaoh or a
Okay.
given, king.
Well,
Yeah, which
Well,
actually
you're
brings
sa-
up a good point because the biblical timeline fucks this thing all the way up. Like it says that Jesus was born in Matthew prior to the death of Herod, and we know that couldn't happen because Luke says 10 to 12 years later he was born during the census of Quirinius, but Herod had already been dead for approximately 10 years before that census was taken. How was he born twice?
Well, I'll tell you this. The way we know that Jesus was born in 4 BC is because Jesus was born 4,000 years after the creation day. And the way we know that is because God created the sun, the actual physical sun, on the 4th day. 4 represents light.
Now I know he's a troll.
No, I'm not a troll.
There's no way this is a real person. I refuse to
I
believe this is a
believe-
real person.
There's no way you're
No,
gonna
I
say,
believe
he
in
created the sun
synchronicity.
SON and the sun SUN on the
No,
fourth
no, he
on the
he
fourth unit of
created-
time.
no. The Bible, 2 Peter 3:8 says,
This
"A
is
day to
this
the
actually
Lord."
this is wild.
A day
It
to
says
the
a day
Lord-
to the Lord is like 1,000 years. It didn't say that it is
Right.
1,000 years. You can't just say, was Jesus in the ground for 1,000 years?
No, dude, I don't believe that.
No,
Stop
yeah,
strumming.
because you can't just use
It's gross.
numbers and multiply them by 1,000 when you feel like it. That's not how that works.
No, this is how God is telling his story. I'm
No,
just
it's not how
showing you
God's telling the
Bible.
story.
You know the creation date is 4004 BC. So
According
out
to
of
the
the-
Bible, it's about 4,004, but that doesn't fix the problem. The problem is that Jesus was born prior to the death of Herod. That's in Matthew chapter 2.
Well,
So,
what I got-
and then
what's-
it says in Luke chapter 2 that Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius. Those events are at least 10 years apart.
Well, factor in that Jesus was born in 4 BC first.
I did. Yeah, 4 BCE was when Herod died, so he had to be born prior to the death of Herod. Matthew says he was.
Okay, then Matthew's right.
Then Luke's wrong.
What does Luke say?
Luke says, I don't know why I have to say it 3 times, that he was born during the census of Quirinius. It says, in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus to all the world to be registered. This
Right.
was the first registration that was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. Do you know when Quirinius was governor?
No.
He was governor after Herod the Great's son
Okay.
was deposed. Herod the Great's son took over for Herod the Great. That was Archelaus. Herod Archelaus, right?
So you think it's
He was deposed in 6 BC or in 6 CE and replaced with Quirinius. So
you
what
think
that
it's
means,
impossible?
what that means is you can't be born prior to the death of Herod and then get born again after Herod was dead.
Well, I just have to say 2 things. Number 1, I know way more about the Old Testament than the New Testament. But number 2,
I guarantee you don't.
number 2.
Well, he might know
There's
more
no
about the Old
reason-
Testament than he knows about the New Testament.
If he knows nothing about the New Testament.
Yeah.
There's no reason why the Roman government couldn't have 2 censuses
Not
at
while
around at the same time.
Not while Quirinius was governor. We know exactly when Quirinius was governor. And it was after Herod was dead.
Do you have other sources to back that up
The Bible.
besides the Bible?
Yeah, the Bible
I
is
don't think the Bible.
Well,
I
we
want-
could also use Josephus, but in the Bible, when they are in Egypt, they're told by an angel to go back. It says Joseph got up and took the child and his mother and went to the land of Israel. But when he had heard that Archelaus was ruling in Judea in place of his father, he was afraid to go. So Archelaus took over for his father when he died, which is also, it's there in the text. It says, get up and go, take the child and his mother and go to the land of Israel, for those seeking the child's life are dead, meaning the death of Herod, right? Verse 19, Herod died, his son Archelaus took over. Now, we know from Josephus and from other histories and pretty much all Roman histories that Archelaus was ruling Judea, and then he was deposed by the Roman government, and he was given a different assignment, and then Quirinius took the assignment up in the northern Palestinian territory. So he took over the territory of Galilee, and while he was governor of Galilee and the surrounding region like Syria, they had a census. That census was in 6 CE, roughly the first year that he started ruling.
Yeah, I'll be honest, guys. I don't know enough about the New Testament to answer this, but if it's in the Bible, it's not wrong. It's just that there's an alternative
Well,
explanation. You
It's a
guys aren't looking
contradiction,
at, or
so
you don't
something has to
wanna
be
see,
wrong.
Or
Does a
you're
hyrax
not-
eat its own? Does a hyrax chew its cud?
Dude, a hyrax could have done anything thousands of years ago. It could have.
So
They could have.
you believe in
changed
evolution
eating
now?
patterns.
So to be clear, you're saying a hyrax could have done your mom thousands of years ago?
Ian, you're not funny.
Heyo.
Even the guests on the panel aren't laughing.
I mean, I
The only
smile.
thing deeper in time on this stream right now seems to be Guest's mom.
Ian, who raised you for you to end up being the way that you became?
Tony Hawk.
You do this
I'm
every day.
sick
It's a
as fuck.
grift. It's a grift. It's a grift. You're doing this for a
I
grift.
don't know what you think that word means.
Grifter?
Yeah.
You are a grifter.
What do you think that word means?
It means that you're doing this for money.
Oh, do
Wait,
you think
so-
I don't actually believe in atheism?
Hold on. To be clear, does that mean that like every employee is a grifter?
Apparently,
Well,
and pastors too. Do you think pastors
You're not
doing
being
it,
you're not being employed.
getting
by
paid is a
TikTok.
problem?
What's happening is that other atheists are donating to you because they think you guys are their messiahs. Even
But
though
you do think that I believe in atheism, right? So a grifter is somebody who professes things that they don't actually believe in order to get money. If I actually believe the things, then it would just categorically wouldn't be grifting.
All right, Ethan, do you believe that you came from Luca?
It's
Did he
Ian.
just say
Ian-
Ethan?
Ian, I'm sorry, Ian. Ian, do you believe
Reading
that we
is hard
came
for
from
this
Lu-
guy.
Do you believe that we came from Luca,
By Luca, you mean what? The last universal
the
common
last
ancestor?
universal common ancestor? Yes.
Yeah, presumably. I mean,
Well, in
Okay.
fact, trivially true.
yeah.
Okay, sure. Did Luca evolve a brain or a heart first? Because you need both to function.
You need neither to function. Bacteria have neither, and they function.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
You're gonna have like
well,
some mechanism to do like proto respiration.
okay. So if
But
Luca
that's
isn't
even that you would only need if you have like blood.
Yeah.
okay, so if Luca,
So the Luca prior to Luca for us, like there was already like blood pumping and brains.
yeah.
Well, to be clear, Luca was a bacteria or something like it.
Oh,
Okay,
you
so
mean
so
not the direct ancestor of humans then? You mean
No,
just
the last
so-
universal common ancestor of all
of
living
all
organisms.
living things? Yeah, never mind.
Okay,
that's
so
different.
if Luca isn't a multicellular organism, did the first multicellular organism, let's just call it Muka, did Muka evolve a brain or a heart first? Because you need both to function.
Probably
mul-
neither.
Most multicellular organisms have neither.
Yeah,
So
so
I'm talking about the first.
the first
The
multicellular
first would have had
organisms
neither.
had like a tube running through them, kind of like worms. And
No, not even. They were just like clusters of cells.
Well, yeah, I mean
You have to
the
go back
ones
even further.
the ones that did develop like
Oh, the ones that had
respiratory
specialized
and-
cells, yeah.
Let's-
Yeah.
You're aware for your theory to work, you have to have the male and female sexual reproduction system evolve. at
Pivot.
exactly
So he
the
got
same
blown the
time.
fuck out on that point. Now he's pivoting to this.
No,
Are
I
you
didn't.
are you
If you
familiar
want me
with
to
like
go
the
back-
evolution of
if
like
you
the
want me to
sexual
go back-
mechanisms? Like,
if you want me to
whoa,
go
let's
back-
just calm
No,
down
he doesn't
there.
know how to read, remember?
Whoa, let's
It's
just
a
calm down
chicken.
there.
It's a chicken and
Just
the
chill
egg
out.
situation
Whoa.
that an
Dial
evolutionist
it
has
down,
no answer
dipshit.
to.
It's
It's a chicken and the egg
calm down
situation
there.
that the evolutionist has no answer to.
Let's mellow
Did-
out, mouth breather.
That's not the case
I'm-
actually.
He would know what the evolutionist's answer was if he knew how to read.
He does not know how
it's,
to read.
It's not knowing how to read. It's a chicken and the egg situation. What came
Well,
first?
we just smoke. Let me help you out there. So not all organisms have male and female. Some of them are hermaphroditic. We would have started out hermaphroditic.
That's my understanding.
But you still have to
And
have
then
both.
in
those
some
systems.
organisms, they actually have, like, for example, what's the one they use in bio research all the time? C. elegans. In C. elegans, they have, I think it's like male and hermaphrodite. Like, those are the two sexes.
But those are still like deviations from male and female. A hermaphrodite is a deviation
They
from
would have
one of the two.
predated male and female.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
And
but
in
even
fact,
they
if you want
predated
the evidence that I think female must have come first, is the fact that we all start out female in the womb.
okay, but the point is, when you have the male and female gametes, you have, in order for those reproduction systems to come together at the same
You should
time.
really be pivoting to the next one. This is like a decisive blowout point. You're not going to be able to account for this. Why does the hermaphrodite explanation not work?
Well, because you still have because
Brutal.
when males. Shut up, Ian. Let me finish. Let me land my plane. If you want to get steamrolled,
I'm
let me
waiting for
land
the
my
plane to land, and it's like fucking 9/11, dude.
Wow, so now you're gonna joke about that. My mom died at 9/11.
Really?
So did
I'm
my
sorry
dad.
to hear that.
So did my
Sorry,
dad.
we just
so did
smoke.
my
How old
dad-
are
so
you?
So did my dad. He was the one in the plane.
Wait, we just smoke. How old are
He
you?
was flying it.
How old are you? We
I'm
just smoke.
21. I'm 21.
No, then your mom didn't die on 9/11, you idiot.
I didn't know
9/11
that.
was 25 years ago.
This person is a troll.
True.
Well, yeah, I'm trolling about 9/11 because that's not funny to joke about, Ian.
No,
and,
this
you're-
person-
Then why'd
is
you
not
just
real.
joke about it?
Well, because if he's joking about it, why can't I?
A lot of people died that
Oh.
day. Okay, let's
Yeah, they
take it
did. And why,
seriously.
so why are you joking about it, Ian?
I'm not. We should take it seriously. I'm invoking
I hope-
it to let you
I-
know just how tragic
hope
I
that-
think your points are.
I hope your donators see this and they stop giving you money because
That's not happening.
Well, you think that
It
they
should.
all the patriots over at the Unapologetic YouTube channel.
Famously, a group of
Anyway.
ultra nationalists
We've been
who
way
shed a
off point.
tear when every September 11th and they silence their phones for 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is the 25th anniversary this year. Ian, you better show your damn respect. I'll be making sure you do on 9/11
Always.
How are you doing that? How are you making sure?
by donating.
Sure.
Base?
Yeah, donate to me, Ian.
Oh, no. I thought you said
You
you were going
may
to donate to me. Whoa, Casey,
No,
thanks so much
you
for
don't
the
you don't deserve anything.
$9.11.
Whoa, JXT, thank you so much for the
Listen, I
$911.
promise you.
Hold
I
The
promise
message
you,
that
says
if I
can't be
Swedish
true.
Smoke is an idiot. No, it's not true.
Okay.
I promise you, if I had my camera on this whole time and I could have actually showed you my mathematical argument, I would have steamrolled all of you on it because
Yeah.
you believe in a fantasy. You believe in extremes. Deep time is extreme.
not.
You
Somebody
believe-
just mentioned in the comments, this is so funny. It is very Christian of you to lie about your parents, just like how Jesus lied about how his mom was a virgin.
Damn, that's not
Damn.
funny, guys.
It's pretty
That's
funny.
really not funny. It's not funny.
Pretty funny.
I know you guys don't believe in
Why was
Judgment Day,
Jesus
but
so
what-
obsessed with his mom's virginity?
I know you guys, well, because virginity is a sacrament.
I don't
A
know. Would
what?
you want to like talk about what stuff has gone in and out of your mom's hoo-ha?
Yeah, it's a
Over and over
it's a sacrament.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
whatever you say,
Are you
bud.
Catholic?
No. Of course not.
Are you Orthodox?
No.
You know
I
what a
don't, I'm
sacrament
nothing.
is?
I'm nothing. I'm a Christian. I don't go to church.
Protestants don't have sacraments.
The Bible is my church.
You haven't read it.
Prot moment.
You don't understand it, host.
I do.
If you did, then you wouldn't be giving me that argument about the censuses without actually looking at
I
the
gave you the
Christian
argument
rebuttals.
because there
me
are
the
no good
Christian
rebuttals.
rebuttals. I
The
know
Christian
you know the
rebuttal
Christian
is
rebuttals.
maybe there was a time prior to 6 CE where Quirinius was governing somewhere and we just don't have records of it. That's a cope. There's no evidence that he was ever a governor anywhere, and we know that to be the case because we have records of what he was doing prior to being governor, and he was in fucking war.
And
He
by
was-
the way, I just want to set the record straight for the audience. Swedish Smoke has just begged even, Justin to give him his argument for him.
Yep.
Well, like I said, I'm an Old Testament guy. I don't really read the New Testament.
Well, I like the Old Testament too. Let me ask you a question. In Jeremiah 7:22, it says something really peculiar. I'll read it for you so you don't have to just, trust me.
We're about to find out that he's not much of an Old Testament guy either.
I suspect that's the case. Yeah. It says, for in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. Is that true?
yeah, if the Bible says it, it's gotta be true.
Okay, so I shouldn't be able to go back to the Exodus when they left Egypt and find that literally in the very day that they left that God did command them to do a sacrifice?
Who was the sacrifice to? If it was to God, if it was to a fake pagan god, there's
It
a
was
big
to God.
difference.
God commanded them to do a sacrifice literally the day
Okay.
they left.
Okay, based.
So
What's your point?
My point is that means it's a contradiction, right? If Jeremiah says, in the day that I brought your ancestors out of Egypt,
Burnt offerings and stuff.
that they did, there's a whole chapter dedicated to it.
All right, read. You gotta read the full chapter of Jeremiah because it could have been talking Jeremiah 7:21.
Actually, it's gonna get worse if you want to read the whole chapter.
No, not the whole chapter. I said 7:21.
I know. What I'm saying is the rest of the chapter makes this even worse for you. So if you
Yeah,
read back in the chapter, he's literally mad at them for not doing offerings and sacrifices properly. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the
Yeah,
God of Israel,
properly.
add your burnt offerings to your sacrifices and eat the flesh. For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings. So he did. He's saying, listen, I need you to do sacrifices and offerings. Hey, when your ancestors came out of Egypt, I didn't talk to them about sacrifices and offerings. But he did the very day, the 24-hour period.
So what?
So it's a contradiction.
So Jeremiah
what? No.
was wrong.
Dude, no, God can lie if he wants to.
So the Bible can lie too?
The Bible can describe a lie that God's telling.
How do you know that the entire Bible isn't just a fucking lie?
This is crazy.
Well, either way, if you think it's not true, it's still a historical document.
I'm asking you, how do you know that the
so-
entire Bible isn't a lie? How do you come to that conclusion?
Well, based on the fact that other ethnicities confirm the Bible, and the
I don't
Bible's
even know
also
what
the
the fuck
oldest
that
historical.
means.
Mm.
How do you
Well,
know
I'll
that
give
the
you. I'll give
Bible
you.
is true and that all of the evidence for it isn't just
Do you want an
manufactured by
example?
God as like
Do
an
you want an
elaborate
example?
lie?
Do you want a non-biblical example
Yeah, I
of how I
want.
know
Well, I
the
just want to know. I want a justification. Is what I want.
right?
How
So
do you know
my
that whatever
justification.
piece of evidence that you're about to cite? How do you know that God didn't manufacture that as a lie for
So my
reasons that
ju-
are beyond your comprehension?
well, I don't want to talk about because that's just a stupid philosophy.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
But
of course. Yeah.
if you want to know the reason, like non-biblically, why I
Hadn't
know the
hadn't
Bible is
considered.
true. Do you want to know the reason why I know the Bible is true with non-biblical
Sure.
sources? Yes or no?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
tell us why
Please
the
go for
Bible's
it.
true, even though it
Please.
says things that are
Okay.
lies.
Okay, non-biblical sources confirm the Bible
Like
about,
what?
particularly about the oldest event that all humans can trace back to, which is the flood.
They don't. It contradicts the Bible. You want to know why?
Let's hear your bullshit reason why. Yeah.
Because the people who wrote about those floods lived through it, and they weren't Noah.
Well, this comes from
So the Bible
misconception.
says that the
No.
flood covered all the earth, all the mountains
Oh my
under heaven,
gosh.
that only 8 humans survived,
You need to
and
know.
that means the Babylonians couldn't have survived to write about it.
The Egyptians
before
couldn't have
you-
survived
before-
to not write about it,
Before you say stuff
but they
like
were writing
that,
other
you need to know-
things.
before you say stuff like that, you need to know what we actually believe, because
I
we
do.
believe that Noah's descendants told a story to their descendants, and that's how all humans today.
Noah
or-
told the story to who?
Noah told the story to Ham, Shem, and Japheth, who told the story to their descendants, which would go on to repopulate the world.
Then
All
why isn't
humans
why
today-
didn't the story match then?
Well, they changed it as time went on. They made it pagan. They made it.
They
polytheist.
changed it. Oh, so
I'll
they
give
Yeah,
didn't
you-
this is
I'll
where
preserve
give
the
God
story.
lies. Sometimes they lie too.
Yeah,
I'll give you an example. The
Interestingly
Hindus
enough,
have-
wasn't the
I don't-
Epic of Gilgamesh? Isn't that
It's older,
quite
yeah.
a bit older?
They
Yeah.
claim it's older. It could be older, but
it
either way,
obviously
that
is
would
older.
just confirm the flood
Like
is
no,
a
we
historical
know it's
event.
older. It's written on clay tablets. Like that we have firm dating for. We even know the kingdom and the writing style that it developed in. This is looking really bad for you. The Bible,
Give
by
you-
the way, couldn't have been produced any sooner. Like even the flood story, any sooner than the 9th century BCE, because the book that contains the story is full of Hebrew idioms that didn't exist until the development of the Hebrew language, which was
Can I give you
900
a
BCE.
can I give you a non-biblical, non-Epic of Gilgamesh example?
There's a bunch of them. Why do we care?
Well, because it just confirms the flood is a historical event.
No,
all
If it
these
was a
different
historical event, why did the Egyptians not die?
Bro, I already addressed this stupid argument earlier.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Not
I said
really.
that you're coming to conclusions about the date, which you really have to actually scrutinize if you want to find the truth. Now, let me give you an example.
Fortunately, that's
The
pretty
Hin-
easy to do because we know how long each kingdom or each pharaoh reigned, and we know who their parents
Listen.
were, and we know who their children were, and we know who
Can I-
each pharaoh was. So we can just add up
That's
the
fine.
years, and you get to a date.
That's fine, but the Egyptian Empire obviously ended at some point.
Yeah, like
so
after Jesus died.
Mm-hmm. How did King Og survive the flood?
I don't know who that is or what empire he reigned.
You said
Like,
you
can I
read
just
the Old
give you-
Testament. King Og shows up in Deuteronomy and also in Numbers. He's the last of the Rephaim, which are the descendants of the Nephilim, and they show up again in Numbers 13:33. How did Nephilim survive the flood?
I don't know. It's a mystery, man.
It's not a mystery.
lots
It's a
of-
contradiction.
There's
All
lots
right.
of mysteries in the Bible.
Listen,
Wait,
I think
before
we've
you-
had
no,
quite
no,
a.
before you kick me
I think
off.
we've had.
Before you kick me off.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
That's such a good sound.
Enough of that one. All right, friends, let's grab a couple super chats, and then we're going to get Janet up in here. We said we're going to get Janet, and then we've got others waiting to get in as well. I know Henron's been waiting for a minute, so we'll get Henron after Janet. Big ZB says, still at the beginning of the stream. Well, welcome in, Justin. I appreciate you calling out the ableism from Christians like that Constantine. I wish other atheists wouldn't befriend someone like that or platform them. Well, I don't think like every creator is going to be knowledgeable about every other creator. Like I didn't know anything until I talked to Constantine and he said ableist stuff on my stream. So I think it's unfair to hold creators liable for things that they have no understanding or like no like historical reference for, right? If somebody's acting like really bad, like saying slurs and things like that, but you've never heard it, how are you supposed to know that you shouldn't platform them? You know what I mean? I don't think this is a reasonable
Yeah.
critique, but I appreciate your concern. And there are some people that I won't bring on because I know, right? Like I know they're going to come and do slurs and things like that, right? But until they do it, how are you supposed to know, right? Mr. Kiki says, sending my weekly tithing to my messiahs before Doug breaks my kneecaps. The lava lamp stops flowing and whatever Ian thing is. Well, stop salting. Appreciate it, Mr. Kiki. And Loco, hey, good to see you as well. It says, I was donating before I believed Justin was Doug Messiah. Get your facts straight, caller. That's 100% true, actually, yeah. A good point. And Baser Share, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, Weedish Smoke thought process looks like a scatter graph with no correlation. Nailed it. That's 100% how it is. This is like herding cats up in his brain. And James Anthony, hey, thank you for the super chat, says, for Ian's 9/11 joke. Hey, yo. You should have sent $9.11. But I get it. I understand.
Whoa. Joke?
Too soon.
There's I would never joke about that.
Empty Directory, I'm sorry, says, I think 9/11 jokes are in bad taste at first, but then if a second joke hits the conversation, I implode with laughter. It does always feel that way a little bit, but it's been a while, friends. Hey, Cranky, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says donating specifically because of Weedish Smoke. Y'all rule. Well, thank you, Cranky.
Very appreciated.
Yeah, but we are just grifters. Maybe one day we'll hang it up and do God is real. E Money Snipe says for putting Weedish Smoke in his place, for lying about his mom and 9/11, especially the grifter Ian. Love you guys. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thanks for the money. I can't wait to donate it to my church later.
I can't wait to donate to the Satanist temple.
100%. And the Knights Who Say Knee says, Swedish Smoke, you aren't supposed to drink the bong water after you're done. Phew. God sent one of his all-stars here to speak his word. Rock hard for Justin Blitz, Ian, and Doug. Thank you so much, Knights. And last super chat for now from Noel. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says lots of multicellular organisms don't have a distinction between male and female gametes. It's called isogamy and still exists in lots of plants. Yeah, and my understanding was I think Christians will say that like everything started out asexual and then had to develop into like two partners or two sources for the reproductive material, but my understanding is that's actually not the case. They kind of developed in tandem, I thought, but
Are you telling me that trees are members of the LGBTQ?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, let's go. Paint them rainbow.
Fig tree especially. Welcome in, Janet.
Hi, Justin.
How you doing?
I'm really not sure what to say after that. I think I might have just deconstructed listening to that entire guess.
I get it.
Let's go. We just smoke,
Sure.
bringing people away from Christ.
That was difficult. But I just have one quick question for you.
Sure.
Because it has to do with I get that the New Testament manuscripts are contradictory, like I'm making peace with that, and that they were written, they were not, firsthand things, like I'm figuring all this out in my elder age. But my one question for you, because I trust you, is I started looking at like Old Testament manuscripts and just what about like the Dead Sea Scrolls? Okay.
Sure.
Because when I saw something and I've been watching a lot of things and I don't know who to listen to like get the truth. And then like something said, oh, there's only 15 mistakes in the whole bunch of manuscripts. So I knew that you would tell me the truth about this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to show you a document real quick. 1 second. It's by Eugene Ulrich, and it's called the Biblical Qumran Scrolls. Big rabbit. Now, one of the things that you could do is buy a critical edition of the Hebrew Bible, like this one. They're not too expensive. The Biblia Hebraicos Tucartensia. And in it, there is a critical apparatus at the bottom of every page that shows you every textual deviation we have for the given
Okay.
verses. Or if you just want to do the Dead Sea Scrolls, we've got one from Eugene Ulrich where he goes through and lists the majority, not exhaustive, but the majority of the textual deviations from the Dead Sea biblical scrolls. So, for example, let's pull up. Here is Genesis 40. And in Genesis 40, you can see that there's a handful of deviations, almost one for every verse. And then he lists, let me see if I can zoom in. I think there's a way to zoom in. He'll also list the manuscript where the deviation occurs. And so that's what these are. This is the deviation on the left here, although I can't highlight it because I'm on Google. But
Yeah.
and then the manuscripts that have the particular deviations on the right. So we have got a pretty good idea of what deviations exist where, and there's many of them. For every one chapter of the Hebrew Bible, there's dozens and dozens of manuscript differences. And this is just
Okay.
the Dead Sea Scrolls being compared to
Right.
others.
Right. That's kind of what I figured. Like, the more I keep looking into this, the more I'm like, something's not adding up.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a little slow. I'm a little late to the game. I realize this. But the more I look into it, the more I'm like, why, it's not adding up.
It can't be, and I'll give you an example of why you see this kind of stuff. Because the manuscripts were written like super late, and they're recording like passed down oral traditions that changes over time. And so when the stories, get passed down, they change, and then they change enough even within a culture that later, when you're collecting manuscripts, you're like, oh, this manuscript over here doesn't say exactly what this one does. It turns out
Right.
maybe 300 years prior, somebody made a change. And so we see lots of passages like that exist in the Bible where we know people are making changes. And we know also that the written documentation doesn't go anywhere near Moses' time period, from
Yeah.
many hundreds of years after Moses' time period. And we know this because of so many anachronistic features that wouldn't have been true in Moses' time period. So, for example, it says that Abraham in Genesis 14 chased the enemies all the way north to the tribe of Dan. Well, tribe of Dan didn't exist in Moses' time period, which means it certainly didn't exist in Abraham's time. I mean, the tribe of Dan existed shortly after Moses, because when they enter the promised land, Dan gets established. But prior to Moses, there was no tribe of Dan. Prior to Abraham or around Abraham's time, obviously no tribe of Dan. And the Old Testament's full of these types of anachronistic features because they were written by lots of people over a long course of time, and that's why we have so many manuscript deviations. And there's even weird stuff too. Like in Genesis, we get the naming of Eve. Her name is Chava for life.
Mhm.
And it also, she's called Isha, meaning woman. So remember, Genesis says that she will be called woman because she came from man. Well, that wordplay
Right.
works in Hebrew too. In Hebrew, it'd be Ish and Isha. Isha's the feminine form. But the interesting thing is, when that would have been written in Moses' time period, well, the Hebrew words didn't exist. There was no Ish and Isha. They would have had to use something else. They would have had to use typically Akkadian. And Akkadian, male and female, isn't something that you can just add a feminine form to. It's an entirely different word. So that wordplay in Genesis could never work until we got what we recognize as the Hebrew language hundreds of years after Moses. So these documents they're very hard to reconcile with like traditional dating methods or dealing with the anachronisms. I'm going to give you one book suggestion though.
Okay.
On
You've got this
studying,
over on YouTube. You've got this over on YouTube where I can replay it, right?
yeah.
Okay.
And I'll be doing a pretty thorough video on this soon, actually, for my main channel.
okay.
But grab this book if you want to learn the textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible. It's a phenomenal text by Emmanuel Tove. He's right now one of the preeminent scholars of the Hebrew Bible in terms of textual criticism, and he's phenomenal. But this book is a great way to jump into textual criticism, even if you haven't learned how to read Hebrew and Greek yet.
Okay, that's what I need. Okay. I could maybe process that. All right.
Mhm.
Okay, well, that's really all I got, other than to tell Ian that I've been watching him and on clips on YouTube with Matt Dillahunty, and that was peak comedy. That was so good. I hadn't
Hey, that's
watched a lot
great.
of
Thank you so
Ian.
much.
That was so great. So, anyway, and Dr. Blitz, I don't really say much to you because you're just so smart that I've got nothing, Mr. Dr. Blitz.
All right, fair enough. I'll take the glaze.
I do watch your lives, just hoping that some of it is going to seep in. Like, just if I listen
by
to it
osmosis,
enough,
yeah.
then I might get something. Yeah.
Understood.
So I think.
All right, well,
Yeah.
Janet, we're gonna let you go because we have a few guests that
All
have been
right.
waiting for a good while. But thank you for being here.
Yep.
It's
Thanks,
good to see you, Janet.
Justin. Okay. Bye.
All right, we need to bring Henren up. Henren
Yeah,
has been waiting
Henren's
for
been
over
up
an
for a
hour,
while.
very
Yeah.
patiently, and Steve is very excited. So perhaps after Henren, we'll bring up Steve.
Yeah, it's good to see Janet. Janet's a sweetheart. She's been doing some deconstruction work ever since I got on TikTok, and it's interesting to hear her working through some of the things. Welcome in, Henren.
Hey, how's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
hear
can.
you.
Cool. Well, first of all, how's it going, you guys? Hope you guys are all doing well.
Oh yeah.
Thumbs up.
Okay, so I know you guys are all respecting you guys' fields, but just to let you know, I have a mean, and I mean a mean 3.8 GPA in high school. So watch out. So watch out.
Yeah,
We're watching out. We're on guard.
Henren, do you believe in God?
I do.
Which one?
And I want to go ahead and argue against allegedly Ian's argument with God and time.
Sure.
That's okay.
Just for
Yeah,
record
go ahead.
keeping, can you tell us which God you believe in?
Oh, I'm an agnostic Catholic.
Gotcha. Okay.
An agnostic Catholic?
Or Catholic agnostic. I don't know.
Okay.
Whatever.
Gnostic or agnostic?
Agnostic. Sorry. I don't. Or I'm just kind of not too sure. But if I were to believe it, I were to believe in Catholic, in Catholicism.
Okay, sure. That's fine. Yeah. So do you think God was always creating?
Yes, sorta. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna go and try to explain my thought process.
Mm-hmm.
So us as agents take actions to achieve our goals, right? To establish the well-being, correct?
Sure.
More or less.
Well,
and
that
so-
rather like we're obligated to, but yeah.
Oh yeah, no, of course. And so, and that doesn't always necessarily mean it has to be like financial, or whatever. It could be something as small as walking. So let's take that for example. So if I were to achieve my goal of walking, I would go ahead and lift one leg, extend it forward, shift weight, and continue, right? And so, at the same time, time is running parallel to our action, right? So with that being said, because if you're not if you don't have time to do the action, well, you're not doing anything, right? So if you also think about it, changing or doing an action to change would also be an action. So I guess in a way, time would be equal to action because you're running parallel with it. So wouldn't that necessarily mean that God could have created time and change at the same time?
So the question is, was God always creating, or did he begin creating at some point? Either there's some beginning to his act of creation or there isn't.
Right. So then wouldn't that initial step of creating both be the beginning?
That would invoke a change in God. If you're saying that God goes from not creating and then he changes to a state where he's creating, then that would mean that there's a change within God, which means that God would just be in time.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think I see what you're saying. Because so you're saying that that initial, even if it's both, it would still be changing itself, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, that when God goes from not creating and then he begins to create, that's a change.
Right.
And if he changes, then he's in time. And if he's in time, then he didn't create time.
Yeah, I guess Oh man, that was like 3 months of funny grass. Um, uh, yeah, I guess I don't have a response. I guess, because yeah. Um, yeah, because no matter what, it would still be outside of time, right?
Mhm.
Even yeah.
Yep, I think there are big problems for God in his relationship to time. I think, whether you want to say that God is outside of time or inside of time, it just kind of seems like you're going to have some pretty bad bullet bites.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. Well, I guess I don't have an argument for that then.
Okay.
Wow, I
Mhm.
thought that was gonna be a lot. Damn, I thought this was gonna be a better case for it, but yeah,
Yeah,
I guess you're right. I'm
that's
sorry.
okay. That's okay. Well, I mean, I appreciate your humility that you're able to, I don't know, instead of like arrogantly pushing forward or something,
Yeah.
Well,
you
no,
recognize
because I
that you
mean,
don't have a response, and then
yeah,
you're like, okay, fair enough. I can always respect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's
yeah,
go.
like
Another Christian spawn killed for Satan. No,
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
exactly.
damn. That's fair. Um, well, okay, I guess since I don't have an argument for that, do you mind if I ask just a follow up, just before I
Yeah, of
leave?
course. Yeah, yeah.
So, I believe in your previous I guess some streams you've talked about intellectual virtues by Julianus,
Yeah.
and
Intelligent virtue, I think, is
yeah,
the
yeah,
name.
I'm sorry, yeah. And I started reading and it is quite a read.
Mhm.
So I guess I would have to ask, what would you, okay? So this is your I guess take on objective moral truths without religion, right?
I don't think that it's like a full framework, but yeah, I think that she raises a really good point about practical reason, about how we arrive at reliable faculties for making moral decisions. Like okay, I think one of the things that moral systems like utilitarianism kind of abstract is that ethics at its foundation is about the ways that you should live your life. So a lot of ethics want to abstract it to like, I don't know, like some like cold calculation about total utils or something like that. And I think that Julia Anna's good. Yeah, okay, fair enough, Blitz. I think Julia Anna's book does a good job laying out like a framework about how you are going to make decisions in your actual life about how virtue is developed like a skill, that you reflect on the various situations. Your society kind of fills you up with like examples of people that they claim to be virtuous. They'll tell you Socrates was courageous, and Martin Luther King was courageous, and I don't know, like Greta Thunberg was courageous, and Alexander the Great was courageous, and you can reflect on all of these different people to try to find like the characteristic that underlies all four of them, because that's the claim, is that there's something that they all share and it manifests itself in different ways. But then you might reflect on it to such a level that you start actually rejecting what your society puts forward as being contradictory. You might come to the conclusion that there's no way to reconcile that all four of these people actually genuinely embody courage, that actually perhaps you want to exclude like Alexander the Great from being like genuinely courageous. I don't know. I think that it gives like a
Okay,
good
yeah,
framework.
okay, yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. And I was gonna like say it's like would Genghis Khan be courageous, but yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
Mhm.
Heron, thanks for stopping by. We appreciate you chatting. And if you come up with another argument, come on back and we'll do it.
Yeah, yeah, I'm so sorry. So sorry, I was in here for an hour. I wasted like
I
5
totally get it.
minutes.
Totally get it.
My
No
bad,
Okay,
worries.
I'm
don't
sorry.
don't put yourself down like that. I don't
Fine.
know if I'd say that you wasted time.
No, no, no.
Well, you know what? In 3 more months, I'll come back with a better argument.
Sounds
All right,
good.
all right. Cheers.
All right.
Thanks for being here. Now
All
we have
right.
Steve who's been waiting, but we also have somebody who goes by the name of Ashley, I
We got-
suppose.
Yeah, we got a couple people that been waiting for a while. We've got enough time in the stream. We'll get to everybody. We appreciate
As long
everyone's
as everybody
patience.
can be patient.
Herbie Shine, thank you for the 10-pound super chat. Says there's a YouTube channel which does Trump without Trump. Someone else reads his comments and you don't see or hear him. It demonstrates the babbling, bumbling, arse gravy speech patterns perfectly. I wonder if there's like a voice mod or a voice changer for Trump now. I suspect somebody's done some work on that. I'd be curious to see it. Also, give me 1 second. The supers aren't showing. There we go. Armand, hey, thank you for the super chat, friends. It's free game. Oh yeah, we talked to free game the other day. Misunderstood words from Hebrew can't translate to Greek. I mean, sometimes they do, but he didn't understand that they're not a direct translation. Can cite Piranha Tribe, who don't have a word or concept of metaphysics. I wonder what our world would have been like without Plato. True. There's vital concepts like this typically have to be introduced at some point, right? So, I mean, if you're on an isolated island, you're just not going to develop all the same things that somebody else in another culture would develop, and then your language will reflect that. Jerry, my friend, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I know you guys like Catholic traditionalist. Catholic traditionalist? No, I like skeptic or Catholic thinker. Catholic traditionalist is a misogynistic brain rot. But he skates by on tough questions. Can treat him a little more critically. Not to be mean to him, but a little more tough questions for him. Well, if you're referring to Catholic thinker, we could maybe press Catholic thinker a little bit. We personally are friends with Catholic thinker. We like Catholic thinker. He's super nice and genuine, so I think it's fair to be nice back. But if you're talking about Catholic traditionalist, that dude's a clown. I'm more than happy to push Catholic.
Yeah, I think I've been
traditionalist.
plenty mean to Catholic traditionalist.
Yeah. Eat some shorts. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, did you guys hear about Pearl Harbor? It was pretty explosive. Oh boy. That was it's been enough time. That was a decent joke. It's not too soon. It's not too
Blitz,
soon.
you're
don't worry.
muted.
God damn it. I mean, Satan, damn it.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
obviously
clearly
Satan.
it's not been if Cash Patel can use like government funds to book a VIP snorkeling trip around the one like sunken submarine, then surely a single Pearl Harbor joke is fine.
Yeah. Welcome in, Steve. Are you at least 18? And which God do you believe in?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm 23.
Mm-hmm.
Howdy, Steve.
What's up?
I just said howdy.
Oh, sorry. I said I was saying that I'd identify as Catholic.
Okay. And why would you think that that God exists?
Well, first I'd say why it'd be wrong. Like even if you grant the argument that the Catholic God isn't real, why would it even be wrong to follow the
What do you
Christian
mean wrong?
ethics?
This isn't a normative claim. This is a descriptive claim.
That God isn't real?
Yeah.
But could I ask why it would be wrong?
We're not making that claim here.
Why? What would be wrong?
No.
Why like Christian ethics would be wrong?
Right.
I mean, we can give you like plenty of critiques of Christian ethics, although I think it's compatible to both, I don't know, take like the good parts of Christian ethics. Well, okay. So I think the most plausible forms of Christian ethics are going to say that we're all pursuing like a good life, and that good life requires some sort of relationship with God. If God doesn't exist, Christian ethics are kind of a non-starter.
Right, but I mean, it just seems like you guys have issues with people believing in this, and I'm just asking why. Like even if it wasn't true, why?
I mean, why
would
is
be
it wrong to believe in God? Did we say that?
What's that?
I didn't say it was wrong to believe in God.
Nobody here said that.
What's that?
Yeah, I don't think I'd make the claim that it's like strictly wrong. Like I could certainly think of scenarios where it's permissible or even like good, right? Like if you're in like some desperate, horrible situation and this is like literally the only escape that you have, then I think it's probably fine to adopt it as like a coping mechanism.
Unless
I
your
think that there
religion's
are
hurting somebody.
circumstances that I could think of where it would be
Yeah.
permissible, but I think for the average person who isn't in some horrible, awful, fucked up situation where this is literally the only source of like hope that they have, I think for the rest of us, we should be trying our best to believe true things.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's fair.
Is that all you got? Did you want to talk about the topic
Well,
or?
I also wanted to ask if it'd be that well, since you can't exactly say it's wrong, but wouldn't it be okay if wouldn't it be fair for Christians to seek power, to be in power?
What?
I
have
don't
no
have
idea
a
what you
problem
mean.
with Christians like running for office, if that's what you're asking.
We're in democracy. If a Christian wants to run for office, they should run for office. What are you talking about?
I'm making a psychic
so-
prediction right now that this guy is an Andrew Wilson follower, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely it.
Easy
Yeah.
peasy, guaranteed.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Well, there's something wrong with it in the sense of like factual incorrectness, not necessarily morally wrong, although I think it probably is morally reprehensible. But like, yeah, if you follow Andrew Wilson, you will just come to the incorrect conclusions more often than not. So I would advise against it.
No, but could you say it's morally wrong for Christians to seek?
We already
dominant
answered
power,
the
to be
question.
the
Did you
dominant
hear
power?
it?
No, I don't think it's intrinsically wrong for a Christian to, I don't know, seek power, you know. I'd certainly vote for a Christian if the alternative candidate was worse, you know. For example, I voted for Harris because I thought Trump was way worse. And Harris is like a huge Christian.
Mm-hmm. So it wouldn't be wrong.
Not
Again,
intrinsically, no.
Nobody said it would. I have no idea why you're trying to run the script.
Well, I was just asking the second question if it would be wrong for Christians to seek or to
Not
to
intrinsically.
wish to be dominant. Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, what do you mean by dominant?
The dominant power.
I don't know if that
They
means-
already are. Like,
I
what's,
mean,
what's, what,
no, I
what's,
don't
what's
think that
being
there's
sought?
anything intrinsically wrong with that. I think the question is like, okay, what do they do with the power? That's where there might be something that's intrinsically wrong.
How so?
So, for
Depends on what they
example, you know, if they started like rounding people up into camps, that would be like a huge violation of people's rights.
People's rights.
Yes.
Says they have right.
Ian just
Sorry,
bit.
what'd you say?
Shouldn't have done it.
It says they have rights.
Ooh, logic does.
Yeah, so Steve, unfortunately, if Andrew Wilson isn't equipped for this conversation, which he most certainly isn't, you as an acolyte of Andrew Wilson, you're not even out the door, man. So, I mean, feel free to attend your own barbecue if you want, but this is not the way you want to
Let's
go.
try it out.
All right, good luck, Ian,
would it be
by all
wrong?
means.
All right. Well, I'll add Andrew Wilson
Where'd you get logic?
pair it to the
Sounds like
notes
a Sky
here.
Daddy as well.
Mhm. Sure. Sorry. So, what's your question?
Why would it be wrong to lock
I've already
people up,
answered this
as you said?
question. Are you like stun locked already?
Because of logic.
Yeah, because it's a violation of rights, and these rights are necessitated by logical commitments.
Where do these people's rights come from?
From logic, I've already answered this.
From logic? What's that?
The rules of valid inference.
The laws of what?
Rules of valid inference. You know, sets of premises that necessitate particular conclusions.
But how exactly do you come to that conclusion?
To which conclusion?
That people have rights?
Through logic? You want like an argument?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm an
Just something
agent.
more
What that means
more
is that I
specific.
take actions to achieve goals. But in order to take any action to achieve any goals, I need my freedom and well-being, which means that I need for you to not interfere with it, which means that I'm claiming a right to it just on the basis of me being an agent. But if me being an agent is sufficient for me to have these rights, then all agents must have the same rights. So all agents have a right to freedom and well-being.
But freedom to do anything?
Nope. Freedom to pursue your ends insofar as it's universalizable.
What do you mean by universal?
Yeah, so you need to be able to, you need to claim a level of freedom such that everybody else could also have this freedom if they so choose. So for example, like you couldn't choose the freedom to murder somebody because one of the things that's going to be included in that is that you're alive. But by expressing that very freedom, you would be saying that other people don't have this right, so you couldn't universalize that because there'd be a contradiction.
So you're saying you can't murder?
Yes, correct. Yeah, that it would be impermissible. You have a reason to not do it.
Under any circumstance, you can't murder?
There's probably some circumstances. The claim is that you have a prima facie obligation not to.
But isn't that against your rights?
Sorry, what? Isn't what against the rights?
To murder? Or you're just
Yes,
saying
yeah, that you have a
can't
prima
murder?
facie obligation not to, yeah.
He doesn't
That
know what
to
that
the
word
extent that
means.
it's, oh, sure. So to the extent that it's universalizable,
He doesn't know what that word means.
okay. To the extent that you can remain logically consistent when everybody takes the action, you have an obligation to do that.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, you have an obligation to perform the actions such that everybody else would also be able to perform them.
I don't follow.
Okay.
What did I say? I said this at the beginning of the conversation. You're not even going to get out the door on this conversation. So maybe just don't push back on this until you've done some reading and learning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could also like
Well-
flip it, you know. Do you think that slavery is always wrong in all circumstances?
He's a Christian nationalist. He wants to enslave people.
No, I'm just asking how you. I'm just asking.
And
just trying to
I've
figure out
answered
why-
like 3
how you
times
would
and you're
say
like
it's wrong,
critically
it's
not
actually wrong.
tracking.
What's that?
I've answered this like multiple times and you're like critically not tracking.
Well, is that unfair? Like, I don't exactly follow. If you could reframe it a little. Yeah,
I'm not really sure how to
exactly what
elaborate
you
on
meant.
that. Maybe you could just tell me which step of the argument that I laid out you would disagree with.
Well, when you say that it's against someone's free will to murder them, then
I
you say
didn't
under some
claim that.
circumstances it's okay.
Yeah, I'm claiming that you have an obligation to do it insofar as it's universalizable, which means that everybody could also partake in it. Okay, maybe I'll give you an example of like universalizability. Let's say that you're going out there and you're making promises. You want to get money, so you're going to people and you're promising that you'll repay them with interest when in fact you're just lying. You're not going to do that. Well, this
Right.
is not universalizable because if everybody was making fake promises every time that they wanted money, then promises simply wouldn't exist. Anytime anybody ever tried to make a promise of that sort, people would laugh at you because of the vain attempt. So the entire institution of making promises in the first place wouldn't even exist. So you're willing a means, making a false promise to achieve an end, getting money. But if everybody did this, if we universalized this behavior, then nobody could do it at all because promises
All right.
literally wouldn't exist, which undermines the ability to, it undermines the connection between the means and the end, the ability for the means to achieve the end.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
But why exactly would that be wrong? Like even
Because there's a contradiction
like
in your
it
view.
wasn't like even if you say it's not useful.
No, no, no.
Why-
It's that it's because there's a contradiction in your view.
Right.
You're both willing
but
for
like-
false
but I'm
promises to
asking,
be an
like,
effective
even if
means
someone-
to achieve the goal of getting money while also actively undermining that very thing. You're undermining your own will. It's a contradiction.
So contradictions are immoral.
Contradictions mean your view on morality is false.
No, but I'm asking more if it's moral or
Yes.
immoral.
Yeah. So you're proposing like a specific moral framework wherein you can go around making false promises to people, but this is a contradictory view, which means that any moral system that's committed to that must also be a false view. So the true view must be a view that says that it's wrong.
Right, I see.
So, okay, do you think slavery is always wrong in every circumstance?
Would it matter?
Yeah? You asked me about my ethics.
All of a sudden, you're shy about your
But
ethics.
I'm not sure how you'd see it, how you'd claim it to be wrong.
Yeah, insofar as you'd be depriving people,
mean,
you'd be
with
using
your,
freedom and well-being to
with
deprive people of
atheism,
freedom and well-being.
I mean, through atheism.
Yeah, it's a contradiction. You'd both be willing the right to the freedom and well-being to enslave people while denying the slaves that same level of freedom and well-being. So you'd be saying agency is sufficient for a certain level of freedom and well-being, but also insufficient for that level of freedom and well-being.
Mhm.
So that's why it would be wrong on my view. Would it be wrong on your view in every circumstance?
Well, I'm more asking why it'd be wrong for you
He doesn't
to,
want to answer this question because he knows he
right.
can't defend it.
No, I'm asking why you're trying to appeal to Christian ethics instead of your own ethics.
He
I
didn't.
just appealed to my own ethics.
It's like he doesn't hear the words that you say and instead just regurgitates the Andrew Wilson reply because he's used to watching Andrew Wilson talk to 19-year-old girls.
Yeah, he didn't realize that his script like would be deviated from, and now he's lost.
Isn't that a little offensive to the women he's debated, the Ivy League women he's debated?
Wait, you mean the women who embarrassed him because he couldn't open a jar of pickles?
Oh yeah, he is that how you lose a debate?
I mean, it definitely makes you look bad if your whole worldview is based on like Christian power and on masculinity, and he can't open a jar of pickles. I don't know, man.
No, well, he did actually.
He did open the jar of pickles? I'd love to see the clip.
I could have sworn that he got cucked. You know, that he had to bring in the
The
other
same way
guy.
that he got cucked with his
I don't know why
cucked
it
by his
matters.
wife's baby daddies or
Has
something,
bearing on his
right?
argument. Does that have any bearing on his argument?
Do you think that you would agree that Andrew Wilson is in violation of Christian ethics insofar as he's divorced, right? Or he's married to like a divorced woman?
Well, under Christian ethics, you're not supposed to be perfect, no. So I'm not sure what you mean.
But is his current marriage adultery, as Jesus says? You know, anyone who marries a divorced woman commits adultery.
Matthew 19, buddy.
Yeah, but
So you would
like I
say that
said,
Andrew
you're
Wilson
not
is
supposed-
currently
you're not
committing
supposed to be-
adultery. Is that correct?
No, what I'm saying is that you're not supposed to be you're not supposed to be perfect, no.
You're not supposed to be perfect? Oh, okay. So it's just like okay to do murder because you're not supposed to be perfect?
You're supposed to
Po Buddy's
supposed to aim
nerfed.
for perfection, but you're not
Oops, I did a
supposed to-
murder.
Actually, Paul says in 1 Corinthians 7 that sexual sins are worse than other sins because they're against your body.
We're all sinners. I don't know why you're asking me about Andrew Wilson.
Sounds like
just
Andrew
asking
Wilson's
you.
doing
Go
the
talk
worst
to
of the
Andrew
sins.
Wilson. I
You
don't know
can't.
why-
You for some reason you
why
can't
ask me
condemn
about his
it.
personal life.
For some reason you're unable to condemn it.
No, I'm just not going to judge him.
Oh, okay, sure. Would
We
you
have
judge?
certain
I don't know,
rules,
like
but I'm
Jeffrey
not gonna-
Epstein? Would you condemn
that?
Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, yeah, it's far worse. I don't know what you mean.
Sure, yeah.
It's
So
not
what's the
same
level of
scale.
badness? Like, would you condemn
I
like
mean,
gay
first-
people who engage in like gay behavior?
I'm not gonna get into his personal life now.
I'm just asking whether or not you would.
Oh,
remain
but you
consistent with
want to
your
get into
ethics.
Jeffrey Epstein's personal life, I guess.
No, you asked me a question. I answered it.
Sounds like he doesn't want to make
Mhm.
daddy mad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds
No.
like you don't
Sounds
even
like
believe your own
idolatry.
ethical system.
Hey, do you think Ted Bundy's bad? Do you think Ted Bundy's bad?
Well, he's dead. So, like,
What?
I mean, was he bad?
I don't think he's still bad. I mean, I think he was bad when he was
Oh, okay.
alive.
Okay. Sorry, are we done?
Well,
I
I mean,
know.
it seems like you can't defend your own worldview, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're
No,
done.
I'm just saying. I'm not going to get into his personal life. There's plenty of things that I'm sure you've done that and more of. I'm not going to.
Yeah, but this is the guy that you're standing for your Christian ethics, right? This is the guy that you listen to day in, day out. You suckle on the teat of his debate rhetoric.
Has no bearing on the arguments. I don't know why you're bringing up his personal life.
Okay, well, then why not explain why you think, on your own worldview, slavery is bad? Or maybe you don't think
Right.
slavery is bad, which would check out.
Well, I came here to put your
Oh,
Sounds
so you
like he-
refuse to answer
Trial.
questions?
He
Ian
doesn't
spent like
think
20
that
minutes
slavery's
answering your
bad.
questions.
This guy's pro-slavery.
I mean, I'm just wondering why you're asking.
Nailed
I'm not
it.
sure how you
He's
can
absolutely pro-slavery. He doesn't want to say
Well,
it
because,
publicly.
it's only fair, right? If you ask some questions, then you get some answers. It's only fair that then we can ask some questions and get some answers, right?
That was embarrassing. Don't tell your friends and family that you're pro-slavery.
How am I pro-slavery?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you are if you're not willing to explain why you think it's bad.
Like, no, you mean just because I want to ask you how it is?
You just don't want to have your
defend
worldview
slavery?
challenged, right? Is that how that works? Because this is not a one-way street. You are a guest
No,
here.
I'm just really curious about atheism.
You're a guest here, right? So if you want to have a conversation, that's fine. But you have to be willing to answer questions if you want to ask questions.
Well, wait, so guest, what would you make of the fact that
slavery in a
atheism can give an
specific time?
explanation for why slavery is wrong and Christianity is unable to? Wouldn't that be an advantage of atheistic ethics over Christian ethics?
Well, how about we bring up a specific time in slavery? Let's say in the Southern times.
Wait, sorry, what did you say? You were a bit quiet.
I mean, I'd say, why don't we bring up a specific time of slavery?
Yeah, let's just talk
Such
about
as
like
in
the
the 1800s.
concept of owning a person as property. Is there something wrong with the concept of owning a person as property?
Well, I was wondering more about your
So you're not going to
your
answer the
universal-
question.
No, I'm
Just
asking
another
him.
Christian
Well, tell
unable
you what,
to
I'll
defend
make
their views on
it-
slavery.
No,
Steve,
I'm just
I make a
wondering
deal.
about
If
universalism.
you answer the question that we're all three asking at this point, I won't cut you. If you dodge one more time, you're done.
About slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah, why you think slavery is wrong? Which I imagine you do think slavery is wrong, right?
I hope.
Yeah.
Okay, so then now please explain on your Christian worldview why you think slavery is wrong.
You'd well, it depends on the kind of slavery, like I said.
Owning a person as
for-
property.
Right. Well, more in specific in the like I said, the Southern times with
No, just generally owning a person as property, right? This has happened
property.
throughout human history, not just in the antebellum South. Go ahead.
Right. No, yeah, it's wrong, like I said.
Wait, why? What is the explanation for why it's wrong on your Christian worldview?
Oh, you're taking away agency from that person.
Oh,
Why is taking away agency wrong on the Christian worldview?
Oh, see, this is what I mean. Like, I don't know why you're asking me this when I know you guys don't.
Well, because I just want to
believe
hear
in
the
this kind of
justification,
stuff.
right?
Like,
I want to hear the
what-
explanation.
I mean,
and it
that-
seems
that's
like you
why
just
I
want to
wanted to
dodge
get
because you
into
don't know the answer.
No, I'm just
He
wondering.
definitely
why
doesn't
you
know the
ask-
answer.
Like,
Uh,
like you don't even.
We're asking because we're examining your moral framework right now, and it seems
Well, I
to
just said
support
it's wrong.
slavery, and you said that you think it's wrong. We're trying to get to the bottom of why you think it's wrong when your religion says it's okay.
the
Or-
value of things like agency and autonomy aren't Christian values. Those are secular values.
Well, like I was saying, slavery in the biblical times is a little different from.
What was different?
We're just talking about
from,
slavery in general.
200s.
Just owning people's property?
Right. Okay.
Why is that
well-
wrong? Why is taking away the autonomy of another person wrong? It's like pulling teeth here.
Well, I already said it's wrong, but
Yeah, you said it's wrong. Anybody can just say anything is wrong. We're asking why.
You got one more chance to explain yourself, or we're done with you. This is gonna get boring real fast.
Explanations, by the way, are usually answers to why questions, not just descriptions of the view.
no, but I was asking why is slavery and this,
Why is it
this
wrong
modern
to take
sense would be
somebody's
wrong.
autonomy?
According to universalism, when people had
Why is it
slaves, people were
wrong
doing just
to take
fine.
somebody's autonomy,
they?
Steve?
No, let's go back to universalism.
Why
What means
is
are you
it
looking for?
wrong to take somebody's
Oh.
autonomy?
Wait a minute, Steve. Are you trying to rely on Ian's secular morality to justify why slavery is wrong?
Yeah,
He's-
this guy's
he's
borrowing
avoiding
from
it.
my worldview in order to
I'm asking what-
justify his
Yeah,
If you're
opinion.
wrong-
don't do it.
if
Don't
there-
let him pivot. Steve, I'm gonna keep asking you the same question until you either answer or I cut you. Which is gonna be?
All right, go. What is it?
Okay, why is it wrong to take somebody else's autonomy?
It's not wrong. I don't care.
There you go.
Okay.
That means slavery's
Okay.
not wrong.
Not
Bro
tell me
likes
what it's-
slavery.
Not tell me why it's wrong.
I think I told you why it was wrong earlier. So okay, just to be clear
So
to the audience, I mean,
he
this
finally
is where
answered
the
it.
current
He's
state of the debate
pro-slavery.
is that the atheist secular ethics system can give an account of why slavery is wrong, objectively wrong, whereas the Christian is saying
Oh.
there's nothing wrong with slavery. So anybody who wants to commit themselves to the view that slavery is wrong, always wrong, objectively wrong, Christianity is unable to provide for this sort of ethical system. Only
Tell me why it's
atheism can make
wrong.
the claim that it's always wrong. I already told you
How
why it's
so?
wrong. You're not tracking.
Through
Bro has the
universalism?
memory of a goldfish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because insofar as you would be treating people as mere means, which of course, if you tried to universalize treating people as mere means with no regard for their goals or their autonomy, then if everybody was constantly depriving other people of autonomy, then they would constantly be depriving you of your autonomy, which means that you wouldn't be able to take any action at all, even the action of enslaving people, because people would just go and enslave you.
That means for what?
The means to your end.
What end?
Whatever end you have, you're going to be unable to do insofar as people would just come and enslave you. The means in this circumstance is enslaving people, going out there and enslaving people for whatever purpose. But of course, if this was universalized, you wouldn't be able to enslave anybody because somebody would enslave you.
But means to what? To what end?
The means to the end of enslaving people.
I mean, why would it be wrong to just nuke the entire planet?
Because in order
Like,
to
for what
nuke the
end?
entire
I don't know
planet,
how you'd
you would
say
need to will something
it's
like your right to
objectively
life
wrong.
while denying
What's
the
that?
right to life. That's why there would be a contradiction in the view.
So,
This is
so what
like
if I just
simple.
want to kill myself and everyone around me? Why would that be
Yeah,
wrong?
because in order to
But
do
that's
any of
my
these
means.
sorts of actions,
But
you're
those
going
are
to
my
need to
ends.
will the right to life. You're not going to be able to kill anybody if you yourself are dead, which means that in order to actually take any of the actions in preparation for killing all these people, you need to will that you yourself have a right to life while denying that other people have a right to life. Even though both of you
Yeah, I
are
mean, why
agents,
can't
which
you
is
do
the
that?
sufficient condition for you to have that right. It's a contradiction to both say that agency is sufficient and insufficient for a right to life.
Like, who's the arbiter of what is or isn't? Why can't I
Logic.
just kill myself and everyone around me?
Logic.
What if I want those to be my ends, though?
Logic. It's a
How do you
contradiction,
define
bud.
your end? You don't have
It's
any
a
means. I don't know what you mean.
It's the state of affairs that you're willing to bring about via your actions is the end.
Bro is like doing a long, drawn-out death scene.
No, but I'm asking, like,
He keeps on trying to. It's like the
I'm
one
asking why,
scene
why,
from
why would that be wrong?
Monty
what is it, Night of the
Python, where
Seven
the guy-
Kingdoms, where
oh.
the knight keeps on like trying to stand up, and then he keeps on getting like beat the fuck down. Except there isn't like some miraculous recovery
Well, yeah,
going
but you're not
on.
even
It
you're
really
not
just
even
keeps on
answering.
getting worse.
It's
You're
like
not
the
even answering.
it's like the Black Knight in Monty Python on the
Yeah.
Holy Grail. Your arm's off. It's just a flesh wound.
True.
No, but why
He
don't
got
just
no
answer the
legs.
question? If I wanted my ends to be that, why would
I've
that
already
be
answered
wrong?
the
Alright.
question like multiple times.
Are we
What?
are we done with Steve? I don't think Steve's gonna
We
bring
might
Yeah.
be done
value
with
to
Steve.
the
I don't know
table.
what- I
Steve,
don't know
next
what you
time,
mean.
hey Steve, next time tell your daddy Andrew Wilson that he should come in person before you embarrass yourself again, okay?
Why don't you just answer the question?
I did.
It's been answered like a
What if I
dozen
want
times
my
now.
end?
Well, okay, I have about enough of that.
Good
If
content,
Andrew
though.
does show up, though, I'll make sure and go get a pickle jar so we can show him how men open pickle jars. But
Yeah, we can just all make sure to have a pickle jar on standby, you know.
actually, I think my girlfriend can open the pickle jar faster than Andrew too. Maybe we should do that.
That'd be pretty funny.
Dr. Joe, thank you for the super chat. Great to see you, friend. I love examples of Christian morals, exclusive to Christianity and unavailable in other wisdom traditions, ethics, or civilizations. Not verses, actual unique moral concepts. I'll wait, but I'm busy. Well, Dr. Joe, you've been around long enough. You know there aren't going to be any Christian morals that are exclusive to Christianity, except for maybe some of the weird ones, like I don't know, having to do sacraments. That's might be
By the
only
way,
one.
MD Salazar Lino is currently saying Blitz is a illogical guy in the comments.
And
I think that we can
and
just invite
illogical.
him. Well, he said A.
I'm correcting. Yeah, the
I sent him
guess.
an invite just in case.
Yeah, friends, if you don't know when to use a or an, just be careful when you try to like make fun of people, because
here.
it makes you. It's like when you mess up there, and there, or when you
Hey, how's it
get the
going,
wrong
friend?
your.
Welcome in.
Hey, Ian, why do you say that being a creator, it makes the God of the Bible not existent?
Yeah. Do you think God was eternally creating or not eternally creating?
This is a very bad argument from you because you believe in the B theory of
You think
time.
a
I
single
love
question?
I
Wait,
love
I'm
that
so
this
sorry.
is
You
a
think
very bad
you think
argument
a
without actually saying
question-
why it's bad.
You think a question is an argument? Just answer the question. Do you think God was
No, what
eternally
I'm saying
creating or
is
not eternally creating?
God created because God can enter time and can be outside of time at the same time. You know,
At the
because
same
he's
what?
timeless. What do you believe in the B
Oh
theory
boy,
of time,
direct
Ian? Or
contradiction.
what do you
But he
believe?
got spawn killed. He was talking shit and he got spawn killed outside of time and inside of time at the same time. So he's in time.
Yeah.
What do you
So
believe
God
in?
both has
Evolution?
past,
That
present, and
nothing
future,
created
and
something?
lacks past,
Do you
present, and
believe in
future.
evolution?
The question of whether or not God is, I'm not gonna let you pivot. You fucked up. Why would I let you pivot away from your blender? You're gonna acknowledge that you fucked up. Does God's life have sequences to it? Is there a sequencing of God's experiences?
No, he can enter time. He's outside of time, but he can enter time. So
That sounds like a
that's not
sequence of
illogical.
experiences.
No, he can experience
To
the
go
sequence
from being
because he
outside
can
of
enter
time to
time,
being
but he's
inside of time
timeless.
seems like it would create different experiences in God's life.
God can enter time, so he can enter our universe.
This guy's like short circuiting. What do you think the objection that I'm raising is?
Your objection is that he changed because he passed
You're
from a moment of
arguing with what I
non-creation
think,
to creation.
with
right?
what you think I said. That's not what I said.
Salazar,
I'm asking, yeah.
Salazar, what shape is the Earth?
It's round.
Okay, just checking. Continue.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not a flat earther. Relax.
You just gotta
I'm a
look. You were saying some
creationist,
pretty
so-
stupid shit. I had to check. Right.
Oh, sorry, Blitz. You're believing in the Egyptian records that do not have proper chronology. There were 70 pharaohs in 70 days. Do you believe in Manetho? He was proven wrong already.
I don't know what
You
word
believe
you're saying. It might just
Egyptian
be a heavy
records
accent.
Sorry?
I don't know what you just said. Do I believe in what?
In the Egyptian chronology from Manetho.
I'm
Do
not
you believe
relying
in
on
that?
chronology. I'm relying on dated records
Dated records by whom?
by Egyptologists.
When you reply the answer, you said that there were specific records of who reigned at what time.
Yeah, we can go
Right.
look at records and it'll be like in the 12th year of Knefet or whatever. Like that's how people recorded what year it was when they were talking about events in the Egyptian periods.
Yeah. And when Egyptian periods are checked, they have high chronology and then they have the low chronology. So which one do you believe in? This is from the archaeologist.
I'm just relying on what Egyptologists confirm.
Yeah, Egyptologists confirm that there's two chronologies, the low chronology and the high chronology.
Okay,
So
tell me
which
about
one
it
do you
because you're an
believe
expert
in?
on
Or do you
Egyptology,
not
right?
know
So
what
tell
you're
me about
talking
it.
about?
Because when I go and I do some reading, I find that XYZ pharaoh lived or reigned during this sequence of years. I'm not finding multiple different chronologies about that sequence of years or about that particular pharaoh.
I
So
think
what are you
we
referring
need to research a little bit better the Egyptian side because you're also saying that the pharaoh from
Well, so can you
Exodus
clarify?
is
If
not
I
existent,
go and I
right?
find, say, one sec, let me just pull something up just so I can get an actual pharaoh's name for you.
Yeah, look for Amenhotep II. He's the
So
Exodus
which pharaoh ruled, or sorry, what years did that's such a funny name. What are the odds of that? What years did Pepi the First rule?
Be serious, Dr. Blitz.
It's a real person, I promise. It's a real person.
Dr.
So
Blitz.
I do not have memorized when.
Okay, well, so
each
if I
pharaoh
just
was.
Google that, apparently the date that I get, if I just Google reign of Pepi I, I get that the reign is around sometime between, or he reigned from 48 to 50 years, and that it was between 2332 and 2283 BC. So are you telling me that that's made up?
No, can you search, is this the high chronology or the low chronology? Can you search that?
Sure.
Thank you. I like you being my secretary.
Doesn't say anything about it, actually.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that this relies on a particular chronology. This relies on the kinds of dating that Egyptologists will use.
So
yeah, but what about Amenhotep
Not a
II?
specific chronology
clarify
that the Egyptians used.
Salazar, just to clarify, so those who have studied the ancient Near East know about the chronology problem in Egypt, but the difference is not large, and it's also roughly settled in some cases by the carbon-14 dating. So it's not like it's just one timeline versus another timeline based on the text. Like we've got other forms of dating where we can help timeline stuff.
And just to be clear, suppose that they are off. Suppose that the chronologies differ by, say, a few decades. The point still stands is that we have consistent chronology or consistent writing going back from before the flood.
No, but so
Like we
this
have
is
like
the
we have
big
we have
problem
continuous
because
texts. There's no one period of time in Egyptian
Yeah.
history where there's no texts.
Yeah, the big problem there, Blitz, is that so if you look at Amenhotep II and you'll see the research from Christopher Eames, he is the archaeologist that found out that who is the pharaoh from the Exodus and also tracks back all the dynasties, all the dynasties from
Well,
the
the
pharaohs.
Pharaoh of the
So if
Exodus
you,
contradicts the Bible, by the way.
it doesn't because you're
It
saying that
does.
he drowned in the ocean or not, right?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that the Pharaoh that would have been there, according to the Bible, was not Ramses. Ramses
Was not
II is
Ramses.
well, Amenhotep and Ramses. There's a handful of pharaohs that they think could have been the Pharaoh at the time of the Exodus, but the Bible has the Exodus in the middle of the 1400s, based on the dating of Jephthah in Judges, and also dating 1 Kings chapter 6, with the 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple. Now, the problem is that both
Yeah,
in
correct.
the latter chapters of Genesis and in Exodus, it's listing the storehouses of Ramses II built by the Israelites, which couldn't have happened because Ramses didn't exist for another 200 years.
Yeah, but that is incorrect because you cannot use the storehouses of P. Ramses to say specifically to debunk that argument because
Why
you
not?
can use the names. For example, if you look at the
Did
Bible,
Moses write the
of
narrative?
there's also mentions. Let me finish the argument. There's also mentions of the city of Dan, and
Yeah,
Dan was not
in
born
Genesis
until
14.
after.
That's anachronistic as well. Yep. So I'm asking, who wrote it?
There's over 40 authors for the Bible,
You
and
got
there's
it. Yeah, there's a
66 books.
bunch.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reality is these events are written way after the fact, which is why they don't match anything. So they didn't build the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses because Ramses II, the one who had the storehouses built, didn't exist yet. Now, it might be true that, there's one possible storehouse near Avaris, but what we know from history, from the Egyptian record, is that those two locations, Pithom and Ramses, were actual storehouses built by Ramses II.
Yeah, so the storehouses of P. Ramses are not specifically the argument for the Exodus. If you look at the Exodus details,
I didn't
you would
say
go
that
through
they're
all
the argument for the Exodus. I'm saying it's an anachronistic feature, meaning those storehouses did not exist and could not have been built by the Israelites at the time that they were in Egypt, according to the biblical text.
They were in Avaris, and there's also an inscription of the nomads of Yahweh, there.
I'm sure there were in Avaris. That says
So it
nothing about
tracks.
whether or not they built the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses. So it doesn't track. No one's disagreeing here that there weren't Semitic speaking people in Egypt. That's clear from history. We know that.
Yeah, what I'm disagreeing with you is that you say that the Exodus is not specifically.
To be clear, I'm pretty sure the original argument was merely that we have continuous written records, inscriptions, texts, receipts in Egyptian history going back long before the flood would have happened, right? Like there's not a period of time, as far as I can tell, as far as I've been able to find, there's not a period of time where we don't have a record for that year, for that
Right.
year, for that decade, or whatever it is. And like, furthermore, this would demand that, oh, he left. This would demand that like Merer, the guy who wrote the Diary of Merer, was a giant.
Right.
So it would
Also,
be crazy because like, how is he going to write so small?
It's important to recognize too that the Shasu of Yahweh inscription postdates the Exodus according to the Bible as well. That's 13th
there you go.
century, maybe 14th century, still 100 years off. So it's not. None of these arguments are very good. Like I don't know. You've been watching some like ancient Egypt in the Bible with Dr. Falk. Don't do that. He's a goon. He went to a great school, but he's just doing bad apologetics on the internet. Maybe
Should
better.
we
bring up?
I wish I went to a great school so that I could become some, like, I don't know, soulless piece of shit.
Right? Should we bring up Ashley? Or we
Yeah.
have some super chats to read
Yeah,
first.
let's
But then
grab
maybe,
Ashley
maybe
next.
we'll bring up Ashley.
For sure. Reverend Nate, thank you for super chat. Says Ian, you have a specific talking point about the problem with faith. Please draw the link between my neighbors are androids and destroy the androids. Thank you.
I don't know if I correctly understand this, but okay. I think that there seems to be a big problem with saying that faith gives justification for belief, that it necessarily gives justification for belief, because you can have faith in like literally anything. I also think probably the more poignant critique is that it's self-defeating, because you can have faith in the notion that faith doesn't give justification, then you'd be justified in believing that faith doesn't give justification. So I don't know. It just seems, but I do think that if you want like the morally charged one, you ask, okay, if I have faith that my neighbors are androids, and then I have faith that destroying them would be the right thing to do, would that make it permissible for me? Would I be justified in going over there and like executing them?
And Liberty Giblets, good to see you. It says, my gramps who passed 30 years ago served in World War II 84 years ago. Too soon. Sorry about that, Fred. And Fortnite Guy says, if dark matter doesn't exist, how does this change our understanding of gravity? And do you think it's possible we might actually be wrong?
Oh, that's good timing that I'm back. It would change our understanding of gravity if dark matter is not real, because then we have to account for this extra extra gravitational acceleration without extra matter. It seems as we get more and more data that dark matter is more and more convincing, in contradiction with the claims of people who support Mond, like, what's his name? Mordecai Milgram. He thinks that Mond is true, but, Mond being modified Newtonian dynamics, which would be a modification of gravity rather than having dark matter. But yeah, the evidence that we have is more and more leaning towards dark matter being real.
Very good. And one more super chat from Gentleman Viking. Good to see you, friends. It's Justin and Blitz. This guy isn't worth it. Ian, hold my acai bowl.
I'll always.
Let's go.
I'm always excited to completely destroy Christians on ethics, because their ethics are crazy. Like they're committed to wild conclusions. It's like basically inescapable that you're going to be saying that slavery is sometimes okay, that it's sometimes okay, in fact, like deeply praiseworthy to give laws that are pro-slavery, that actually sometimes infants deserve the death penalty on account of the crimes of their ancestors from 400 years ago. Like it's unfortunately kind of just inescapable. And also Christians don't take like the moral arguments available to atheists seriously. Like there's an entire field of, I don't know, normative ethics and meta ethics that's dedicated to arguing in favor of certain obligations that everybody has. And none of these people have taken it seriously enough to read any of the literature. If they did, they wouldn't think that the moral argument was good.
Yeah. All right, let's get Ashley in here and see how far we can get. Welcome in, Ashley. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 22 and I believe in God. I'm a part of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Oh, LDS. Gotcha.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
why believe in God?
So I've been getting more into philosophy, and since that's kind of like your guys' thing, then I have my argument that I think is the best for why I think God exists. And it's not really
To be
related
clear,
to
that's Ian's thing. My thing is science. Justin's thing is history and biblical theology.
I don't know. I watch Ian more.
But go
Sorry.
ahead.
So
That's
okay,
okay.
so my argument is the algorithmic information argument. It's a bit different though. So the premise one is observed data and events often contain patterns and regularities. Do you guys agree with that?
Wait, so say the premise again. Let's type this out.
Okay.
Justin,
I got
do
you.
you want to
Observed data and events often contain
Patterns and regularities.
Okay.
contain
and premise two-
regularities?
Yeah, and then premise 2 is multiple hypotheses can explain the same observed data.
Hypotheses can explain.
Look at how slow this guy is at typing. Probably
know.
chicken pecking with his index fingers. Bro's not even on the home row.
My
Actually, well, not. I'm
Okay.
gonna move my keyboard up to the top level so I don't have to reach down below in my lap. Type. Let's go. Fast mode activated.
Okay, and then P3 is similar hypotheses require less information to describe and have lower algorithmic complexity.
Wait, say that one more time.
Similar hypotheses require less information to describe and have lower algorithmic complexity.
Okay, what's P4? Or the conclusion?
Hypotheses with lower algorithmic complexity should be assigned higher prior probability than more complex hypotheses.
Wait, with lower complexity?
Yeah. No, lower algorithmic complexity.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the next hypothesis?
And then P5 is predictions based on weighting simpler hypotheses tend to perform better
Weighting
to
what?
inductive reasoning. Okay, I'll say it again. Premise 5 is predictions based on weighting simpler hypotheses tend to perform better for inductive reasoning. So therefore, inductive reasoning should favor simpler hypotheses and use algorithmic probability.
Was last
So-
part a P3 or P5?
Yeah, that was P5.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the end of it. Predictions based on weighing simpler hypotheses. Then what?
I thought
Similar.
wait,
Are
is
you
that
are
not
you
just the
talking about premise
conclusion?
5? Yeah, and then the conclusion is therefore inductive reasoning should favor simpler hypotheses and algorithmic probability, as in Solomonoff introduction or induction.
Sorry, should favor simpler hypotheses. One more time.
Therefore, inductive reasoning should favor simpler hypotheses and use algorithmic probability, as in Solomonoff induction.
I don't know what that last word is. Something induction?
And Tugama induction.
Or I can spell
Salama
it for
induction?
you. This is like when I first heard this argument. This was like my first time I've heard it. It reminded me of like Solomon, but it's Solomonoff.
Solomonoff?
Yeah.
Okay. So
So
your conclusion
my
is
like
that
to continue with my conclusion though, like I think God is the preferable explanation, for the existence of the universe.
so you
with
gave us
all
five
determinants.
5 premises and a conclusion, and the conclusion is that inductive reasoning should favor simpler hypotheses and use algorithmic probability, as in Solomonoff induction, right? That's your conclusion?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Therefore-
to be clear, this argument has nothing to do with God. Now, if you want to then do it, like use the conclusion there, and then try to make an argument for God, you can. But as it stands, this is not an argument for God. This is an argument for a specific kind of inductive reasoning.
But do you guys agree with it before I continue on with how it connects to God?
I'm not entirely sure how it works. To
I don't.
be
I also
honest.
don't think that it's valid.
Well, okay, obviously the argument doesn't follow like a valid inference rule if that's what you're saying, Blitz, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I'm not really sure what specifically is claiming.
It's just claiming that you should use algorithmic complexity in order to, if you have multiple hypotheses that explain the same phenomenon, you should favor the one with lower algorithmic complexity.
How do I determine the algorithmic complexity of a hypothesis?
A, you can't. B, this is literally just Occam's razor. It's a formalization of Occam's razor.
Oh. I think God loses to Occam's razor.
Every time.
Why?
So, okay. Let's do a comparison between naturalism and supernaturalism. So, naturalism says that the only type of thing that exists is the natural things. Supernaturalism says the natural things exist, and then additionally, supernatural things exist on top of that. So, naturalism just posits one fewer thing. So, we should prefer naturalism over supernaturalism. And because theism is a subset of supernaturalism, that means that we should prefer naturalism over theism.
Okay, I think I'll concede with this one, but before I go, can I ask Ian a question about his objective morality with atheism?
Yeah, go for it.
So for objective morality, your argument relies on logic, right?
Yep.
So with this logic, that implies there's objective truths, right?
Yes.
Where do you get these objective truths?
when you ask where do you get them, we're going to need to clarify this into like some sort of like familiar philosophical term. Are you asking like what grounds objective truths?
Yeah,
Because I'm
yeah.
going to hold the certain objective truths are just going to be necessary, that is like ungrounded. Some of them are going to be, you know, grounded in like further truths. Um,
How
I
do you
think
know
it's
it's
going to
necessary?
depend on the truth.
Yeah, how do you know it's necessary?
You can know that it's necessary insofar as it's going to be true in all possible worlds. Like it's literally impossible for it to be false. So, for example, beliefs exist. We can know with absolute certainty that beliefs exist because if you didn't believe that beliefs exist, you would then be believing that beliefs don't exist, which is like self-falsifying.
Okay, and then are there any other like besides contradictions? Are there any other like ways that you debunk someone's argument?
Um, so there's like a couple of things, right? You can use like induction, you can I don't know, you could do like hypothesis comparison, kind of the sort of thing that your argument's meant to get at. Um, you know, you of course like logic is a great tool.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me up.
Yep. Hey,
Of
thanks so much
course.
for
Thanks
coming
for
up.
being here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And we'll move on to the next one. We've got a couple of people that wait in line. Samuel, I'm sorry we made you wait so long. We're going to bring you up right now.
Do you still see Ashley as being on?
Yeah, I don't think she cut properly. There we go. Welcome in, Samuel, or at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm above 18, and I don't really want to share exactly what I believe in. Is that all right?
No, it's not
Okay.
all right.
Well, it's
You have to
okay.
be
You can
honest
say
with your beliefs.
Islam.
Well, yeah, I do believe in a supernatural power. Yes.
Just as
So-
a quick, this is a completely random question, completely unrelated to your beliefs. But could you say that would you be willing to say that Allah is burning in hell? Sorry, that Muhammad is burning in hell, rather.
Why would I want to say that?
Well, I'm just asking you to. I'm just asking you to. Completely unrelated. It has nothing to do with anything.
Are you afraid
Okay,
that
Muhammad is burning
Allah
in
would
hell.
be mad?
Yeah.
No, Allah would be happy that that's happening to him. Is that what you want to
Okay.
hear? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So can I
Okay.
move?
Much appreciated. So, why should we believe in the God that you believe in that you won't tell us about?
First of all, I just want to ask Ian. He said something about that if God was always eternal, and that he then later decided to create, that's a transition or some kind of contradiction. And then he said something about parts, and then he said that's also change. Can you is it fine
Yep.
if you just repeat that? Okay.
Yeah, sure. So God causes things by necessitating them through acts of will. So let's say God exists alone. God exists and creation doesn't exist. There's some state of affairs where God is alone. In this state of affairs, either God is willing that external things come into existence, or he's not willing that these external things come into existence. If he's willing that these external things come into existence, then necessarily external things exist in the state of affairs where external things don't exist, a contradiction. The alternative is that God is not willing external things to come into existence. And in that circumstance, God needs to go from not willing these things into existence to willing them into existence. So God goes from not creating, he's passive, to creating, he's active. That's a change. He's going from being a potential creator to being an actual creator.
And the parts, he said something about his parts or something like that.
Yeah, if you want to hold that God is an ultimate being, you're going to have to hold that God lacks parts. He's divinely simple. Insofar as anything else is going to give him an unfortunate relation to those parts, that he's going to depend on those parts for his existence.
What would those parts be? Are you referring to the universe as those parts, or time, or
No. I'm saying his parts would be things like, I don't know, as like his mental states would be distinct from his essence.
Okay. Look, for Lincoln's theory, that the universe was tunneled into into existence. So it was in a state of well, look, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not perfect at it. I don't know this well, but he said that it was in a state of non-existence. So, and it tunneled through into a vacuum, true vacuum, from a false vacuum to a true vacuum. Somehow it
I don't know
tunneled
what the
through.
fuck that means.
If it was in a false vacuum, it's not like it didn't exist. Now,
well, okay, fair enough. It's not, if that's the case, but it wasn't as it was now. That's what I'm trying to say.
yeah,
So
it was
wasn't
different before.
Okay.
And then, at
But
least
if-
according to
but there was
Vilenkin's
no
tunneling universe hypothesis, yeah,
But
it was
there
in a
was
different
no
state, and it tunneled into a kind of classical geometric state.
Okay, but there was no time. Time was out of the window, right?
Generally
agree?
speaking, when we talk about quantum gravity, time is viewed to be emergent.
Okay, it was emergent. Okay, so it was there was no time, then there was time. Okay, now what is the difference between that and some supernatural deity just popping into existence with the universe? How would that
Oh, wait,
that
you
be
don't
different?
think
than that?
God's eternal?
I would say he was in the state like how that universe was before, when it was tunneled through.
So
Okay.
God is like a physical process?
No, I said it was the state before he see the Lincoln. You know the Lincoln's theory, right? You've heard of his
No,
theory?
not at
I do.
all.
How it's tunneled through. All right. So you'd know that the universe was in a state where almost like, I'm gonna just say the words like non-existent in a way.
No, you
Like
should
in
say
a way there was no
pre-geometric.
time.
That's the correct statement.
All right, pre-geometric. There was no time, no space, and then it tunneled through, and bam, you got the universe there. Okay, so what's the difference between that and a god that was in? Let's say a god was in that state where
To be
before
clear,
it tunneled through.
the
Yeah.
the Vilenkin view and all of these views that involve looking at quantum or time emerging, all of these views take a B theory of time view.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not that a tunneling event happened. That's not the view. There's some sort of deeper quantum description that doesn't require a temporal event taking place, because this is, in some sense, it is only describable in a pre-geometric, non-temporal, non-spatial way. Which
Dr.
is to
Blitz,
say,
do you think this would be like comparable to something like grounding?
yeah, you could call it grounding if you wanted to.
Okay.
So, which is to say, in this view, there's not an event that takes place even before time existed. It's not like tunneling happened and then time existed. It's that you have to view the universe as a whole. And if you look at one boundary of the universe, the four-dimensional space-time, not just a slice of space, but the whole four-dimensional thing, there is a boundary where if you go further beyond that boundary, you get pre-geometry. You get no geometric anything. That's the description here. There's not a thing being created. There's not an action taking place.
You disagree with the part where they say tunneling. You don't think that's an incorrect?
It is no. It is totally. It's entirely tunneling, but it's not an event that takes place in time. This is it's like formally tunneling. Like you can look at the geometric description and it's identical, or the mathematical description. It's identical to tunneling, but it's not tunneling in time. It's tunneling in scale factor.
Okay. I wanted to also say that you probably believe in one of you guys probably believe that the universe, I'm assuming, will eventually collapse back into a hot, dense state and then expand back again and rearrange itself. And it will do this in infinite amount of times. Now, so basically, if I say a thing always existed and always recycles itself, does that sound sensible to you? To me, it sounds really absurd. So something that just keeps recycling itself.
What's absurd about it?
That it's always been there and it keeps recycling itself. Like,
right, but what's absurd about it?
Because it just sounds like something is in motion when nothing's been put in motion. Why would it be always in that motion?
Gravity?
For eternity?
Gravity? Do you think gravity stops working at some point?
Well, that's I don't know how it goes. I mean, if gravity continues or not. But from what I know, that someone probably believes that it goes back into a hot and dense state and then expands back again.
Yeah.
And that it just repeats itself infinitely.
Yeah.
It's always been there and it just keeps doing that. Does that
Because
sound?
of gravity.
Does that sound because of gravity?
It sounds at
Okay.
least possible. Whether
Yeah,
or
I'm
not
not
the data
sure why I would
supports
think
it.
that there's like maybe it's weird, but I think like a lot of the cosmologies are weird.
Okay.
I mean, like consider for example, fucking magnets. How do they work?
Actually, Plato thought the magnets were divine. They were operating on God magic.
Based. Common Plato W.
So you'd lean to that more than the universe just coming into existence out of nothing. You'd rather it be something that's always been there and just
No.
so
Oh, sorry. I
what
might
you-
have misunderstood what you said. But none of us
So you
have a
pref-
belief that
so you-
it popped into existence from nothing.
Okay.
And just
So you'd lean
just
to-
as an aside, if we're talking about absurdity, at least the cyclic view is in some sense symmetrical. For some reason, if you think that the universe began to exist and then it'll keep expanding forever, that there's like a weird asymmetry there, and that asymmetry isn't provided by the laws of physics because general relativity, electromagnetism, these dominant forces are time symmetric. So the laws of physics are the same in both directions of time, whether you go backwards or forwards. And somehow you're positing some asymmetry just baked into the universe. Why?
Yeah, I see what you're trying to say there here. Okay. Okay, that's all I had to say. Thanks for your time.
Hey, cheers. All right.
Interesting.
Carissa, great to see you, and thank you so much for sending out 20 unapologetic gifted memberships.
The goat.
Super appreciate that, friend. Helps the channel a ton. And Jerry says, a follow up on the last one, wrong Catholic thinker. I like him too, but he doesn't get asked tough questions. Well, sometimes we press him a bit, but you got to remember, like, sometimes you can have a dialogue with somebody without trying to cook them. And Catholic thinker has been really helpful for us, not just engaging in argumentation, but also helping us with our arguments sometimes. So like when his argument fails, he'll help us with our arguments. So it's just a really good person who's just trying to be honest, not trying to play any games or win, and is just giving honest dialogue, which sometimes is just as valuable as, trying to cook somebody, as far as I can tell. Maybe not as exciting though.
Yeah. Well, quite frankly, different people, different audience members are going to prefer different things. Some people, like a lot of people enjoy like the controversial, like blood sports type debates where we're like screaming at each other and like insulting each other. And some people enjoy like the good faith dialects,
Yeah.
like, or dialectics. Like, I just think it's like a different thing for different people.
Mm-hmm. Fortnite guy says, do you think inflation theory is wrong? And if so, what do you think actually created the Big Bang?
So inflation is probably the most mainstream view about what was going on before the Big Bang. It's not proven. It's also one of those things that we probably don't have very strong evidence for. But it's such a simple explanation for such a wide array of topics that a lot of people take it seriously. And I think that it is worth taking seriously. You can think inflation is correct and then also think that there's a cyclic nature of the universe. Like, these are compatible.
Yeah.
I don't really hold a stance about inflation. I'd be fine if it's true. I'd be fine if it's not.
Okay. Fair enough.
I think that like a good piece of evidence that was like really convincing to me is the sonic speed at which inflation took place throughout like a 34 dimensional rule consistent space time. For anybody interested in the evidence for inflation, you should Google sonic inflation rule 34.
All right.
Justin doesn't get it.
Let's grab Ragged. No, listen, this is too, sorry, we're going to no degree then Ragged in here. Yeah, that was a reference that's not in my vocabulary.
It could be. You have the power, Justin.
I'm allergic to fun.
I know. Well, trust me, Justin, this is not fun.
Not fun.
Decree, welcome back. We know you're at least 18 and we know you're a Christian, so we don't have to ask those. So we'll ask, hey, why do you think that your God exists?
Well, I did actually. I wasn't even going to come up until allegedly Ian said something earlier. I wanted
About slavery?
uh, y'all. He's yeah, you know I love discussing the topic of slavery.
It is your favorite
But
topic, yeah.
he said something.
Right now you're being a slave to bad reception. Is it possible you can get some Wi-Fi? Because we can't hear anything you're saying.
Science is telling me again.
We
Why does that
can't
mean
hear
people
you.
trust science?
We didn't hear anything you said.
I said science has failed me again. Can you hear me now?
It seems like you might
think
have better
so.
reception now.
Have you tried praying to science? Maybe that'll fix it.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm a popular person for people to come on with and then get spawn killed by.
Well, the question was, he said, allegedly, Ian, I thought you said, and as Phil Bros, I want to hold to the principle of charity here. I thought you said that an atheist could say that slavery is objectively wrong, but a Christian can't. And I was just curious there. Is that what you said, or
specific
did I
Christian
misunderstand
couldn't
you?
is the claim.
Well, are you saying that atheists can say that slavery is objectively wrong?
Yes.
Would you say that the atheist could also say some forms of slavery is objectively not wrong?
By slavery, you mean like owning people as property?
No, I usually don't define slavery necessarily that way.
Oh, well, I would
I
need to
guess
know
you
what you mean by
could, I guess.
slavery. Under like the standard definitions, I would say, yeah, it's going to be, you're going to have very strong reason to not do it. It's going to be a violation of
about-
like a lot of the things that you're dialectically required to value.
Well, I know that you have said in the past something to the effect of when someone does a crime and has to do the time, you would not view them as a slave to the state as maybe the 13th Amendment might view someone like that as a slave to the state.
It depends the
And that
specific
accessory
nature of it. If the claim is that you're like owned as property, I don't know. I think I need to read up on whether or not prisoners are considered to be owned as property. If they are, then I think that's bad. I think that you shouldn't be owning people as property. You know, I actually hold to a retributivist view of justice, so I don't have a problem with things like punishments. But I think that the punishment shouldn't be cruel if it is to be just.
Okay, well,
so I don't think you should own
what if-
people as property. It's like super
Well, if-
dehumanizing.
What about something? I know you had said in the past that you had this view that someone who does a crime and has to do the time should be what was that? What was the word? Taught and educated so that they could be set free, become a functioning pillar of the society.
I probably wouldn't hold to that view. I'm pretty convinced that retributivism is true. I think that that's like a great thing if it happens. Like I think that's like a huge plus if in the penal process, the penal process. Fuck, I don't know how you pronounce this stupid fucking word, dude. You all know the word. Fuck all of
penal.
you. Penal. In the penal process, the person gets
Peggy strikes
re-educated. They
again.
get rehabilitated. I think that's fantastic. But I don't think that's a requirement of justice. I think justice is literally just about people getting what they deserve.
And by the way, I just want to clarify. Somebody has said that you and No Degree have had this exact conversation already.
I'm sure of it.
Is that the case?
I know we had it a while ago, but
Well, I had asked him a question before about whether or not if you had a scenario in which, let's say, we did studies and we found that someone would become a better functioning member of society who did a crime if they had to, after doing the crime and accumulated this debt for this crime, lived for 6 years as an indentured servant, and then on the 7th year set free. And we found that actually streamlined them being a better functioning member of society. Could you say that form of slavery was morally justified?
No, I reject consequentialist forms of punishment. I think that they all lead to like insane absurdities. So, for example, let's say that you have somebody, you know that they're like 100% innocent, but you also know that there's going to be riots unless you convict this exact person, and the riots are going to be like catastrophic, you know. Would it be just to convict the innocent person? I think like obviously not, even though it has good consequences for the society. Another example of this is, let's say you know that somebody is innocent, but you also know that if you imprison them, they're going to completely turn their life around and be like a productive member of society. I don't think you should imprison them. I think that that's like a huge injustice if you imprison them, even if that does like completely fix their life. I think that there's like a lot of scenarios like that that demonstrate why consequentialist justice is pretty absurd.
Okay, so let me ask you this one last thing before I leave here. I'm going to give you a scenario. So, Justin Deconstruction is found guilty of human trafficking. He's an enslaver, and there's two options there. He gets 25 years in prison, or a well-known pillar of society who has a lot of money says, Justin Deconstruction will be my servant for 6 years. In that 6 years, he will learn how to be a functioning member of society. At the end of the 6 years, the 7th year, he gets to go free, as opposed to having to do this for 20 years. And it streamlines it, so it's actually more beneficial than him being in prison for 25 years. Which would be the better option?
Yeah, so again, I don't give a fuck about like consequentialist outcomes in terms of justice. I don't think justice is concerned with consequentialist outcomes. I think if you get good outcomes, if the person becomes rehabilitated, that's awesome, that's great. I think that you have reasons to try to rehabilitate people, but I think specifically what justice demands is deserts, that people get their just deserts. So if what Justin deserves is 25 years of prison, then what Justin gets is 25 years of prison. I also think that one of the demands of justice is that it's standardized across people. I don't think that certain people should get special punishments for the same crimes. I think different people should get the same punishment for the same crime.
Okay, well, I do appreciate your answers, and I will take that in consideration and document it and maybe use it in the future.
Okay.
Debunk you with it in the future.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Do you agree with, if you agree with all of that, do you think the Amalekite infants deserve the death penalty as a punishment?
No, I would say that they weren't punished. Well, actually,
God
there's
says that
actually
they
two
were
different views
punished.
here. I think that God took them out and brought them to be with Him, is what I believe. So I wouldn't look at that as a form of punishment.
God says it's a punishment, as I'm sure Justin would love to tell you about. I'll read the verse to you. Thus says the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, I guess you could say it's a form of consequence for what the evil that
the evils that the babies did.
Benefit because of having to.
Famously evil babies.
What's that?
The babies had it coming.
No, I don't. I mean, there are some different. There are some views that I particularly hold to. Does anybody know who Michael Heiser is or was?
I very much know Michael Heiser. Yeah, peace be upon him.
Well, Michael. Yeah, he had the view that when God was taking out the Amalekites, He was actually
getting rid of the
His goal
Nephilim.
was to just yes. So there could be this case here in which the DNA of these children were so bad that you could look at.
But wait a minute. Am I stupid? How could there be Nephilim if the global flood killed everybody?
Yep.
Well, the Bible says there was Nephilim on before and after the flood. So
That's right.
So
So
then-
how they
so
survive?
most people, well,
Are
most
they just
people
good swimmers?
believe it was. No, most people believe that it was within the genetics of
Of
still
Noah's
the
family.
8.
Then
Yeah.
why God let him survive?
Why did he let them survive?
Yeah.
He didn't. He's taking them out. That's what he's doing with the.
No, why did he
what
let
Michael
Noah's
Heiser
family
believes he's doing with
survive? Well, if the goal is
Well,
to
I
get
thi-
rid
I
of the
think that-
Nephilim, then why did he allow some of them to survive on the ark?
Well, I don't think the goal was necessarily to get rid of the Nephilim. The
Well,
goal
then why
was
is he
to.
why is he having you kill
The goal
babies
was
if
to-
the goal isn't to get rid of the Nephilim?
Well, that's Michael Heiser's view. My view is that regardless of whether they had Nephilim or not, I believe God is just in having them do that because he's the giver and taker of life. But
So
I
God
don't look
doesn't
at
have
that as a
so
punishment.
God doesn't have justice then. God just gets to do whatever he wants?
Well, when God acts by nature, it's always going to be just.
Okay, so if God does something,
Even though it doesn't-
Crazy take,
it
by the way.
becomes just?
Yeah. Oh, well, it just when God acts, it's always just. He always acts in a just
Well,
manner.
does he act in a way that is just because it is just, or does it become just when he acts because he's doing it?
Well, you could say because he's doing it, it is just by nature just, but it may not necessarily be just when.
So then your view of justice is arbitrary?
Yeah.
It's just that whatever
Well, I
God
wouldn't
does
call
is
it
just.
arbitrary.
It's
I
arbitrary.
wouldn't call it arbitrary.
Is
God
it
has free
justice
will,
because
right?
God
Yeah.
acts that way, or does
I-
God
I
act that
wouldn't-
way because that's the just way
I
of
wouldn't-
acting?
He just bit the first bullet.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think that it
So,
could be arbitrary
sure.
to come from God.
Yeah, he just
I don't know
bit
how
like
that
divine
would follow.
command theory bullet.
Oh yeah, I'm a.
But you're
divine
saying
creator.
that
Actually,
that justice is
I would-
grounded
I
in
would
whatever
call it-
God's actions are, which means that the thing that determines justice, that is not
Actually, I never said
determined
that.
by justice, is God's actions.
I said that when God's acts, because God's nature is perfectly just, every time God does something, it's always going to be just, including
So
telling
then-
them to unalive his Malachi.
So then sometimes it is just to kill innocent entities.
Yes.
Crazy bullet bite.
So you think the definition of justice has two contradictory definitions? Just to be clear, I just want to
I'm not
make
sure what
sure.
to think of that.
I'm going to write this one out. I've done this with a couple of people just to illustrate the problem. And I'm not trying to be glib with you. So here's what we say. We're going to say justice, and the definition typically is some form of getting what you deserve. Oop. We might say something akin to that would be like if you are guilty, you get punished. And if you are not, you don't. Okay. So this is like a basic definition of justice. This is kind of what like most human beings are going to agree on. This isn't like something that is like typically controversial. Now, what you're saying is that definition of justice has another definition. We're going to say definition number 2. That definition is killing
Well, it would
and
be a.
punishing
It would be a
innocent.
biblical definition.
Hold on. Killing and punishing innocent beings, right? Okay, so the problem that you're going to have here is that definition number 1 and definition number 2 are contradictions. They can't both be true. Only one of them gets to be true.
I would reject definition number 1.
Okay, so definition
Definition-
1 doesn't exist.
I would not. All you said there when you define justice is getting what you deserve. That's actually not the definition of justice. That would be just retribution, as
Well-
Ian was talking about.
Well, the
No, that's
definition
like
of
that's the
justice.
pretty
you can
standard
have
definition of
retribution. You can have retribution and never obtain justice.
So the definition of justice is usually tied to the idea of fairness, and fairness is a pretty easy word to describe. When we're dealing like with the legal system, a just legal system would also be a fair legal system, correct?
Say that again.
A
A
just
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 legal
legal
system
system.
is a fair legal system.
I don't know. That seems kind of strange. I don't know if I'd want to sign off on that.
so would you sign off on the American? Would you say that the American legal system is just if we were punishing innocent people?
No, I don't
Okay,
think the
so
American legal system has ever actually been able to
well, I
obtain
didn't.
justice.
Well, I didn't ask you that.
No one has on
I'm
this.
saying if in fact the American legal system was punishing innocent peoples, would you call that unjust?
Yes.
Okay, so is it true that the punishing of innocent people is unjust?
Well, not necessarily. When God does it.
Okay, so now you're
When
back at
humans
square one. Okay, so we're back at square
Well, that's
one, which
why.
is that
That's why I.
we're
hold
back
to
at square
moral
one,
command
which is
here.
that you have two different definitions of justice, and they can't both exist simultaneously because they contradict. So if
No,
you're
I
saying
don't have two
justice
different
is number
definitions.
one definition is that you get what you deserve, meaning you get punished if you're guilty and you
Yeah, I
don't get
don't
punished if
hold
you're
to that
innocent.
definition
You just said
because
you
I
did.
believe that I've. No, I didn't. I specifically rejected that definition.
No, you didn't. So try this again. In the
Yes, I
American
did.
legal system, in the country you live in, if somebody is punished for a crime they never
Who's
committed,
innocent?
is that unjust?
Yes, that'd be unjust. But also, even if
Okay,
they were
so
punished,
that
even
would
if,
that
well,
would
let me.
mean
Yeah, but
no
it would
degree.
also mean that even if they were not, if
We're
they
not
were
getting
not
anywhere. I need
punished.
you to focus, buddy. Focus, okay?
Okay, but
So
you're
so what
actually saying that I'm defining something I've never accepted here. I wanted to clarify.
you did twice.
Because
You just
even if,
said
no, I
punishing
didn't.
a
I didn't.
an innocent
And you can go back to the recording. You'll
person.
never see me sign off on that definition.
We did twice.
You
Is
asked
unjust. So we'll try this again. Is punishing an innocent person
punishing an
unjust or
innocent
just?
person would be unjust in the legal system based on the context that you just said. Yes.
Okay, so
The
then
question you
if
just asked.
punishing an innocent person is unjust, you can't then say it's just when
Well,
God
I'm not
does it.
saying it's. I'm not making an absolute claim here. I said. Notice I said when you ask the
Okay,
question,
so then
is
so
punishing someone in the
if
legal
neither
system
of these
if
if
they're
neither
innocent?
if neither of these definitions apply universally, that means your definition's arbitrary.
No, I'm just going by what the Bible views as justice.
Yeah, so you're a
Because
relativist.
the Bible views justice as not just, punishment or whatever, also proper, I guess, restoration. So that's why I'm saying here that justice is never actually obtained, because in the legal system, when someone unalives someone else, the person may get retribution and put to unalivement, but that's never justice because the person they unalived, there's never any restoration of life or anything.
Well, wait,
That's
so
why I'm
okay,
saying
that presupposes that what's required by justice is to restore to the previous state of affairs, to make whole. That's like a restorative conception of
yes,
justice.
to make whole would be a good, yeah.
So you're just like
that
a
would be a good way to make
restorative. You're just like a person who views justice like restoratively.
Yeah, and kind of making it whole. Even restoring may not
How
necessarily
are
be making it
how are the Amalekite infants made whole?
well, depending on what view you take, if you take Michael Heiser's view, I guess they're just taken out because they by nature are evil. I don't know, but if you don't hold to that position, they would be made whole in the sense that because they didn't choose to do this evil in and of themselves, they would be brought to heaven to be with God. So they would be made
So
whole.
to be clear, are you saying that the Amalekite infants were wronged?
Yeah,
In
you
order
could
to
say
be
they were
made
wronged
whole,
by
you need
their.
to be wronged.
You could say that they were made whole wrong in the sense they were wronged by their parents and their ancestors.
What about the people who
Not
hacked
by
them to
God.
death with swords?
No, I wouldn't look at that as being made
That's,
wrong. I think that
that's
God
crazy.
To be
actually
clear, you're
showing
saying
mercy.
that you're saying that they were made whole not from the wrong that was inflicted on them by being hacked to death with swords, but that the
That is
making
correct.
whole
Yeah, that
process
was- they
was
were
the hacking to
already-
death with swords.
Yep.
Well, that was part of the process, yes.
You
And that was
okay?
what
So
God
just to be
told them
clear,
to
you
do,
think
yeah.
that hacking them to death with swords restored them from the wrongness that had been inflicted against them?
No, that was just part of the process.
Okay, so it's unclear where that fits into
So,
the
once
restorative
they go to
portion of
heaven,
this.
then there's the perfect restoration, and then therefore the perfect justice. And
The restoration
it may
for
not
what?
be the case that for what their parents did, the 400 years of heinous evil. I mean,
Okay,
there's
wait,
the
so
sad thing
you
is
might have
the
already
there's
answered
a
this, but do you
likelihood-
think that they were wronged when they got like hacked to bits with swords? Did that wrong them?
not by the people hacking them to bits to swords. They were wronged by
Okay, you
their
don't think hacking a bunch of
Crazy.
infants to
ancestors.
death with swords wrongs them? That's
Not in
crazy.
this scenario, no. Not in this. In
Okay,
some other
I think that's
scenarios,
pretty
when
crazy.
God's not involved, well, that's why I hold to moral command theory. It's not. It's a little
Well,
different
that's
than
why
divine
divine command theory is crazy.
Well, moral command theory teaches that God gives certain rules and everyday situations in which you are to act. But there's extreme situations because of man's sin in which God may tell you to act a certain way, that by not following what God tells you to do, you're actually sinning against God. But in a different context, if you did this on your own, you would also, without God telling you, would also be sinning against God. That's how moral command theory works.
Yep. Well, that's why your ethics are absurd.
Well, I mean, we'll just
Kind
have to
of kind
agree
of
to
crazy, at least in as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
If
let me
you're
ask you a
saying that the people
question.
who hack them to bits are the good guys, I don't know, man.
Well, I could give you a
no degree. I just want
example
to.
of how atheists hold to the same
Can
position and don't
can I
realize it.
push you? Can I push you a little bit in divine command theory? Because I suspect you and I have talked quite a few times. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I do want to kind of highlight when they say that divine command theory leads to, I don't know, maybe some absurdities. Here's kind of where I would push that conversation. If God told you to do a thing, no matter what that thing is, it would be right. Is that the correct view?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
But to be clear, here, God would not tell me to do anything that would contradict his own nature or what he's his own nature and what he's told us to do before.
God, anything God tells you to do is by definition just because his nature demands it. Remember, that's how divine command theory works.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
But he's
matter.
also not going to contradict himself.
Literally, no, it wouldn't contradict. Anything he says is just is now just.
Exactly.
So again, anything he ever commanded you is a just command because God said it.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. So what that means is if
God would not command me to say grape a person because that would violate God's command to
no, it wouldn't.
Not steal, to not covet, and stuff like that.
No, it wouldn't. God tells people not to lie, and he personally lies. God tells people not to sexually assault, and he causes sexual assaults to happen.
He didn't personally lie.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't personally lie.
Yeah, he
wasn't
does.
like God went out there. He sent a lying spirit.
He lies directly in Exodus. You didn't read Exodus?
Oh. Well, I've read it, but I didn't know he lied. Could you explain?
Yeah, he literally tells Moses to go tell Pharaoh that the God of the Israelites want to go out and worship in the desert for 3 days. And this is after he already told Moses the plan was to leave, not go to the desert for 3 days.
Well, I wouldn't call that a lie because he's still planning on going out for 3 days.
It's a lie. No,
it's
he's
just
not.
a lot longer than.
He's planning for them to not come back.
When it talks about lying, I usually think of something that would contradict. Because when God in the New Testament, he said, "I'm not going to the festival now," and then he went later. I don't look at that as Jesus being deceptive or anything like that. I don't believe the Bible specifically forbids certain situations like that. Obviously, if the Nazis came or the mustache man came to my door and I had people in the basement, I would lie to them. And
so
I don't think I'd be.
Can God lie or not?
No, not according to Scripture.
Okay, so then what is he doing in Exodus 3 when he's clearly having Moses lie for him?
Well, when he says, "Tell them you're going out to worship for 3 days," well, obviously he's going out to worship, and maybe it's
not for 3 days.
And well, it maybe his intentions were longer, but maybe it was the case that God knew here that he wouldn't even accept the 3 days, even though it would be 3 days and be longer.
Well, then why lie?
Obviously, Pharaoh did not even want that.
Well, why lie?
Yeah, I don't look at that as a lie.
It is a lie.
I'm committed to, because the Bible also says God does not lie, I'm committed to that actually not being a lie.
Yeah, it is a lie, though. If God says, go tell Pharaoh that I've commanded you to go worship for 3 days, when he didn't command that and specifically says that's not what he's doing, that's a lie.
Well, I'll have to go back and look at that scripture Again, I know the scripture you're talking
Good
about,
idea.
but I've never looked at that as a lie at all.
But it is.
I've never even looked at when Jesus said he wasn't going to the festival at this time as a lie either.
If
Even
I
though
said
people
I
say,
need to borrow your tool set for the weekend, knowing full well that I'm going to have it for 5 years, did I lie?
well, I mean, if you're intending on whatever your intentions are, I don't know what your intentions would be.
No, me.
Let's say that
My intentions are to keep it. If I tell you that
yeah,
I'm
I mean,
going to borrow them for
I
the
would assume
weekend, but my intentions are to keep it, am I lying?
well, okay, well, if you're saying your intentions are to keep it, and you're saying it's from you, yeah, I would say, yeah, you're lying.
Right. So what that means is God lied because his intention was
No, I
never
wouldn't
to have
say
them
God
worship
lied here.
for 3 days. God did lie.
Well, you have to
Wait,
remember
Justin,
here
I
that
don't
my
know.
commitment
Justin, I don't know
is
if you're aware of this, but we're frozen on TikTok.
Oh, let me unfreeze it. Thank you for the update there. It does that every once in a while.
as a
So-
Christian, I would say because the Bible says God cannot lie, I would
But he
obviously
does
not
lie.
look at that as a lie. Well, look,
But
I'm
he-
going to
he
have to
does
go
lie.
back and look at I would go look at the Hebrew and see what it actually says, and I figured
They
there's a
said,
reasonable explanation.
the God of the Hebrews has revealed himself to us. Let us go 3 days' journey into the wilderness to sacrifice to the Lord.
Yes, and I'm saying that if I go look at the Hebrew here, whatever that 3 days means, it could have multiple meanings. I don't know. I'd have to look
3
into it.
days is 3 days.
Well, not necessarily.
What else?
It
What
is.
else could it mean?
Depends on what.
Words
Sometimes
never
the
mean
law
it could be a
words.
time period. Like Yom could just mean a time period.
No.
When is it ever used that way?
Well-
Is it ever used that way, Justin?
There's only one,
Yes.
maybe one
And
instance
prophecies.
you could point to, which is in Jeremiah 7:22, believe it or not. But you don't actually have to do that. There's typically when Yom is used as a time period, not exclusively, but almost exclusively, it's Yomim, some like plural form of Yom, like the days of, like the time period, the days of. The day singular, referring to a longer period of time, is not very common at all.
It's kind of what I expected.
Yeah, I would. What I would do is I have a close friend on here named Courtney who speaks Hebrew and understands this stuff a lot better than I could. So I'll ask her about it. It is a good question, but I've never actually looked at that as a lie. I know what you're talking about, just like I've never looked at the other as a lie. So I guess we'd have to see what
Well, I'll show
when
you
it
the
talks about
passage.
lying in the Bible.
It comes up a
I
couple
already know the
times.
passage.
So
Yeah, 'cause
God
the
is
Bible-
speaking to Moses, and it says, "They will listen to your voice, and you and the elders of Israel shall go to the king of Egypt and say to him, the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has met with us. Let us now go 3 days' journey into the wilderness so that we may sacrifice to the Lord our God." I know,
Okay, so
however,
when-
that the king of Egypt will not let you go except by a mighty hand. So I will stretch out my hand and strike Egypt. So he's literally saying, I know he's not going to let you go 3 days, but do it anyways. Ask anyways.
Okay, well, when it says in this passage, God cannot lie, or God is not a man that he could lie, what does that mean in Hebrew or Greek?
Well, you mean Hebrew is what you would want. It just means that he can't lie.
Well, it also says in New Testament that God does not lie, but so
But he
it might be
does.
Greek. But
He lies
the
and
problem,
changes his
right?
mind.
That's the contradiction.
Okay,
That's the
when we
exact
say lie-
issue
when
that's
we-
being highlighted, right?
when we say lie here, is it lie about like the Ten Commandments forbids?
Well, the Ten Commandments
What
doesn't
other-
forbid lying. It only forbids giving false witnesses. That's in court.
About your neighbor, yeah.
You can
So,
extrapolate that into lying,
Yeah.
but that's not
I
literally
would
what it
have to look
says.
I'm going to have to look at the Hebrew and do a deep dive into it like I like doing. And so what I'll do is I'll look at that passage you're talking about, and then I'll look at what these other passages say and see what kind of apologetic I can come up with.
Kazav just means to lie. If you look at the Brown Driver Briggs, it's just going to tell you that the Bible translated it correctly. To lie,
So
to be a liar.
So you would say that so you're saying when the Bible says God is not a man that he should lie, or the Son of Man, I forget how else it says here. You
God
look
is not
at that as, so you look at this as a contradiction because you're saying God lied here, but the Bible says God cannot lie.
It says that God cannot lie also in 1 Samuel 15:29, and he both lies
Hmm.
and changes his mind in the Bible.
Okay, so yeah, but what I'm asking here is, you're saying that these are clear contradictions, is what you're saying, right?
Well, it's a clear contradiction, but I'm not bringing it up because it's a contradiction. I'm bringing it up because you said God couldn't tell a lie because it's against his nature. That's nonsensical. Like God can do whatever God
Well,
wants to. If God's nature includes
maybe I should,
omnipotence, then there isn't, I can't violate my nature. He's omnipotent.
well, what I said was God would not command me to do something that he had already in the Ten Commandments told me not to do. That's what I was meaning.
But he would.
No, I don't think he would.
Yeah, he would.
No, when the Bible's like, a lot of
Why
times they
why
just
wouldn't
say, well,
he?
would you? Because he doesn't, I don't believe he contradicts himself.
Does he say not to rape in Deuteronomy 22 and then later causes women to be raped?
Well, he doesn't explicitly say do not rape, but it is 22, 25 through 27 is a death penalty for rape. Yeah.
Does God allow raping?
Yes, he allows it. He allows other stuff too.
He does allow it, yeah. Do you think it's just to
Yeah.
allow women to be raped ever?
Well, I mean, it depends on. Yeah, I don't believe God has established a perfect, just world yet. I
I'm
believe
not
this is
asking
still
if
an
you
unjust.
established it. I'm asking, do you think
Yeah, I
it's
think
just to allow rape when you don't have to?
for God to allow it, yes, I think it's just.
So
In
it
fact,
is just
I'd rather live in a.
That what?
I would rather live in a world in which that can obtain and we have certain freedoms than a world in which we're Barbies and Kens and a Ken and Barbie.
Well, I don't think
It's a
it's a true dichotomy. So
pseudo-intellectual,
just to be clear as to your values, so you're saying that you value the rapist's free will more than you value the victim's, I don't know, like moral
Bodily
right to
autonomy.
not get raped.
Well, I'll say that I value a world in which free will exists
You
more
can
than
have
a
free
world
will
in
and
which
also
people
have
can't do
rape
that.
be impossible.
Yeah.
Well,
I just
see,
want to
the
know which
problem
one you
is
value more.
if you start changing scenarios here, you end up with a pseudo-intellectual.
Well, let me ask you a question, pseudo-intellectual.
What a dodge.
Would it be a violation of God's nature?
Ian, surely you know this as a field bro.
Would it be
I have
against
no idea
God's
what you're talking
nature?
about.
So we already know that God does cause some women to get sexually assaulted in the Bible, correct?
If you're talking about 2 Samuel, I don't believe that's what's going on. 2 Samuel chapter 12.
It is what's going on, yeah. Do you know what happens to
I
them in
would,
chapter 16?
I would beg to differ.
Do you
And I
know
can
what
tell you
happens to them in
why.
chapter
I
16?
understand you might beg, but
Yes,
I don't think that there's going to be much
Absalom-
differing here.
Absalom laid with him in front of everyone.
Yeah, he
To
sexually
establish
assaulted them.
himself as king.
Yeah, do you
Well,
think
see,
do you think they
that's where I think it gets
consented?
a little bit.
Do you think they consented to sleep publicly on top of the palace
Yes.
with their stepson?
Yes.
That's fucking
Well,
crazy.
I'll say this. I'll say this.
Why would they do
don't-
that?
I don't.
You know that they knew that this
Why?
would be the death penalty, right?
Well, apparently
This is the
they
same type
probably
of guy
did what
that
they
would
thought.
say, "What was she wearing?" This is really sad.
Absalom. I mean, I don't think they thought Absalom would unalive him.
It doesn't matter.
I mean,
it's,
obviously,
it's the death penalty.
David-
The Absalom doesn't
Okay, well,
have
it
to.
wasn't-
Absalom doesn't have to.
it wasn't
Literally,
a death-
all you need are 2 witnesses.
Okay, it wasn't a death penalty for Bathsheba, and Joab knew about it. David
What do
knew
you
about
mean?
it. Samuel knew about it.
Bathsheba was raped.
Okay, so what I'm saying here is you're saying I don't think she was raped either.
You can't
And
say
I
no
can
to the
give you a
king
reason.
when the king sends for you. You don't get to say no to that.
I'll say it this way. I don't,
This goes into like
they
modern
don't-
theory
it's-
of consent. Like if a king sends for you to come to his palace to sleep with you, you don't get to say no. That's how you end up dead. Actual consent means that you're not coerced or pressured into something. And in the late Bronze Age, like late Bronze Age 3, when the king sends for you, you just fucking show up.
Well, wait a second. How do y'all define what makes someone consent? What is the requirements for consent?
Consent means that you have informed ability to understand what your decision is going to cause, like the effect of your decision. It also means that you have
So informed?
awareness of what's happening, and it also means that you're not pressured or coerced into it.
Okay. Well, would it be fair to say that most people today very rarely consent to a lot of things, and yet they still do it?
That's
Like
not
what? Give an
Like, for
example.
example, if the doctor says you need to go get these tests run, there's something wrong. I mean,
You can say
you
no
don't,
to
you're not.
that.
People
That's
don't
you
want.
literally
People
have
don't.
informed consent when you say yes. They make you sign stuff that informs
Yeah,
you.
just don't sign the papers.
Yeah, but
It's
one of
They
those
bring in
he
like
doesn't know what
Dr.
consent
Fauci with
is.
like the machete,
What was
and then
that?
he's
Not
gonna.
the Fauci
you had said
ouchie.
something.
Yeah.
It is wild.
You said
So,
something just now. Could you
all right,
repeat
so
those things? Because
no,
most people give me
no
the
degree. You're getting off.
fries acronym
You're getting
here.
off track. I just want to finish this dialogue, okay? So in Zechariah 14, first of all, the women were raped, but also in Zechariah 14, he causes it again. It says, "I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to do battle, and the city shall be taken, the houses plundered, and the women raped." God says he's causing this to happen, is he not?
Sure, yeah. Now that
Okay.
one, Zechariah 14, that might be the case. But
Okay,
we were
so
talking about Second Samuel,
but
and I don't believe Second Samuel that
it is the case in Second
and I
Samuel.
could
Do you think
explain why.
that somebody
Well,
is
I
going to
could
sleep
give you
with
an
their
argument as to
son-in-law
why.
and you don't have an argument for this?
Yes.
Is going to sleep with their
Yes, I
son-in-law
think they
on
would.
top of the palace? Somebody who's literally running
Yes,
a coup against your
I think
husband is absolutely
I think we
preposterous.
have good data.
But no degree
That's not
required.
preposterous. We have good data
You're just
today.
distracting. You don't have data. You're distracting yourself from
Yes,
the
I
actual
do have
point here,
data.
which
Would you
is
like me to
it's
share?
actually no. It's not against God's nature
Oh,
to
okay.
cause women to be raped, is it?
Well, to cause them, yes, God will allow these things happen. It's
I said
called
cause. It's not called
yeah.
permissive will. That's not in the Bible. I said cause.
It's called, well, it is, I believe but it is, it's not violating their will. That's what I'm saying.
It does violate their will when you're
Or
raped.
no, no, because I believe that God knows what people will freely do in any given circumstance, and He can set up circumstances
wasn't
in
rape.
which He knows they will choose these things. Yeah, that's what
So
I'm
you're
saying.
saying that it wasn't
In
rape?
this
It was rape.
in this
So-
situation,
So
I
did
don't
they
believe
want it
they
to
were
happen?
raped. No.
In Zechariah 14, God causes
Well,
women
I
to be
don't
raped.
even know
Yes
if
or
I'd
no?
say they want it to happen.
Does God
don't know. I'd have to
cause
go-
women to be raped ever?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at that passage.
The answer is yes. He says, "I will gather all the nations
Okay.
against Jerusalem to do battle." So he's saying, here's why I'm gathering them. And he says, "The city shall be taken, the houses plundered, and women raped." He's literally gathering armies against Israel,
Okay.
knowing that this is going to cause women to be raped. He predicted it. He said it's
But-
going to happen. He says, "I'm causing it."
But there's a key question here. Do you believe that any of their free will in this society is being violated? And
Yeah,
what I
when you're
mean by
raped.
that
Yeah,
is-
when you get raped, your free will is
Okay,
being
there's-
violated.
Yeah.
What I'm saying here is there's these
This is a
social
bad look, bro.
norms. No, this is just, look. I mean, I would expect allegedly Ian to defend me here as a field bro. He knows the idea of what's known as or implicit and explicit consent in philosophy.
I think
So,
that
would you
that's
say-
more
would-
of
would
the
you
thing
s-
that they teach you in your like Title IX hearings. I don't know. I didn't get called into any of
Have
those.
you ever looked into these? Because there's a lot of issues here where a person will say, "Oh, these people were innocent; they didn't have this coming," and then you say, "Well, wait a second. These same people who you're calling innocent are also the people that went down paths of certain actions that they were very well aware could lead to this. So there could be this idea of implicit consent, and that's how I look at what's going on here. God is
I don't
causing
know
certain
if
things
this
to happen,
is.
but not.
I'm not sure like what
they're
field
not
of
getting
philosophy,
explicitly-
So-
like which
so
area
this
of
is
philosophy
crazy
would
stuff.
be invoking these terms. These terms are not things that I commonly stumble upon
Also-
in philosophical texts.
Also, the problem is
tell you what,
that the
do
text
some-
doesn't say
look
that
up
I'm
that- look
allowing
that
it. The
up.
text says I'm causing it. He says I'm doing
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So when
I'm saying
God
that
says
God
he's doing it, we just take it. You just take him
Yes.
on his word that say God's doing it. God's
Yes,
causing
we
it.
can say
Okay. So
God
if
is
God's causing it,
and it's
if
not-
God's causing it,
there's
that
still
means
an
that God is
consenting
causing women to be
these
raped.
things. Well, it's also saying that God is causing people to reap what they sow. Would you agree?
What, did the women are they reaping what they sow when they
Yes,
get
the
raped by the
women-
armies?
Yes, the women are. Those women in those societies were also part of the society that was reaping what it.
Gotcha. Okay, so then sometimes it's okay to use rape as a form of punishment.
Well, I'm not saying that God is he's not individually commanding a person, hey, go grape this
But
person.
he's
And
causing
the
a sequence of
sure God
actions
can
to occur that include rape.
yes,
Okay.
but
So
that's
you're
not
saying
a
that
commandment to
sometimes,
grape.
well, he's causing it. I'm not saying command it.
Well,
So if
yeah, but
so
that
if
wasn't what we
God
were
so
arguing.
if
The argument
God
is what he commands.
is it within God's nature to cause a situation in which a woman gets sexually assaulted?
Sure. Yes, he can cause
Okay.
those to happen, yes.
Is there a
But he does
reason?
not command those things
Is
to
there
happen.
a
crazy, by the
reason
way.
why couldn't he command it?
Well, because if he commanded in the Ten Commandments, do not steal and
It's
do
not
not
in the
covet.
Ten Commandments.
Yes, Ten Commandments says do not steal, do
Then
not covet.
why is he causing it to happen?
Well, reaping what you sow. Paul says, do not be mocked. God, because God is not a man,
No,
or not
I'm
mocked.
asking specifically,
A
what's
person
the
reaps
difference
what
between causing something to happen versus commanding it?
one of them is saying, thou shalt do this.
Yeah, I'm asking what's the moral difference?
The other is
Wait,
a prophecy
here's
in
a good
which God is
question. Do you
saying,
think
this is
that
what's going
you're morally
this is what's
responsible
going to
for the
happen.
things that you knowingly cause?
Yes.
So God is morally responsible for rapes occurring.
Yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
then, okay. Well,
so then God's responsible for raping, or morally responsible for causing rapes. And
He's
rapes are bad.
responsible for causing rapes in the same way that, like,
what I'm saying is
like Hitler is
he's
responsible
just-
for the Holocaust. Even if Hitler didn't like personally go and like execute anybody, he still caused it.
Well, there's indirect and direct responsibility.
I don't know what the fuck that
Again,
means.
just like
No, there's not.
Ian, you're a Phil
No.
bro, Ian. You should know all
I
that.
don't. Wait, sorry. Can you name?
Just
Can you
like
name two
there's
authors that
there's
talk about
implicit
direct
and
responsibility and
explicit.
indirect responsibility,
no
or is your knowledge
degree.
of
Yes.
philosophy
You
filtered?
can say that God is indirectly
fed to you
Hey,
via like TikTok.
No degree. Let me ask you a question. If I hire a hitman to go pew pew somebody, am I directly responsible or indirectly since I didn't do it?
I guess under the law you'd probably be indirectly responsible.
Okay,
Who
so then
cares
when
about the law?
God,
We're asking you about morals.
yeah, when God causes somebody else to do something like that, namely sexual assault, that means
he's
God's directly
indirectly-
responsible.
No, I said indirectly.
It
If you
doesn't matter.
hired
No, not
somebody to
indirectly.
I'm saying that if you hired
God literally hired the other
hitman-
armies. He hired the nations to come and do it.
Well, I wouldn't look at it necessarily as hiring. I would look at it as God
That's what he
knows
said.
people will, God knows
It's
what
it's
people
in
will
the.
freely
He
do.
doesn't say that. He doesn't say that.
Okay,
He says,
Justin,
"I
you
will
mean that
gather."
God paid them? You're telling
actually,
me say that it literally
actually,
says
he does.
hired them. Is
No,
that
he
what you're
does in
saying?
Ezekiel. He does do that.
Okay.
Yes, not yes.
He
You're
hired them?
100. You're 100% right. He does hire them. It says so in Ezekiel. But listen to what
Okay.
it says in Zechariah.
Now, do you think that
It says,
literally means I'm
he says,
paying you
I
money?
will. He says, I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem. Is God gathering them
Okay, sure, yeah.
to do what?
To go and take them out and punish them.
And does that include women being sexually assaulted?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
does God cause the sexual assault of women directly?
No, indirect.
Yes, he does.
Because he's not actually the one doing it.
It doesn't matter.
Correctly. That's why I'm saying it's-
I
No.
didn't pull the
That's
trigger.
still
it all makes
indirect.
sense now.
I didn't pull the trigger. So when I hired the
Yeah, but
hitman, when I had the
if you
hitman go
hired
do
the
my
hitman,
bidding,
yeah.
I didn't pull the
If you-
trigger. The hitman did. So it's indirect.
Exactly. So you were indirectly responsible. He's the one that actually.
Okay,
done
so
it. He
am I
could've
still
said no.
morally culpable for indirect causation?
You could be morally culpable. Yes.
I'm morally responsible because I caused it.
Yes.
Okay, so God's morally responsible because he causes it.
Sure. God is always That's why when God acts, he always acts in a
This is
morally just way.
baffling.
because
Wait,
he's
so to
always-
be clear, you think
This is
God's morally
baffling.
responsible for a bad thing?
God is morally responsible, you can say, for all of the bad stuff indirectly because he's allowed
No,
it to happen.
not indirectly.
Well, then he's not all good. Holy shit.
Yes, indirectly.
No, no,
Okay,
you're
sure,
confusing.
then he's not all
Yes,
good.
we've already
You're,
had,
co-
we've
you're
already been
confusing
through that.
indirect.
Indirect.
You're confusing indirect causation
No,
with
no.
allowance.
I would like to
No, what I'm
indirectly
saying-
move to
okay,
Argentina.
well, let's just say God allows it then. How's that? And
No,
knows
he
it's going to
caused it.
happen, and it's just
No,
okay,
he
well,
didn't.
you wanna
He
say
didn't
he
allow it.
causes
No, God said he causes it. Why do you hate God's
Okay,
word?
so who
I've never
is
met
doing
people
the-
who hate God's word more than Christians. They literally hate everything God ever said in this book. God
I
said,
wouldn't say we
I
hate it
will
more than-
gather the nations. Is God causing this event to happen?
Okay. So when God says, "I will gather the nations," you're saying God is directly raping them, right? Nobody would tell
No,
you
I'm
that.
saying God is
Okay,
causing
so he's
the sexual assault.
indirect. Okay,
No, no,
he's directly
causing
causing. No, he's actually causing the gathering of the nations, which
to do
leads to
what?
it,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
exactly. When you gather
Yeah,
something, when you gather people to do a thing, you're
yeah.
responsible for what they do if you know they're going to do it.
I love how the
Well, yeah, I think
apologetic
God
isn't
is.
like,
Yeah,
no, God had nothing to do
I
with
think
that. The
God is responsible.
apologetic
Sure.
is, well, yeah, God caused rape, but he's so many chains removed that it's like fine.
Well, maybe you
So,
could say he's
so
2
what?
chains removed.
So
How's
we're
that?
maybe he's not.
So you only have to be 2 chains or 2 steps removed from rape in order to not be culpable?
Well, when you talk from a human perspective, remember you're
Okay,
talking about
so
somebody who's
so
evil,
so
not
just to be
God who is
clear,
always morally just.
just to be clear, God is causing other people on the earth to go to war and sexually assault some women, correct?
God is read the passage again, and we can agree with what it says.
I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to do battle, and the city shall be taken, houses plundered, and the women raped. Is he
Yeah, so
causing
what we
that to
can agree
happen?
here, God is gathering them
Is
together.
he causing this to happen?
Yes, he's causing the gathering together. Yes.
Yes, and the
Because he says,
gathering
"I will cause it."
together, also includes plunder and rape.
Well, it plays out that way. Yes.
Well, he knows it's going to happen. He's omniscient,
But God,
remember?
we could say,
Is God
yeah, God
omniscient?
knows it's all going to happen.
Okay, so
Yeah, absolutely.
God knows for a fact
He
that when
knows
he
they're going to
gathers the
do this.
nations to
Yeah.
war, that women will get raped, which means this is what God
Yes.
intends to happen.
Well, when you say God intends, I guess you could say it that way.
He has to intend it. He caused it. You mean he's
Yeah,
causing
otherwise
things he
it's
didn't
by
do it on
intend?
accident.
Yeah.
What I'm saying here is God just simply knows, and like I said, there's this
But
He does
this
more than
if
simply
idea.
you
know.
know if
He
you know
There's
the
this
causes it.
future,
idea.
if you know the future and you know
Yeah.
that if you cause something to happen, there will be an effect, and that effect is women getting raped, that means you intended for that to happen.
Yeah, you could say God intended in that sense, yes. But God
Okay,
did not
so
directly cause it.
I think
Yeah.
that's enough.
Does
I think
God,
we got
is,
him. Chris
is
Hansen.
everything that God intends morally perfect?
Always, yes, always morally perfect.
Sure. So then the raping
Everything
that he
God
intended
acts
was
of. Yes,
morally
that would
perfect.
him gathering them together and causing this is a morally
I'm so
perfect
sorry.
action.
Wait, did he so he intended for the rape to occur? Everything God intends is morally perfect, so the rape was morally
Everything
perfect.
that God intends to occur is always morally perfect, yes.
So then the
fuck.
rape was morally perfect.
Let's
Well, when
formalize
you
this
say,
one.
see,
P1.
God is not the one. God is not the
We'll
one
put it on the
actually
screen because I
doing
think
the
your
raping.
brain's getting scrambled here and losing track. So premise number 1 is everything that God intentions is morally
It's always
perfect.
morally
Yeah.
perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Premise number 2 is God intended for women to be SA'd. Yeah.
Well, what Zechariah says, or that gathering together is a morally perfect action that led to that.
But did God intend those events to happen?
Yes, God knew it was going to happen. He gathered them together, and that's what happened. That's what played out.
So yes, he
Okay.
did intend it. So then you agree with the conclusion that the essay that
God
occurred
is
was morally perfect.
No, you don't have to bite that bullet.
You do, yeah. It's just logically sound
No,
and
you don't.
valid.
The conclusion that I reject,
follows.
not either of the premises.
You don't.
Yeah, I
you
agree.
don't-
All
you
men
don't
are
have to-
mortal,
you
and I
don't have-
agree that Socrates is a man.
You don't
But
have
how
to
the
bite
fuck are
that
we arriving
bullet.
at the conclusion that Socrates is mortal? I reject that part.
So, just to be clear, no
I'll
degree,
tell
the,
you,
the
well, if
conclusion
you know what?
logically
Well, let me
follows.
ask you
Premise
something.
number 1 is
No, it
everything
doesn't.
that God's intentions
I
is
can tell
morally
you why.
perfect. The conclusion is that God intended women to be essayed. Therefore, the essay in Zechariah 14:2 was morally perfect. It just logically
No,
follows.
because the
Show me how this is invalid.
because the essay was not done by God. That's the
It doesn't
point.
have to be.
The essay.
Does the
yes, it
second
does.
premise say that it was
Yes.
done by God?
So let's redo the premise.
That's a yes or no
Everything
question.
that
To be
God,
clear, is the answer yes or
What's that?
no?
What was the question?
Yeah. Does the second premise say that God did it?
No, and that's the problem.
It
That's
does.
Why, your
Why is that a
argument logic
problem?
fails. because the essay is not done by God. God just
I'm sorry,
knows
do
they're
you
going to do it.
disagree with the first premise that everything that God intends is morally perfect?
No, I don't. I
Okay,
don't
do you
disagree.
disagree with the second premise that God intended for women to be raped?
When he says he would
That's a
gather
yes or
them
no
together
question,
and
scumbag.
they would, I don't know if he intended it necessarily or not. I'd have to
You
think
said that he
Okay,
did.
we are now deflecting and pivoting away to
Yeah,
agnosticism.
I don't know because God
Man,
knows it's going to
the
happen.
amount of pretzeling's
Whether
wild
God
here.
intends it,
Well,
whether God intends
I
it
thought
to
we were gonna
happen.
have a good conversation with with no
Well,
degree,
look,
but now
y'all
you're
are asking
justifying
some great
now you're justifying
You're asking some great
rape, and it's
questions.
starting to get very rough.
You're asking some
Yeah,
great
no degree
questions here, and I
required
don't know.
to have no tracking skills like this guy. No tracking skills required even.
No
Well,
consent required, perhaps?
Would y'all
No
agree that you
ethics
kind of
even.
throw a wrench in it when the man is the one actually doing it?
No.
Wait, sorry,
So
what?
there
What was
is
your
a.
silly question?
Nope, it
You would
doesn't
agree
change
that there's
anything
obviously. Okay, so how does it not change anything when it's actually the humans doing it and not God?
because God's causing the humans to do it.
Okay, well let me
Yeah,
ask you this. So God says.
Well, wait,
Can-
God says
well, wait,
that
if-
whoa,
no
we have
degree.
So
other
let's say,
examples.
whoa,
We have other
wait,
The
examples
humans
in
the
the
humans
Bible.
didn't have free will here because God already said it was going to happen.
Hey.
Well, I would disagree with that.
They
I'll
didn't
give you a
have the choice
scenario.
to.
I'll give you
They
a
didn't have
scenario
the
really
choice
quick.
not
Wait,
to.
so let's suppose that you have like a rapist serum and you inject it into someone and it causes them to go and do a rape. I'd say that you're morally responsible for that.
Sure, yeah.
So
So
God is more
similarly, God
responsible.
is going to be morally
Well,
responsible.
I don't think God had to put a serum in. I mean, knew they were going to do it anyway because that's what was
Oh
in
my
their
fucking
heart.
God, dude, this guy is so stupid.
Listen,
Yeah,
if
that's
you
just.
if you
I don't
The
know
if
why
you
analogy
go
is
to
at the
prison,
I
exact
don't
same
understand why that's
scenario,
hard to
so
understand.
well, no
it's
degree. Just
not
just for
valid.
5 seconds, try to use your brain. If I go to, let's say there's a
I've
prison
been
where we
using
lock
my
up
brain
we
nonstop.
lock up all of the sexual assaulters. Say there's a prison somewhere and all the sexual assaulters go there. If I say, listen, I'm going to free everybody in this prison and send them, I don't know, over to LA because I want these people to, do their thing. Would I not be responsible for anyone that
Do
got
their
sexually
thing as
assaulted?
in raping people?
Well, whatever
Well,
they're going to do.
Yeah,
pillaging,
you would be.
murdering,
You would be.
raping, the lot.
Yes, you would be. Yeah, you would be indirectly responsible for that. Yes.
So am I morally culpable?
Yeah, did you do like a horrific
Yes.
thing by doing that?
Yes.
Oh.
So it's the same
God
thing.
did a
God
horrific
did.
thing.
Yeah.
Easy.
Well, the difference is here. I don't believe God can act in an atrocious way because of his nature. So I
But
would
he
just
did.
say
Same
that I
thing.
lack the understanding of what
Oh,
he's
so
doing here.
just to be clear,
even
your
if I don't fully
evaluation of what's
understand.
atrocious is subjective?
My evaluation of what's atrocious is what God says I can do and what I can't.
Well, it just sounds like it's subjective. If the person
Well,
doing the
yeah,
action
it's
affects whether or not it's atrocious.
It's subjective to God what he says. I'm subjective to God. We're all subjective to God.
I don't even think that has semantic meaning. I don't even know what that sentence means.
Okay, and what I'm saying is no one is free technically. We're all subject to God. So
Wait a
our
minute, if no
moral
one's
actions
free, were the
are subjective to
were the
God.
rapists free to not rape the women?
Nope, they had to.
Oh yeah, they could have chosen to do otherwise. Yes.
No, they couldn't.
Oh.
You just said that none of us are
Yes, they
free.
Well, when I say free, I mean the moral speaking. We're not free from
Hey,
judgment.
hey,
from
no
our
degree.
moral actions.
No degree. When God chose the course of actions to bring the rapists against Israel, he knew that they were going to rape them, right?
Yes.
After
Okay.
all, they're rapists.
Could
But
those
they could
rapists?
also
Could the
freely have
rapists?
done otherwise.
No, they couldn't have. Could the rapist have made
Yes,
God
they
wrong
could
about
have.
what he knows?
No, God would have known it, but they still could have freely chosen to
So
do
then they
otherwise.
couldn't
God
have
just
chose to
knew.
do otherwise then. Well, God
that
knew
doesn't-
it
see what-
because he caused it.
Yeah,
So
I don't think y'all understand
if God had not
what I'm
gathered the
saying.
It's not my
nations,
wallet.
if God had not gathered the nations to go to war, would they have raped the Israelite women?
I don't know. Possibly.
Well,
at some
obviously
point,
not.
sure.
No,
Yeah, I mean, no,
not,
they
not at some
probably-
point because
that's what
because
that's
that would
what
make
they
God a
did. That's
liar.
what-
That would make God a liar. That God said, "I'm
It wouldn't have
causing
made
it to
God-
happen."
It wouldn't have made.
If it
wouldn't
was going to
make
happen
God a-
if it was going to happen anyways, then God didn't cause
Well,
it. God
what are
wasn't
you
gathering the
asking?
nations.
What What are you asking? Did you ask
I,
that? But maybe I
I'm
misunderstood.
I'm
what you said.
demonstrating how silly this conversation is. You're saying, well, they
Yeah,
would have
ask
done
the
it
question.
anyways, but they wouldn't have done it anyways. God is specifically causing this to
No,
happen
I
as a
said
punishment.
I'm saying that just to say God specifically caused this happen does not necessarily follow that they wouldn't have done it anyway.
Then he wouldn't need to cause it.
Well,
If they were
what I'm saying
if
is
they were going to
that
do it anyways, then
may have
God has no
happened.
requirement to cause it to happen.
It may have happened at some other point, or maybe at a earlier point. I don't know.
It
And
didn't.
by the way, if
Those
it
are
wasn't
counter-
going to happen,
those are
then God's
counter- those
punishment
are-
then God's punishment wouldn't have been enacted.
Right.
Those
Then
Also,
are
God would have failed to
counterfactuals that I
punish
can't
punish
answer.
them.
this also says all nations. It's not like one nation. This is all nations. All right, listen, no degree.
Are you
We're up on
talking
our time. We're up on
all
our time
nations?
limit. We're up on our time limit. We knew you wanted to talk about slavery. We didn't realize you were going to do rape apologetics, but at least we kind of know where you stand now. But we gotta move on, okay?
He contains
Well,
multitudes.
allegedly, Ian, look into some of those.
Nah, no, we're not gonna do that. Okay.
Yeah.
This is
How
wild.
can I get like philosophy advice from this guy? You know, I wanna read the things that he's reading, clearly.
Well, what are you gonna do? Well, friends, we've got some super chats to read.
That we do.
We're got a kind of a late ending here, but we're gonna read through all the super chats we have. NB, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, "Bro calls objective morality nonsense as a flurfer." It's still baffling to me. I shouldn't be baffled that flurfers exist. I get it. People, there's all categories of uninformed people, but that one you think we put the rest. Apparently not. There's like no limit to stupidity, apparently. And Sam, aka Shmuley, says, "Justin, are there good apologetic websites?" I think the only two apologetic organizations that I've ever thought that were like trying to do real like science and arguments is probably BioLogos and Reasons to Believe. Those two organizations, although Reason to Believe is not quite as good as BioLogos. BioLogos is, they've got stuff on there where like they believe in guided evolution, and they're trying to do whatever they can to not say that the science is trash. Reasons to Believe is a little more center than BioLogos, but I think they're doing fair. Both organizations actually do have educated professionals inside of the organization. It's not just a bunch of goofs on the internet. But the other ones like apologeticpress.org, Got Questions, all the other ones like from Lee Strobel, those are all nonsense. None of them are good. Reverend 8 says, "We to smoke, Mike is louder than all three of you, FY." I'm sorry, when they come up on TikTok, we cannot control the volume of their mic on TikTok, and it just happens to be that for one reason or another, a lot of guests on TikTok, their volume's like crazy high. So it's just one of those things that we can't really avoid. On YouTube, when we bring them in on Video Ninja, we can control that, but YouTube, we're kind of out of luck. Or TikTok, we're out of luck. So TDI says, like how Flurf Poppy, that's a grifter bro fell for. Wait, like how Flurf Poppy, that's a grifter bro fell for. Wait, oh, Flurf Poppy? Is that a...
I have no idea what's happening here.
I
Is
think
this
he's
supposed
saying...
to be a haiku?
I think maybe there's supposed to be a period after grifter.
Oh, is that Pappy? I don't know what's happening anymore.
We did our best.
We tried. We really did try, so TDI. I hope you're doing well. Also, with the additional super chat says, "Egg came first, as eggs are not exclusive to chicks."
That's true.
Yeah.
Obviously, eggs came first. Dinosaurs laid eggs.
The precursor to the eggs too was just like the sac. It was like a yeah.
The fish thing.
Yeah. And Mr. Kiki says, "An extra tip just to spite this dummy." You know what? We had some wild ones on here tonight. Thank you. Or this morning. Next to it says, "Specifically for Ian, in spite of the flurfism."
Thanks. Appreciate you. Love you.
And the Houndston Evil says, "Can we please get this troll out of here, please?" Well, we did. I think that was Swedish you're probably referring to. Swedish stuck around a bit long, but it was kind of entertaining. I still don't know if they were a troll. It's hard to believe someone was that dumb. NB says, "We to smoke, congrats. You have aura debt for life." Yes, that is the case. And Ellie Els says, "Do you have a Mr. Farnia sound?" Farina?
Mr. Farina. Mr. Farina.
Who's
It's
Mr.
from
Farina?
Professor Dave debate.
Oh,
It's very funny.
I did watch that debate. Okay, that's Professor Dave's last name.
Yeah.
And he,
Yeah. When he was talking with
Thor
James Hart.
kept calling him Mr. Or yeah. Okay, I remember that. That was a fun debate. Sam, aka Shmuley, says it's been over 22.3 years. Plain jokes can be funny.
They can be.
True.
Maybe, but not the movie. Airplane's done. We're done with that movie. Rain Jedi says, rock hard for Doug. Blitz, let the hair down, please. Much love, Ian. Also, we can't see the super chats on stream. What? Oh, sorry. Yeah, the super chats for a minute I accidentally made invisible. I clicked the wrong button. I brought them back though. You can see them on the screen now. Sorry about that, friend.
Well, currently the screen, and I don't know if this is just me, but currently the screen looks like this.
What? Not for me. Mine looks normal. Huh.
Mine looks normal too.
Okay, there's just me.
You broke it, buddy. Okay. Mo Franco says, We to Smoke really lives up to his name, and that's true. It's true. In fact, I'm not convinced that person was entirely sober. And Bend Over, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, according to South Park AIDS episode, 23.5 years is the accepted passage of time to make fun of serious events. Oh, it's been forever since I saw that. That's a classic. That's where we get Salty Balls and all kinds of other South Park classics. And then the album they produced is where we got the song or the remake of "Come Sail Away" by Cartman. The Duncan Idaho, it's a banger. Duncan Idaho Gula says, science and literature questions. Why can't I stop worrying about the heat depth of the universe being a thing? What's the best version Enoch to read? Okay, so 2 questions, one for Blitz, and then the next question's for me. Go ahead, Blitz.
Well, look, you shouldn't be worrying about the heat death anyway, because you'll be long dead. Kind of by necessity. If the heat death is to happen, there is nobody around to experience it. That's kind of one of the requirements of it being a heat death. If there's somebody around, then you're not at heat death yet. So you shouldn't be worrying about it anyway. But heat death is still on the table, but it is, I would say, less certain given recent observations.
And as to the best version of Enoch, there's one decent version that you can get as a standalone by James Vanderkam, and he had a co-author. Let me grab that. But they sell it at like typically Books A Million will have it. Who was his author? I'm not sure. This must be it. Nicholsburg. Vanderkam and Nicholsburg did a really cool a translation of the Enoch, first Enoch tradition. Now, if you want something more critical that has all of the Enoch recensions, even like the Ethiopic and whatnot, you want to get James Charlesworth. James Charlesworth will have all of the variants of first and second Enoch in this volume, and he'll even have footnotes. So, for example, this one includes other texts too, like Jubilees and whatnot. It's a 2-volume set, and this volume 1 must have Enoch. All right. And there's multiple versions of Enoch in here even, so you can kind of see the differences. Yeah, so he's got the Ethiopic version of Enoch, and then the Slavonic version, and then the Hebrew version, all in one volume. So get the R.H. James H. Charlesworth edition of the Old Testament pseudepigrapha, and I think you'll like it. I've never regretted owning those volumes. They're not terribly expensive too. So TDI says this will not go well. Our Prophet Blitz. Indeed, it did not go well.
Never does.
And Amir, thank you for sending out an unapologetic gifted membership. Huge W. And NB says Philbro or Philgal. They're all stupid. Actually, I've been looking for a feminine form of Philbro. Philgal, I think, is probably the best of them. Unless there's one I don't know about. But I like Philgal. That was good. Reverend Nate says, play Careless Whisper when Dr. Blitz drops the hair. Oh, the hair is down. I didn't have the sound. I apologize.
I noticed immediately. I'm a real fan.
I appreciate you, Ian. Your friendship is appreciated.
Vintage Gaming sent one unapologetic gift of membership. I really appreciate that. And I know I saw Carissa earlier. I don't know if we even called out the event yet, but I saw it happen. Carissa sent out 20 unapologetic gifted memberships. 20 of them. I don't know why it's not in my list. I saw it happen in real time. I know it happened, but for some reason,
Yeah, we did mention it. You
did we already mention that? Okay, I just forgot about it already. Okay, that's on me. 49. I just want to make sure we don't miss something like that. We really appreciate that, Carissa. 49 Perfect says, not for nothing, but as soon as I saw Dr. B with his hair down, I realized what a sick ass Dracula he can pull off. Great costume for Halloween for him. Actually, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
That's the best version. Actually, Dracula wasn't Dracula not terribly far from where you lived in Europe, like the origin story.
I mean, insofar as like the distance between any two countries in Europe is like, I don't know, the same as driving from New York to Boston. Like, countries are all. Europe is tiny.
It really is.
You're thinking of Transylvania, and Transylvania is in Romania, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
Which is not particularly close. It's like a few countries away.
Okay. Because the original story was based on Vlad the Impaler, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Slow TDI, thank you for the super chat, says no degree has science mobile, but he may get a phone call, which means after he gets dog walked, he will run. He uses that excuse on Mama Bash yesterday. Oh, he's up there harassing Mama Bash? That's preposterous. I believe it, but it's sad. Mama Bash is sweet. Hopefully they give him a little bit of pushback. So TDI says no diploma factory resets ever 5 minutes, so he forgot.
It's really quite unfortunate. There's a phenomenon in flat Earth discussions called the Flurf reset, where after about 10 to 20 minutes of grilling, they just reset the conversation back to the beginning.
Yeah.
And that's basically what happened with no diploma as well.
Yeah. That's usually how that works, yeah. When the arguments fail, you go back to the beginning and hope it works better the second time. Not a robot, I swear. It says streamlined injustice is still injustice. Agreed. I'm baffled that he couldn't grasp that he held a definition of justice that was contradictory, but it's all right. Waffle Thief says, what the heck did Justin do to get 25 years in prison?
Well, he commanded Vlad to do the impaling, of course.
That's what it was.
And that means that, oh wait, no, then he wouldn't be morally culpable because he only commanded it.
Oh, that's right. Gosh, luckily, I just set up like a Geiger counter to determine whether or not like the gun goes off. So if you want to blame anyone, blame
it's like Schrodinger's
God.
cat, but with Dexter, I guess.
True.
Resistance, thank you for the $10 super chat, says no degree possible, and that is true. I can't imagine he'd graduate even if he did go to school. I wish he would, but I don't think it's going to happen. Jesus Christ, thank you for the super chat, friend, says Justin and Blitz are the best. Then I turn around and tell Ian they're not the best, but I didn't lie to Justin and Blitz. I altered the truth. Religious people are effed up. Yeah.
You hear that, Ian? You're not the best.
Yeah, apparently. I'm not sure I'm tracking.
Well, Ian has to be the best because we're a Trinity. We're co-equal, aren't we?
That's partialism.
We're the same in the what, but different in the who. Remember?
Yeah. Our whatness compared to our isness.
Our whatness is I don't know. What's the whatness? What's the essence here?
That's what they can never define. In fact, when I first
I'm pretty
started
sure for
doing...
us it's debate pervert.
True.
Yep. Gentleman Viking says, no degree. Loan me $1,000. I'll pay you back after 3 days. Yeah. That's 100% how that would
I think
work.
you can go from New York to California in 3 days on a Greyhound.
Probably. Yeah.
Costs less than $1,000 too. So, if anybody wants to offer the deal.
Sounds miserable.
Slow TDI says, if y'all know no memory required, you will know he ain't going to actually look it up. He's going to factory reset as soon as he leaves. That's a slow TDI. That's a fact. Or he might remember it later and go talk to some clowns who don't know anything either, like Courtney. We'll see how that works out. It
Also,
doesn't
Courtney
usually work
does
out well.
like Courtney rubs me the wrong way because she claims Jewish identity and she's not Jewish.
Right? No, she says she's
Like, that pisses me
messianic.
off.
I'm not sure that she does she claim to actually be of Jewish descent?
I don't know, but she calls herself Jewish, a messianic Jew.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize that. I've heard her say messianic. I didn't know that she specifically says she's a messianic
At least she used
Jew.
to. Maybe she stopped saying it because she got pushback. But
Yeah, hopefully she did. Yeah.
Pretty weird.
49 Perfects says no degree is the perfect example of if you can convince them of absurdities, you can convince them to commit atrocities. That's why we fight them 100%. Because there are people out there who probably are maybe relatively normal, but because they believe in a religion, there's like nothing they wouldn't do if they think that God wanted them to do it. And Shay Teen TikTok says, "Oh no, it's Timu Darth Dawkins." No. That is not Timu Darth Dawkins. I mean, he does kind of run around in the same circle, but he doesn't do
Darth
the
Dawkins might be P Mars.
Right.
Maybe it's Constantine.
Russell. Yeah. All the pre-suppers. Skeptiquist, thank you for the $10 super chat. Friend says, no kindergarten degree is insane. I know.
I love how everybody has a different name for him. It's so funny.
You have to, because the name itself is so silly, right? It just is bragging about being uneducated, right? Jesus Christ says, justice for David's wives, justice for Mary, and justice for Aisha. Indeed, justice for all three. And for the Israelite women in Zechariah 14 and the Babylonian women in Isaiah 13:16. Furtive Patach, good to see you, says, utterly, genuinely so sick of these theistic men telling me day after day to give their grape god a pass. They live among us and they vote. Remember, we had one earlier that thinks we should be voting these people into positions of power. Reverend Nate says, after all of those woes, I really want to hear you three sing Tarzan Bay by Baltimore. I don't know the song, so I can't sing. And trust me, you don't want to hear me sing. It's worse than like a drunk karaoke sing. Herbie Shine, thank you for the super chat. Good to see your friend. Says, no degree has phoned John too. Of course he did. He makes his rounds and was just disgusting. Jacob Stepowitz is being such a cowardly Christian in chat, saying how wrong you are, Jay. Well, they were welcome to request up, although we're ending now, but I'll be live tomorrow on my own channel. Come and find me, Jacob, and you can tell me exactly how wrong I am, and I'd love to hear it. Slow TDI with an additional super chat. Thank you, friend. Says, you did your best for real. I was trying to keep it under 50 characters. That happens sometimes. So I'll fix that. He called Ian a grifter, so I was saying they're Flurf Daddy, the true grifter, and that guy fell for that grift. Indeed, yeah. The guy who was saying Ian's a grifter fell for a grift, which is pretty wild. Now I got a restriction. Live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and is restricted for reason harassment and bullying. Now people are crying because
Probably
of
no degree required.
No degree.
Which is fine. We should bully him.
He does deserve a little bit of bullying.
I'm not above bullying.
Sometimes bullying is good for reforming society along the morals.
We should bully bad people, in my view.
Sure. To a limit. Like, I like to use the word shame. Like we should shame them.
Is.
A little bit, yeah. I think bullying can go
you should
further.
stuff them in lockers.
Bullying can go into other forms of oppression, but yeah, shaming I think would be fine. Bear Peace, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says one of the most cringy aspects of God's sanctioned atrocities is that he must like to watch. How twisted is that? Yeah, if God's causing it, that means he wanted it to happen. It also means he's watching it happen. There's nothing outside of God's view. He sees all of it.
God is also always in the cuck chair, by the way.
Always.
True.
Permanently. Design, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, seeing the DCT couldn't get God the one thing they swore he wanted without infinite extra steps would be the only hint they needed. What's DCT?
Divine Command Theory.
Oh.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, seeing that Divine Command Theory couldn't get God the one thing they swore he wanted without infinite extra steps would be the only hint they needed.
Maybe it's not Divine Command Theory. I don't know.
I don't know how to parse it.
I think they're saying that, listen, if divine command theory actually worked, God would just get what he wants. It wouldn't be this endless cycle of people like disobeying God and not getting what they want, and um, God would just command it, and it would
Yeah,
happen.
okay, I can see that reading.
Yeah. Varghese, thank you for your $20 super chat. For instance, I think I heard that Dr. Blitz believes logic exists without a brain, and DZ thinks that it can't exist without a brain. If that's right, have you spoken about it? So I think you mean Ian. Ian is a Platonist in terms of like math and logic, and I'm not. And people
I'm
ask
very
us
much
to
not.
argue about it all the time, but I don't know what we gain by doing that.
Yeah, I don't even know. I think I'm like reassessing my view. I think logic might actually just be an abstraction of uh the mental process of like representation. Like I think in virtue of having a thought, that thought is going to be about something, and in order for a thought to be about something, that thought needs to exclude the things that it's not about, which necessitates then things like the laws of non-contradiction, because when you have one thing that's exclusively not the other thing, you have identity that's based on difference, and that just kind of is fundamentally, that's what the law of non-contradiction is saying. It's saying that there are not these objects that have like identical like non-identity.
Right, because like when we're doing like existence, right? To me, like the laws of logic, if I hold this up, I said this pen is in my hand, I'm just making a proposition, and that proposition is true based on observation. So like if I'm deciding to use language to say that something is, then I don't see how it would be possible for me to use language to say that it isn't. Like to me, the
Yeah,
laws of
I'm
logic are the language to describe the thing.
as far
Yeah.
as I'm concerned, the law of identity is just the definition of the word is.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, I think that the laws of logic, I think I'm probably coming around to the position that the laws of logic are just necessitated in virtue of having thoughts that are representational.
And I mean, we could say that the laws of logic are grounded in perhaps the fact that
The
they never
existence of
fail.
agents?
Well, yeah, I just think it's like having thoughts that are
Sure.
about things grounds the
Sure.
laws of logic.
In most cases, not all. I mean, the important point is that there are other laws of logic that you could accept, right?
Sure.
And you could reason about things in different ways. It's just the kinds of things that we typically have thoughts about. Those thoughts are well described by classical laws of logic.
So, well, I don't even know if I agree with that, because I think that there certainly are like circumstances that people like to bring up, that seem to be like counterexamples to laws of logic, although it doesn't actually seem like there's like a thought that's about anything there.
I'm just talking about, other equally consistent laws of logic that we might use in other contexts.
Maybe.
Like if you're doing like some sort of, not paraconsistent, fuzzy logic, like that's a reasonable way to do logic, and then you lose bivalence, right?
Maybe.
Sure. I heard a good argument from Dalton about grounding logic in a nominalist worldview. I'm gonna have to see what he said again. I bet there's some literature on this too that I can read, because I don't know if it needs to be grounded because it's just an abstract, thought process. But it would be interesting to come up with a really decent syllogism for grounding logic in the nominalist worldview, rather than just letting theists appeal to, well, it must be God. No, it doesn't have to be God.
Actually, it's weird that you say that, because in preparation for the raw soul debate that I'm doing today, one
Oh.
sec, I have a
Good plug.
where is it? Yeah, let me read the syllogism that I wrote out. Okay. For thoughts to be meaningful, they must be about something. If thoughts are about something, then they must have consistent identity. If thoughts have consistent identity, then that requires the exclusion of specific things, like the things that are not identical to it. And then from exclusion, then there's like a syllogism about how from interpreting like the negation operator, like the not operator, as making a claim about like exclusion, the law of non-contradiction pretty trivially follows.
Sure. Okay. I'll work on that as well. I think we can probably get some good going. The Duncan Idaho Ghoul says, LOL, second try from low tier physics guy. Stephen Baxter convinced me of heat death and I stopped paying attention. But what do you think, Dr. Blitz?
Sorry, I just got a text message. I was just texting a friend. Stephen Baxter convinced me of the heat death and I stopped paying attention, but what do you think? I don't know who Stephen Baxter is. So apologies, I can Google. Stephen Baxter is an author, hard science fiction author, degrees in mathematics and engineering. I mean, it's just, look, so if the universe has a cosmological constant, and if our universe is well described by general relativity, then heat death does seem inevitable. However, it might be the case that our universe is not governed by a cosmological constant, in which case, heat death is not inevitable. We don't know.
Yeah. Okay. And last super chat from Simeon Urchin. Good to see your friend. Says a good way to remember consent is fries, freely given, reversible, informed, enthusiastic, specific. No brain really needs this definition. I agree. Listen, I think we kind of know what we mean by consent, at least when we're referring to personal consent to be in somebody's space. Like the essay in Zechariah 14, that requires a very specific type of consent, even if you think there are multiple varieties. But well, listen, friends. Later day, Ian is going to be debating Raw solo time.
4. So in like 30 minutes.
In 30 minutes.
And in the meantime, I just published a video on my YouTube channel. Just went live now, and it's 55 minutes long. So if you watch on 2x speed, you'll have time to watch this and then watch Ian debate Russell.
Hell yeah.
Based. I think it's just going to be, I don't even think I'm going to stream it. I think it might just be in Monkey Boy's Discord, and then I'll post it later.
Dope.
So I got to get figured out that I gotta go and get my OBS figured out.
In 2 hours at 5:30 Eastern time, I'll be live on the AXP channel with John Gleason, Godless and Engineer. So stop by for that. And friends, we'll see you again next week. We really appreciate all the likes and the shares and the super chats and all the support. Thank you to all the members. We really appreciate you. And we'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Bye, everybody.
I think everybody's out of the
Good.
room.
We have